already Australia's worst serial killing, and it's not over yet.
Body number 10 has been found buried in the backyard of a house.
Police now fear the toll could rise to at least 12.
Good evening. First tonight, the toll continues to rise in the bodies in the bank murder case. Detectives now believe the total number of victims could reach 12.
On the 20th of May, 1999, police walked into an old bank building in Snowtown, South Australia, expecting to follow one more lead in a missing person investigation. At first, the building did not look like the center of one of Australia's worst murder cases. But inside, something was wrong. Investigators found rubbish bags, rubber gloves, air fresheners, and other items that suggested someone had been using the building for more than storage. Then they reached the vault. It was the kind of room built to protect money, documents, and valuables. But this vault was holding a secret that had followed several missing people across South Australia for years. When the vault was opened, the smell reached them before the full truth did. Inside were 6 sealed plastic barrels containing acids and 8 dead bodies.
Police entered the old State Bank building in Snowtown's main street and manipulated the lock of the vault. Inside the vault, they found 6 plastic containers packed with human remains.
And there were more bodies buried in different places. What began as scattered missing person reports had led officers to uncover years of control, fear, false accusations, stolen identities, and a group of people pulled into the orbit of one man. His name is John Justin Bunting.
The jury verdicts confirm Bunting and Wagner as Australia's worst serial killers. Theirs was a remorseless and relentless campaign of murder.
John was born on the 4th of September 1966, far from the old bank vault that would later make his name known across Australia. He grew up in Queensland as the only child of Tom and Jan Bunting. His father worked at a print shop, and his mother worked as a secretary, so from the outside, there was nothing about the family that immediately suggested where John's life would eventually lead. As a boy, he seemed curious and technical. He liked astronomy, photography, and science. He reportedly took pictures of the moon through a telescope, then developed the photographs himself in a makeshift darkroom. He wanted to study physics and chemistry in high school, but because he had not passed the required maths classes, that path was closed to him. But John's curiosity also had another side. He was reported to have experimented with insects and acids, and later, that cruelty moved toward animals. He and a friend also dug a deep tunnel in a backyard and tried to turn it into an underground room before his father found out and made them fill it in. At the time, some of it may have looked like strange teenage behavior, but later, those details felt different because they pointed toward secrecy, control, and a boy testing how far he could go when nobody stopped him. Then his interests moved further. John became drawn to weapons and started making rockets using gunpowder taken from bullets. That interest led him toward World War II, and from there, he became fascinated with Nazi imagery and white supremacist ideas. At one point, he tried to get Nazi items, and he painted a swastika inside the trunk of his car before his mother found it and painted over it. His mother could cover the symbol, but she could not cover what was forming underneath it. John's anger was becoming a worldview. He later claimed that when he was young, he had been abused by an older boy. That claim became part of how people tried to understand where some of his hatred came from. But it did not excuse what he became, because what mattered was not only what John said had happened to him. What mattered was what he chose to do with the anger that followed. He developed a deep hatred toward pedophiles, but in his mind, that hatred became twisted. He wrongly connected pedophiles with gay people, transgender people, vulnerable people, and anyone he decided was dirty, weak, or dangerous. And once he placed someone in that category, he stopped treating them like a full person. After school, John worked different low-level jobs. One of them was at a crematorium. Later, he and some friends tried to move to Western Australia, but when one of their vehicles broke down, they ended up settling in Adelaide instead. In Adelaide, John found work at a meat processing plant. He worked around parts of the job that many people would have found hard to stomach, but people later said he seemed comfortable at it. By the late 1980s and early 1990s, John was in Adelaide, and the first signs of that control did not appear in a police file, a courtroom, or a bank vault. They appeared in his relationships, because before John Bunting built a circle around violence, he built a circle around control. John met Veronica Tripp while he was taking a vocational course in welding, and at first, their relationship may have looked like the kind of ordinary young relationship. But with John, ordinary things rarely stayed ordinary for long. Veronica was young when she came into his life. She was only just stepping into adulthood, and by later accounts, she had intellectual difficulties and struggled with reading. John seemed to prefer people who could be guided, pressured, or made to adjust around him. John chose what she did and where they went. Veronica later said they would go to horror movies because that was what John liked, and she never really got to pick. However, Veronica moved in with him when she was still young, and the two married in September 1989. They continued living with roommates for a while, and then in December 1991, they moved into their own house on Waterloo Corner Road in Adelaide. But Veronica was already learning what it meant to live around John's moods and choices. Their marriage did not become warm or stable, and when he began looking outside the marriage, he did not fully let Veronica go. He kept her close enough to manage, close enough to silence, and close enough to make her feel that the failure of the relationship was somehow her fault. That was how John worked. Over time, John started forming relationships with other women while Veronica was still in the house. Then, through that same period of vocational courses, neighborhood walks, and unstable relationships, two men entered John's life in ways that would later shape everything. So, Mark Ray Hayden came into John Bunting's life around the same period. Mark was born on the 4th of December, 1958, reportedly as Mark Lawrence. He was raised mainly by his father, while his mother spent long periods in mental health facilities. In 1972, his older brother died in a car accident, and Mark's own life later became unstable too. He worked at an auto manufacturing plant where his father also worked, but he was fired for stealing. After that, he struggled to keep steady work, and at some point, he changed his name to Mark Hayden. Then Robert Joe Wagner came closer. Robert was born on November 28, 1971 in New South Wales. His father left when he was still a baby, and when Robert was 3, his mother moved him and his older sister to Adelaide. But Adelaide did not steady him. At 7, Robert tried to take his own life by swallowing his mother's sleeping pills. Later, it came out that a teenage family friend had sexually abused him. After that, his behavior changed. He stopped going to school, drifted from home, and disappeared for days at a time. His mother reported him missing more than once, but he always came back. Then Robert introduced her to the person he had been spending time with. His name was Barry Lane. Barry was much older than Robert, and reports described a past record involving sexual offenses against underage boys. Robert's mother begged him to stop seeing Barry, but Robert refused. When Robert was 14 and Barry was 31, they disappeared together. Robert's mother reported him missing again, but this time they were gone for years. They returned to Adelaide when Robert was 18, and by then, the relationship had shaped much of Robert's young life. They lived together at Barry's house, close to where John and Veronica later moved. That was how John crossed paths with them. John already hated gay people and people he associated with sexual offending. So when he met Robert and Barry, he saw Robert as someone damaged, angry, and easy to turn. He saw Barry as someone he hated, but also someone useful. John believed Robert had been coerced, and he used that belief as an opening. He spent time with Robert. He acted like he understood him. He made Robert feel seen. But he was not helping Robert heal. He was redirecting his anger. John took Robert's pain and gave it a target. He told him gay people, pedophiles, and anyone John labeled as dirty belonged in the same category. He made Robert's anger feel like purpose, and slowly, Robert pulled away from Barry and moved closer to John. At the same time, John kept Barry close because Barry knew people. Barry knew names. He knew rumors. He knew relationships in the area. And John wanted that information because he was already looking for people he could label as threats, and that was how the circle formed. But the first known person to disappear from that world was Clinton Douglas. Clinton Douglas Trezise was 20 years old, openly gay and living by himself in Adelaide's northern suburbs when he crossed into John Bunting's circle. His life had not been easy. His parents divorced when he was 3, and after that, Clinton and his younger brother were placed in foster care. So by the time he was living on his own, he had already grown up without the kind of steady family protection that might have made people ask louder questions when he disappeared. Clinton knew Robert Wagner. He knew Barry Lane. And because Robert and Barry were already close to John's world, Clinton spent a lot of time around the group too. He was familiar enough to be invited in, familiar enough to sit with them, and familiar enough for John to start watching him through the twisted lens he had already built in his mind. John did not need evidence before he condemned someone. And because Clinton was gay, John decided he belonged in the same false category John had created for people he hated. So, on August 31st, 1992, Clinton was inside John's home with Robert and Barry when John began taunting him. John accused Clinton of harming children, even though Clinton had done nothing to show that he had ever harmed a child. Clinton tried to laugh it off at first, like someone trying to survive an uncomfortable moment before it became something worse. But John was not joking. He pushed the accusation harder, and Clinton looked toward Robert and Barry, confused by how quickly the room had changed. He started to respond, but John had already decided what was going to happen. Then John attacked him with a spade. Robert panicked, but Barry stayed calm. Barry knew his own criminal record made him vulnerable, and he also knew that challenging John could put him in danger too. So instead of stopping what had happened or going to police, Barry helped keep the room quiet. The cover-up began immediately. Barry and Robert helped John remove the damaged carpet from around Clinton and wrap him inside it. Barry then brought his pickup truck to John's house, and the men loaded Clinton into the back. After that, they drove north along Highway A1 toward Lower Light. There they dug a shallow grave and buried Clinton. When people later asked about him, Robert gave an easy answer. He said Clinton was a drifter and had probably just taken off. And for a while, that explanation worked. Clinton did not have enough people pushing hard enough to force the truth into the open. His absence was explained away, and John learned something dangerous from that silence. He learned that someone could disappear from his circle, and life around him could keep going. Then, on the 16th of August, 1994, 2 elderly brothers were working on a large property at Lower Light when they noticed disturbed ground. At first, it looked like an animal burrow, but when they checked the area, they found human remains. Police came to the property and searched the area. There was no clothing, no wallet, and nothing that made identification simple. The remains were treated as a mystery. At that moment, nobody standing near that shallow grave knew they had found the first known victim connected to John Bunting. It was not until 1995 that Clinton's mother reported him missing. Police connected her report to the remains found at Lower Light the year before, but when a comparison was made between Clinton's photo and the skull, the conclusion was wrong. The remains were Clinton's, but they were not identified as Clinton. That mistake left him unidentified for years, and that delay gave John more time. By then, John had already learned the worst possible lesson. If the victim was isolated enough, if the explanation sounded simple enough, and if the people around him stayed quiet, he could get away with it. By the mid-1990s, John Bunting's home life had become messy, controlled, and tense. He was still married to Veronica Tripp, but the marriage was already falling apart. One of the women John became involved with was Suzanne Allen, but that relationship was mostly sexual. Then he met Elizabeth Harvey, and with Elizabeth, John took a different approach. Elizabeth had recently divorced, and John treated her more like a girlfriend. He courted her. He gave her attention. He stepped into her life with the same controlled confidence he used on other vulnerable people, and before long, she was drawn into him. Through Elizabeth, John met James Spiridon Vlasakis, her son. James was still a teenager, and at the time, he was known to people close to him as Jamie. He had grown up with his own painful background, including abuse inside his family, and that made him exactly the kind of young person John knew how to read. John noticed James quickly, and the fact that John took an interest in him also made Elizabeth feel safer in the relationship because it looked like John was not only accepting her, But John's attention was not harmless. After about a year of dating Elizabeth, John invited both Elizabeth and James to move into his house, even though Veronica was still there. Veronica knew about the affair, but knowing did not mean she had control over it. Before then, she could avoid Elizabeth at social events or remove herself from uncomfortable situations. But now John was bringing the new relationship directly into the same home. John seemed to expect Veronica to accept it, and for a while, he acted as if everyone around him would simply adjust to whatever he wanted. But Veronica did not accept it forever. Over time, she began staying with family for longer periods, and eventually, she did not come back. She and John never officially divorced, but John started referring to Elizabeth as his wife and James as his stepson. And once James was living under the same roof, John had constant access to him. In 1995, he began pulling James deeper into his world. It started with animal cruelty and hunting, and then it moved into conversations about people John hated. John watched how James responded, and he seemed pleased by how receptive the teenager was. This was not just bonding, it was conditioning. He was teaching him that some people deserve no sympathy, and that if John said someone was dangerous, everyone around him was expected to accept it. Then Clinton Trezise's case returned to television. Police still had no real lead on the remains found at Lower Light, so Clinton's case appeared on Australia's Most Wanted. John watched the program regularly, and when Clinton's story came on, he was sitting with James and Elizabeth. Instead of fear, John showed pride. He reportedly leaned over and admitted he had done it, saying Clinton was a pedophile. That moment changed the room. James was no longer only hearing John's hatred as talk, he was hearing a confession from a man who had already acted on it. Elizabeth also heard it, and rather than pulling away from John, she appeared to accept what he had said. James was now inside the circle, not just as Elizabeth's child, but as someone John could shape. Meanwhile, Robert Wagner was already moving deeper into John's thinking, and Mark Hayden was still useful on the outside edge. And the next person John focused on was Ray Davies. So, Ray Allen Peter Davies was 26 years old, developmentally disabled, and living in a caravan on Suzanne Allen's property in Adelaide's northern suburbs. Suzanne helped him get through parts of daily life, but the relationship was not simple. Ray depended on her, and that dependence made him vulnerable. And that was exactly the kind of person John Bunting noticed. Around that time, John had started keeping a list of people he suspected of being pedophiles. It was not based on proper evidence. It was based on gossip, assumptions, his own hatred, and whatever story he could twist into proof. Then Ray became the focus. When Ray hears noise outside, he sometimes comes out of his caravan quickly without checking whether he was properly dressed. One day, Suzanne's grandchildren were playing outside when Ray heard the noise and came out of the caravan without his pants on. The children were frightened and ran back to tell Suzanne. That should have been treated as a serious but complicated situation involving a vulnerable man with limited understanding. But that was not how the story traveled. By the time people in the area repeated it, the details became darker. Ray was no longer being talked about as a disabled man who had behaved in a frightening and inappropriate way. He was being talked about as someone who had tried to sexually harm children. And once John heard the story, he treated the label as enough. By December 1995, John had decided Ray had to go. Ray was taken from his caravan at night and brought into John's house, where Robert Wagner, James Vlasakis, and Elizabeth Harvey were also drawn into what happened. Ray did not seem to understand the danger he was in. He thought at first that they were playing around. Then John's group subjected Ray to severe abuse, and then Ray was killed. Afterward, John and James buried him in the backyard, but Ray's death did not end with his body being hidden, because by this point John's circle had started learning that a missing person could still be useful after they were gone. Ray's caravan was taken, fixed up, and sold. His benefits continued from the government. His money was still being collected. Suzanne, who may have been the only person likely to ask serious questions about him, did not push the disappearance in a way that brought police straight to John. So Ray vanished without the kind of alarm that might have broken the case open. And that was one of the most important things John learned from Ray. Clinton Trezise had shown him that a person could disappear and people might accept a simple explanation. Ray Davies showed him something colder. A person could disappear and the money could keep moving. That became one of the clearest patterns in the Snowtown case. The victims were not only removed from their lives, their identities, benefits, accounts, belongings, and paperwork were treated like things the group could keep using. At the time, it helped John. By 1996, John Bunting, Elizabeth Harvey, and James Vlasakis had moved to Murray Bridge, about 100 kilometers from the old neighborhood around Waterloo Corner Road. But John was not finished with that area. He kept going back, and one of the main reasons was Suzanne Allen. Suzanne had owned the property where Ray Davies lived in his caravan. After Ray disappeared, his benefits kept coming in, and John still had access to that money through Suzanne. So even after John moved away, Suzanne remained useful to him. Then, in November 1996, Suzanne disappeared. Suzanne's brother reported her missing, and within a couple of months, police found that her own benefits were still being paid. The address connected to those payments led back to John Bunting. So at the beginning of 1997, police questioned him. John told them Suzanne had lived with him for a while, but she had moved away because of a family dispute and did not want to speak with her relatives. But John would later tell people a different version of what happened during the trials. He claimed he had gone to Suzanne's home and found her already dead. According to that story, he did not kill her, but he also did not report her death. Instead, he hid her body because he did not want to lose the money still coming in from Ray Davies' benefits. Her body was dismembered and was later found buried with Ray. By 1997, Robert Wagner had moved far from the life he had once shared with Barry Lane. He no longer wanted to talk about that relationship, and by then, he had placed himself firmly inside John Bunting's world. Also, Robert had also started dating a woman named Maxine Cole, and through Maxine, another person came close enough to be noticed. His name is Michael Gardner. Michael was 19 years old. He had lost his father when he was young, and after his mother remarried, his relationship with his stepfather became difficult. He spent time in foster care, and for much of his life he lived with his older sister or stayed with friends. People who knew Michael described him as easygoing. He was around Maxine's children often, and he regularly helped babysit them. By the accounts around him, he was good with the kids, and there was no real evidence that he had harmed them. But Robert was no longer seeing people clearly. He was seeing them through John's thinking. In September 1997, Michael's roommate was away, and that gave John and the others an opening. Michael was taken from his home and brought to a shed on John's property in Murray Bridge. Inside that shed, the same pattern repeated, and then Michael was killed. Afterward, the group needed another explanation because the lie was now as important as the act itself. Michael could not simply be gone. People had to be given a reason not to look too closely. So a story began moving around that he had stolen property and left. It was simple enough to delay questions. And around this same period, Mark Hayden was becoming more useful to John. Mark was now married to Elizabeth Hayden and living outside the group's old area, but he was still close enough to help. John began passing money connected to victims through Mark, and Mark helped with the cover-up in ways that later became central to the case. But there was one person in the inner circle that John needed to eliminate. By October 1997, Barry Lane had become dangerous to John Bunting for two reasons. First, Barry knew too much. He had been around the circle from the early days. And by this stage, Barry was no longer as useful to John as he had once been. Before, Barry had given John access to names, rumors, and people in the area. But now, Barry was pulling back. He understood that the information he had passed along had helped bring vulnerable people into John's reach, and he did not want to keep doing it. That alone made him a problem. But then Barry brought another young man into his life. His name was Thomas Trevelyan. Thomas was 18 years old when he met Barry and moved into his house. He was young, troubled, and vulnerable, and to John and Robert, his presence gave them another reason to turn against Barry. So John did what he often did. He found the weak point inside the house. He turned to Thomas. By the time John and Robert came for Barry in October 1997, Thomas was no longer just Barry's partner. He had been pulled toward John's side, and that meant John had someone inside the home who could help him control the situation. When John and Robert arrived, the focus was not only on Barry himself. They wanted to know what he had said and who he had spoken to, because a person who knew names could bring the police closer. And John had already shown what happened when he decided someone had become a risk. Barry was overpowered inside the house. Then he was forced to make a phone call to his mother. That call became one of the most important details in the case because it showed exactly how John's group used a victim's own voice to create a false story. Barry told his mother he was leaving town. He made it sound like he wanted distance and that his absence was his choice. But it was not. It was a cover. The call was meant to stop concern before it started. It was meant to make his mother think he had gone somewhere else, by choice, and did not want contact. And because families often try to respect distance even when they are worried, that kind of call could buy the group time. After the call, Barry was forced to give up his banking information. Then he was subjected to severe abuse and killed. His body would later be placed in a barrel and moved into the chain of concealment that eventually ended in Snowtown. But Barry's death created another problem almost immediately. Thomas Trevelyan had helped them, but Thomas was not built for that kind of secret. After Barry was killed, he began breaking down. He reportedly told a friend what had happened, and John could see he was struggling to keep himself together. That made Thomas dangerous too, because in John's world, loyalty was only useful as long as it stayed quiet. The moment someone looked like they might talk, they stopped being part of the circle and started becoming the next problem. Thomas Trevelyan had helped John and Robert get control of Barry Lane, but almost immediately after Barry was killed, Thomas became the next problem. So in November 1997, Thomas was taken away. He was brought to a wooded area at Humbug Scrub near Kersbrook, and what happened there was made to look like something else. Thomas had mental health struggles, so when he was later found dead, the scene was treated as suicide. By the end of 1997, several people connected to John's circle were gone. The next victims were no longer just people on the edges of John's world. They were friends, family members, and people close enough that their deaths showed how much control John now had over the people around him. Gavin Allen Porter was 29 years old, and he came into John Bunting's world through James Vlasakis. By this point, James had developed a close relationship with John, but he still had parts of his life that John did not fully control. One of those parts involved heroin, and one of the people James used drugs with was Gavin Porter. So John disliked Gavin almost immediately. But for a while, John tolerated Gavin because of James. James was important to him now. John had spent years pulling him in, shaping him, and making him feel like part of the family. So he did not want to create tension too quickly by attacking one of James's friends. But that patience didn't last. One day, John sat down on the couch and was pricked by a used syringe from Gavin. To John, that was enough. In that moment, Gavin stopped being someone he tolerated and became someone he wanted gone. In April 1998, Gavin had spent the morning working on his car. Later, after using drugs, he passed out in the front seat. When John and Robert Wagner arrived, they attacked him inside the car. Gavin fought back. He managed to stab John in the hand with a screwdriver, and for a moment, he resisted in a way many of John's victims could not. But John and Robert overpowered him, and Gavin was killed. Afterward, they moved him into the shed. When James came home, John showed him Gavin's body. A few days later, John had James help move Gavin's body into a plastic barrel. Soon after, Gavin's car disappeared too, and that was part of the cover story. People were told Gavin had moved somewhere else. With the car gone, the lie became easier to accept. It looked like he had packed up, left, and driven out of the area. John had removed one of James's friends, and after that, the danger moved even closer. Because the next person John turned toward was not just connected to James, he was James's own half-brother, Troy Yude. James had said that Troy and James's stepfather had abused him when he was younger, so when Troy asked Elizabeth Harvey if he could come and live with them, John agreed. In John's version of the world, this was not about healing or safety. It was about revenge. Troy had come to the house because he wanted to escape abuse from his father. But instead of finding safety, he entered a house where John Bunting had already become the person setting the rules. Troy did not even make it through his first day in the house. That night, he woke to John, James, and Robert Wagner standing over him, and this time, James became directly involved, and accounts of the case describe him as the main aggressor in what happened to Troy. After Troy was killed, the group concealed his body and moved him into the same chain of hiding that later led toward Snowtown. His belongings had barely been unpacked, and that made his disappearance easier to stage. Then John did what he had done before. He lied. He told the family stories to explain Troy's absence, and because the house already seemed like a place where people came and went without too many questions, the explanation held long enough for the group to keep moving. And by 1998, Mark was living with his wife, Elizabeth Hayden, and that household would soon become important because another young man connected to that family was about to be pulled into John's circle. His name was Fred Brooks. Frederick Robert Brooks, known as Fred, was 18 years old. He had a rough upbringing. His parents split when he was young, and he spent time in foster care. At 15, he was reunited with his father, but his parents separated again shortly after. Fred moved with his mother to Adelaide to live with his aunt and uncle, Elizabeth and Mark Hayden. By this time, he had re-enrolled in school and hoped to join the Air Force. Fred was connected to John Bunting's circle through Mark Hayden's household. Fred's proximity to the group made him visible, and John's attention could turn a young man with plans into a target. It is unclear exactly why Fred was chosen. Some suggest John acted because Elizabeth had been asking too many questions. Others suggest he had convinced himself Fred was a pedophile. Whatever the reason, Fred's life was about to be erased. In September 1998, Fred vanished. Before disappearing completely, he was forced to record messages saying he was leaving with a girl and that he wanted to be left alone. These recordings later became part of the group's manipulation of family and authorities. Elizabeth and Fred's mother, Gail Sinclair, were misled. John told Gail he had seen Fred at a gas station and then played one of the recordings, convincing her that Fred was still alive. By doing this, John delayed suspicion, kept control over the narrative, and ensured the pattern of disappearance continued without immediate scrutiny. Afterward, Elizabeth appeared to stop asking questions, and Gail distanced herself from John. The body, like other victims before him, was concealed, and his disappearance was framed as voluntary. By late 1998, John's appetite to kill had overtaken him once again, and his next victim would prove that no one in the circle was beyond suspicion. Gary O'Dwyer had lived a life that left him exposed to danger from the moment he was a child. He was placed in foster care as a toddler, and though his foster mother, Maureen Fox, did her best, Gary experienced instability from a young age. He floated between homes, and as he got older, he sometimes lived on the streets and turned to petty crime to survive. In 1994, a serious car accident left him in a ditch, critically injured. A Good Samaritan found him, took him to the hospital, and Gary spent a week in a coma. Recovery was slow, and after 6 months of rehabilitation, he returned to a fragile life, still vulnerable both physically and mentally. By 1997, Gary had moved to a rental house in Murray Bridge. It was there that he met James Vlasakis and John Bunting. To John, Gary represented opportunity. He had benefits. He had accounts. He had a life that could be exploited. But Gary was not immediately missed. Maureen Fox, his former foster mother, worried when she did not hear from him, but she did not report him missing quickly, not wanting to appear pushy. That bought John and Robert more time to execute their plan. In the middle of the night, a few months after Gary and James had met, John and James entered Gary's home. Instead of a quick assault, John drew the process out, torturing Gary with electricity rather than physical beating, ensuring that every moment served a purpose. And while Gary was restrained, John and James collected financial information, taking what they could from his accounts. Then, when he was no longer alive, Gary's body was placed in a barrel and added to the growing chain of victims that would ultimately be hidden in Snowtown. Maureen Fox's worry grew over time, but her hesitation and Gary's isolation meant that his disappearance was not immediately reported to the police. In John's world, this pattern had become reliable. A person disappeared, their family delayed action, money and accounts could be collected, and no immediate investigation would catch up to him. By targeting Gary, John showed that the motive had shifted clearly. It was no longer only about suspicion, rumor, or personal vendetta. The financial benefit was impossible to ignore, and the circle's appetite for control and death had only deepened. Elizabeth Hayden was Mark Hayden's wife, and by late 1998, she was standing too close to the truth. She lived near the outer edge of John Bunting's circle, but not far enough to miss what was happening. Her home had become connected to people, money, movement, and stories that did not line up. She noticed the way people disappeared and then somehow still seemed to have benefits, accounts, or stories moving after them. She was not just hearing rumors and letting them pass. She was putting pieces together, and the more she asked, the more dangerous she became. Elizabeth had already been asking questions, but then she touched the one detail that brought Snowtown into the case: the old bank. Snowtown had not been the beginning of the murders. John, Robert, James, and Mark had not moved there to live, and the victims were not Snowtown locals. The town came into the story because the group needed distance. Their old neighborhoods were becoming risky. Too many people were missing. Too many names were connected. Too many bodies had already passed through houses, sheds, yards, and vehicles linked to people around John. So they needed somewhere separate. That was where Mark became especially useful. Mark had helped secure access to an old disused bank building in Snowtown, a small town north of Adelaide. It was quiet, away from the main places police were already looking, and most importantly, it had a vault. To ordinary people, a bank vault was built to protect money. To John's circle, it became a locked room where evidence could be hidden from the world outside. And when Elizabeth mentioned the bank, Mark understood the danger immediately, so Mark told John. And once John heard that Elizabeth was asking about the bank, she stopped being just Mark's wife in his mind. She became a risk. So on November 21st, 1998, Elizabeth Hayden was killed. But Elizabeth's disappearance was not like some of the earlier ones. People noticed faster, her family pushed harder. But Mark's explanation did not settle the questions around her absence. There was also the vehicle. Elizabeth's two-tone Toyota Land Cruiser became important because it was connected to the movement around the case, and later, that vehicle would help pull police towards Snowtown. What John's circle had tried to hide in a quiet town would eventually lead investigators straight back to the old bank building. By late 1998, the disappearances could still look separate if you looked at them one by one. But the money made those stories weaker. Barry's benefits were still being withdrawn after he disappeared, and that was where the investigation began to change. If Barry had truly left town and wanted no contact, then his money should have moved like Barry moved. So police began checking the records, they looked at the withdrawals and where the money was taken. Then they looked at camera footage, and on that footage, Robert Wagner appeared. That was a turning point because Robert was no longer just a person connected to Barry's past. He was now connected to Barry's money after Barry had disappeared. So the police waited for the next payment. When the money came in, they followed Robert. They watched him withdraw money from Barry's account, and then they followed him back to John Bunting. That moment changed the shape of the investigation. Then investigators looked again at Suzanne Allen. Her benefits had also continued after she disappeared. Then Ray Davies. His money was still being accessed too. And the more police checked, the more the same pattern appeared. But bank activity created records, withdrawals had dates, cameras had images. Police were closing in, however. They were not close enough to stop the final victim. David Johnson was 24 years old, and by May 1999, he had no reason to believe James Vlasakis would lead him into danger. James was his stepbrother, and in David's mind, that connection meant trust. David wanted to buy a used computer. That was all. And when James told him there was one available in Snowtown for a price he could afford, David believed him. That was the trap. On the 9th of May, 1999, David went with James to the old bank building in Snowtown. Inside the bank, Robert Wagner was waiting with the computer, but David had not been brought there to buy anything. He had been brought to the same place where the group was already hiding what they had done. Once inside, the situation changed. David was restrained, pressured for his banking details, and forced to record phrases that could later be used to make people believe he was still alive or had left by choice. After they got David's PIN, John sent Robert and James to an ATM to check whether the number worked. That left John alone with David inside the bank. And that was when David tried to save himself. He managed to get his restrained hands in front of his body, and he fought back hard enough to injure John. For a moment, David broke the pattern. He was not going quietly. He forced John into a struggle, and for the first time inside that bank, the plan nearly slipped out of John's control. But David did not know for sure that John was alone. When John called out as if others were nearby, David looked toward the door. That hesitation gave John the chance to regain control. David did not escape. By the time Robert and James returned from checking the PIN, David was dead. Because John had been injured during the struggle, Robert and James had to help move David into the vault. His body was placed into one of the barrels, joining the hidden evidence already stored inside the old bank. What happened after that was one of the most disturbing details in the case. Robert removed a small piece from David's body, and later, the men went to a friend's house across from the bank, cooked it, and encouraged the friend to try it without telling him what it was. The next day, John gave David's family a false story. He claimed David had gotten a 13-year-old pregnant, crashed a car, and ran away because he was hiding from police. It was cruel because it placed shame and blame on David, and it gave his family a reason to hesitate before seeing him as a victim. Then James went to David's apartment and collected paperwork so the group could keep accessing his unemployment benefits. That was how far the pattern had gone. But this time, John's circle had made a mistake it could not outrun. Police were already close. David was taken while the investigation was already tightening. So, on the 16th of May, 1999, investigators went to Snowtown because an address had come up during recorded conversations between John Bunting and Robert Wagner. At first, it was only another lead. Then one detective noticed the vehicle. Parked on the property was a two-tone Toyota Land Cruiser. So Mark Hayden's neighbors had seen a similar vehicle at his house before. They had also noticed that after Elizabeth Hayden disappeared, people were seen loading garbage bags into it, and then the vehicle disappeared. Now that same kind of vehicle was sitting in Snowtown. It was not proof by itself, but it was the kind of detail that made everything around it look different. 4 days later, on May 20th, 1999, detectives returned with a search warrant. When they knocked on the door, the man at the property told them the vehicle belonged to his friends, John Bunting and Robert Wagner. He said they had parked it there, and he also told police something else that pushed the investigation forward. There had been barrels in the back, and they smelled awful. John and Robert had explained it away by saying the barrels contained kangaroo carcasses. They claimed they were storing them because they had rented the old bank building across the street. That explanation may have sounded strange, but it gave police the next place to look: the old bank.
Quite a discovery was made. There were cardboard boxes everywhere, containing different computer parts.
The man had a key because John and Robert had let him use the building for storage, and that became one of the breaks investigators needed. Police entered through the side door and began clearing the rooms. At first, what they found could still be explained as storage. There were unused garbage bags. There were air fresheners. There were rubber gloves. There was a receipt for more air fresheners, more gloves, and more garbage bags. The detectives kept moving through the building. Room by room, the search narrowed, and then they reached the vault. That was where the case changed. Because until that moment, police had missing people, suspicious money, strange explanations, a vehicle connected to Elizabeth Hayden, and barrels that supposedly held animal remains. But behind the vault door was the answer John's circle had tried to keep locked away. But one of the detectives noticed a fingerprint on the vault door and dusted it, but when he stepped away to get a camera, he told the man from across the street that the vault could not be opened. That was when the man gave investigators a detail they did not expect. The lock did not work properly. According to him, it could be opened with a piece of bent wire. So the detective went back to the old bank, used the wire, and the vault door opened. Inside, police did not immediately see the barrels. First, they saw black plastic covering the entrance into the vault. The plastic had a slit down the middle, and the opening had been sealed with tape. It looked less like a room someone had simply used for storage, and more like a space someone had tried to separate from the rest of the building. Between the vault door and the plastic, police found a wallet, a roll of packing tape, 2 keys, and lined writing paper. Then they pulled the tape away, and the smell reached them. Inside the vault were 6 large plastic barrels, each sealed with screw-top lids. On top of one barrel, there was a pair of handcuffs and a knife. On another, there were more knives and rubber gloves. At that point, the search changed.
I guess we weren't surprised with what we found, given the smell coming from the place.
Police entered the old State Bank building in Snowtown's main street and manipulated the lock of the vault. Inside the vault, they found 6 plastic containers packed with human remains.
The officers cleared the building and called for forensic specialists because whatever was inside that vault was no longer something ordinary detectives could simply open and examine on the spot. Then they checked the wallet. Inside was identification belonging to David Johnson. That one name told them the final victim had not run away, had not disappeared because he was hiding from police, and had not left his family by choice. David had been brought to Snowtown, and now his ID was sitting just outside the locked room where the barrels were stored. Later that evening, forensic examiners arrived at the bank. When they opened the first barrels, they found human remains in liquid. John had apparently tried to use chemicals to destroy evidence, but the attempt had failed. Later testing showed the solution was neutral, which meant it had not done what he intended. The barrels were resealed and taken to the State Forensic Science Center in Adelaide. Over time, investigators confirmed that 8 victims had been hidden inside those 6 barrels. They were Michael Gardner, Barry Lane, Gavin Porter, Troy Yude, Frederick Brooks, Gary O'Dwyer, Elizabeth Hayden, and David Johnson. At that moment, Snowtown became the name everyone would remember. And once police knew what was inside, the investigation moved fast. The next morning, they began making arrests. On May 21st, 1999, the day after police opened the vault, John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and Mark Hayden were arrested. By then, investigators knew they had uncovered something far bigger than one missing person case, but they still did not have the full shape of it. So the police started with what they could prove. One murder charge was enough to hold the men while the investigation expanded. John was the center. Robert was closest to him. Mark was the man tied to storage, movement, concealment, and the Snowtown Bank. But without someone from inside the circle explaining the order of events, investigators still had to build the case piece by piece. They also questioned Elizabeth Harvey. Elizabeth had lived inside John's world. She had been his partner. She was James Vlasakis's mother. She had been around the house, around the stories, around the money, and around some of the people who had disappeared. But when police questioned her, she denied being involved and said she did not believe John and Robert had killed anyone. The police pressed her. And under that pressure, Elizabeth's answers began to shift. But Elizabeth Harvey was not the break that opened the case. The real break came from James Vlasakis. He spoke to a friend, and what he said was serious enough that the friend contacted police. That was the first crack inside the circle. James later contacted a lawyer and arranged to cooperate. And when he began giving police information, the case changed again. He told them there were more victims. He told them about bodies buried at a property linked to John. He told them Ray Davies and Suzanne Allen were not simply missing names from the past. And he told them Thomas Trevelyan had not died by suicide. And that was when the case truly began to widen. Once James Vlasakis started talking, the case expanded beyond the vault. So, after James cooperated, police searched property linked to John Bunting, and that search brought the investigation back to the old neighborhood, back to the places where the crimes had started before the group ever needed a bank vault. There, investigators found the remains of Ray Davies and Suzanne Allen.
It's already Australia's worst serial killing, and it's not over yet.
Body number 10 has been found buried in the backyard of a house.
Police now fear the toll could rise to at least 12.
Good evening. First tonight, the toll continues to rise in the bodies in the bank murder case. Detectives now believe the total number of victims could reach 12. They're investigating whether a 4-year-old murder mystery from Lower Light should be drawn into the equation. This morning, more remains were found at Salisbury North. Reporter Jessica Sullivan is at the scene. Jessica?
Yes, Graham. Well, detectives were back at Waterloo Corner Road this morning where they found yet another body. Again, the remains were found in the backyard of this home, which up until recently was rented by John Bunting. Now, as we know, he was one of the men who appeared in court on Friday charged with murder. In other developments, we understand that some of the houses along this road are going to be demolished because of the tragic nature of this event, and police still aren't ruling out further discoveries.
James Vlasakis became the witness the prosecution needed. By the time the case reached court, James had already pleaded guilty to 4 murders. He had been part of the circle.
They're not ruling out further discoveries.
The number of people that will ultimately appear in court, or indeed the number of deceased people that we uncover, still is yet to be determined.
The cause of death of any of the 10 victims is still not known, but police say one of the 8 Snowtown bodies was immersed in a barrel of hydrochloric acid. 3 people are facing charges. They are Robert Joe Wagner, John Justin Bunting and Mark Ray Hayden. Only one victim has so far been positively identified, and police hope to release names later this week.
Through tattoos and teeth and scars and broken bones, there's a whole variety of ways that we will use to make a positive identification.
But after the arrests, he became the person who helped prosecutors show the jury that the Snowtown case was not a collection of random disappearances. John Bunting and Robert Wagner were tried together, and the trial became one of the longest and most difficult criminal trials South Australia had ever seen. It ran for about 11 months. Hundreds of witnesses gave evidence, and through it all, John and Robert sat as the 2 men at the center. And Mark Hayden stood on a separate legal path because his role was different, but the court still had to deal with each charge separately. John had been charged with 12 murders. The jury found him guilty of 11. The one unresolved count involved Suzanne Allen. Her body had been found, and her death was deeply tied to the case, but the jury could not be sure beyond reasonable doubt that she had been murdered instead of dying another way. Because of that, the charge connected to Suzanne was later dropped. Then Robert Wagner was convicted and sentenced for 10 murders, including 3 he had already pleaded guilty to. Then there was Mark Hayden. He was convicted for assisting offenders and helping cover up killings. James also received his sentence. He had pleaded guilty to 4 murders and was given life imprisonment with a 26-year non-parole period. And the victims' families had to sit through all of it.
John Bunting and Robert Wagner were each sentenced to 1 life term for every victim. So that's 11 consecutive terms of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for John. Robert Wagner got 10 of those, all life sentences. Robert said at his sentencing, "Pedophiles are doing terrible things to children. The authorities didn't do anything about it. I decided to take action. I took that action. Thank you."
On the 8th of September 2003, after one of the longest and most difficult trials South Australia had ever seen, the verdicts were read. John Justin Bunting was found guilty of 11 murders. He received 11 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Robert Joe Wagner was found guilty of 7 murders at trial, and because he had already pleaded guilty to 3 more, he received 10 life sentences with no possibility of parole. When the judge directed John and Robert to stand for sentencing, they refused. It was a small moment in the courtroom, but it said a lot. Even at the end, even after months of evidence, even after families had sat through details no family should ever have to hear, they would not give the court that basic gesture of respect. Then Robert made a statement. He said pedophiles were doing terrible things to children, and that the authorities had done nothing, so he had decided to take action. But by then, the evidence had already shown how empty that excuse was, because the victims were not all people John or Robert had proof against. Many were not even close to the story Robert was trying to tell. They were vulnerable people, disabled people, transgender people, family members, people with welfare payments, people who used drugs, people who knew too much, and people John had decided he could label, control, use, or remove. That was the truth the verdicts made clear. John had called it justice. Robert had tried to frame it as action, but the case showed a pattern of fear, money, control, prejudice, and cruelty.
The jury verdicts confirm Bunting and Wagner as Australia's worst serial killers. Theirs was a remorseless and relentless campaign of murder.
Outside the court, Marcus Johnson, the father of David Johnson, spoke about what it had been like to sit through the evidence. He said it had been a horrible experience, and he talked about hearing what had happened to his son, to Troy Yude, and to the other victims. That was the part no sentence could repair. However, by 2024, Mark Hayden had served 25 years in prison. His time behind bars had ended, but freedom brought new questions, questions the law could answer, but fear could not erase. The government moved to place him under strict supervision. A court imposed interim conditions that limited almost every part of his life. He was banned from contacting victims or their families. He could not contact the other Snowtown killers. He had to live at an approved address, wear electronic monitoring, and adhere to a curfew. He could not drink alcohol, take non-prescribed drugs, enter licensed premises, own weapons, or speak to the media. Then in 2025, James Vlasakis was granted parole, and immediately the decision reopened the case for families who had already lived with it for decades. So the parole decision was challenged. South Australia's Attorney General requested a review, arguing that the parole board had not properly weighed the seriousness of the crimes, the risk to the community, and the impact release would have on public safety. That review created a legal fight around one hard question. When a person has served the minimum sentence set by the court, should parole focus on whether they can be safely managed now, or should the horror of the original crime still be enough to keep them inside? One side argued that the crimes were too serious, too calculated, and too damaging for release at that stage to be safe. The other side argued that a non-parole period had already been set by the court, and that parole could not simply be blocked forever because the original crimes were horrifying. But in December 2025, the parole release was overturned. James stayed in prison. Then in 2026, another issue came back into the public eye. For 25 years, James's image and description had been suppressed because he had testified against John Bunting and Robert Wagner. That meant the public had known his name, his role, and his sentence, but not what he looked like. For most people, that might have sounded like a legal detail. For the families, it was not. If James was ever released, they wanted to know his face. They wanted to know who they might pass in a shop, on a street, or in an ordinary public place. They did not want to live with the fear of walking past someone connected to the case without knowing it. So when the suppression order was lifted in 2026, it was not about curiosity. It was about safety. It was about recognition. In the end, Bunting's Salisbury North house, where 2 bodies were found buried, was demolished. The case left Snowtown's community shattered for years. There were discussions about changing the town's name, including suggestions like Rosetown, but the name remained. And the old bank was not demolished. It was sold, passed into private hands, and became a place people still came to see, even though many locals wished the town could be known for something else. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I shot them all 3 in the head, and then I shot him in the head again because I thought I seen him twitch, and I heard her gurgle. I heard Linda gurgle a little bit, so I went and put another one into her, and then I come back around to where Tanya was sitting, and I shot her again in the head to make sure she was done.
On the evening of March 20th, 2021, in the small town of Strafford, Missouri, a man picked up the phone and called 911. The man on the phone was 50-year-old Jesse High, and what he told the dispatcher was almost impossible to process. He said he had just murdered 3 people: his wife, Tanya High, her mother, Linda Kohler, and her stepfather, Ronald Kohler. All 3 had been inside the house with him. But that one sentence was only the beginning, because later, when Jesse sat across from a detective inside an interrogation room, the story started to unfold in a way that was even more disturbing than the 911 call. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Jesse Huey was 50 years old, and he lived in Strafford, Missouri with his wife, Tanya F. Huey. Tanya was 48, and at that point in March 2021, she was not moving through life like everything was normal because she had recently undergone back surgery and was recovering at home. So her mother, Linda J. Kohler, and her stepfather, Ronald L. Kohler, traveled from Baton Rouge, Louisiana to Missouri to help her through that recovery. Linda was 78 years old, and Ronald was 71. And from the outside, their visit looked like the kind of thing many families would understand without needing much explanation. Linda stayed in the house with Tanya and Jesse, while Ronald stayed nearby in an RV, but came over during the day. And to most people, that would have sounded like support. But Jesse said he felt intruded upon and felt disrespected. So he decided to shoot the three of them in the head and then call 911 to report himself. Here's the interrogation.
All right, Jesse. All water for you. Thanks, sir.
If you need anything else or change your mind and you want something to be, holler at me and we'll see if we can't hook you up.
This will be a plenty.
All right. Well, Jesse, my name is Danny Ruley. I'm a detective here at the Greene County Sheriff's Office. You just call me Danny. I'd like to have a conversation with you if that's okay. But before we get into that, it's important for me that I let you know what your Miranda rights are.
Right.
We'll get into that. Those are, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. If you have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you wish. And you can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Jesse, do you understand your rights?
I do.
Outstanding. Well, with that in mind, will you have a conversation with me today?
I will.
Outstanding. Well, I might have you just sign this right here. This is just saying that I read you your Miranda rights. All right. If you have any questions about that, stop me and let me know. And again, if you need anything, holler at me. We'll get you hooked up, and I'll just kind of let you have the floor and kind of tell me what happened tonight, because I'm kind of walking on the back end. I'll be honest with you, I do know a little bit about what happened, but not much. So, Jesse, kind of tell me what happened.
I shot my wife and her mom and her stepdad. Cold-blooded murder this afternoon.
Okay.
Shot them each twice in the head.
Okay. Well, that's about as straightforward as it gets. I'll go ahead and ask you, why'd you do that, Jesse?
I lost my temper.
Sure. Okay.
Wife had back surgery last week, Friday.
Okay, so before we go any further, just so I have all my details crystal clear, what was your wife's name? Tanya. And I believe your last name, am I pronouncing it right? Huey? Huey. Does she have the same last name as
Yes.
Huey? And that's Huy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what Tanya's date of birth was?
October 13th, 72, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So then there was, you said, two more people that were involved. What was the next person's name?
Linda, and I don't know how they spell their last name.
Okay. Do you know what it is, though? And if you don't know, that's fine.
I don't know.
No, that's
enough
fine.
to tell you.
What was his name?
Ron.
Okay.
Yes.
And just so I'm clear on that, Linda and Ron were Tanya's parents.
That's correct.
Your in-laws.
That was Tanya's biological mother and her stepfather.
Bio, and he's a step. Okay. So you said, before I interrupted you, you said that Tanya, a week ago, had back surgery.
Yes.
Okay.
Her mom and Ron live in a RV.
Okay.
They decided that they were coming to Missouri to support Tanya.
Sure.
In her recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get along with her mom, and, you know, never been like, hadn't been like outward friction there, but I stayed away from them, don't want them in my life, I don't want to be in their life, you know.
Right.
And so what ended up happening is her mom moved in on me. And Ron would just come and show up at the house whenever and just walk right in through the door. Now, bearing in mind, that's my place and I'm the one that pays the bill on it.
Right.
So I felt pretty disrespected.
Because it sounds like they would just show up and invite themselves.
Well, see, when Tanya and I got together years ago, her mom and Ron pulled this shit before, where they just show up kind of unannounced and stay.
Yeah.
Which I don't agree with. I don't think you do that. I wouldn't do that to my own family.
Sure.
When the detective asked what happened, Jesse did not hesitate. He stated it without flinching. His wife, her mother, and her stepfather were shot twice in the head. And when asked why, he simply said he lost his temper before explaining the tension with his in-laws.
Do that. I wouldn't do that to my own family.
Sure.
You know, that's no social grace there at all. You understand what I'm saying? You don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But they did it again, showed up. And, you know, bearing in mind, my wife has just had lower back surgery, and I didn't want to make it hard for her.
And so did that surgery that she had, I imagine, being a back surgery, that it probably laid her out, she probably couldn't walk, or is that not the case?
She, at the very first, she was walking.
Yeah.
You know, I had to help her get down in her chair. I had to help her get up out of her chair. I had to help her get into bed and swing her legs in for her and stuff. Her mom couldn't do any of that.
Yeah.
Her mom's got a bad back and bad stuff on her. So, you know, her mom was basically just there for moral support, I guess, because she wasn't able to physically help her get up or get down or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so, over the course of the week, you know, I'm watching my wife improve, where she's able to get up and walk around, go to the bathroom by herself without help, and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, Linda wasn't making there was no indication they were going to leave at all.
Really?
And I had talked to Tanya more than once that I wasn't happy about the situation.
Mm-hmm. So tell me how those conversations went.
Well, I told her, I said, you know, I'm not happy about this. I ain't going to live like this.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you know, they need to go. I am here. You know, I offered to cook her anything she wanted. Her mom, like I said, wasn't able to physically help her do anything.
Yeah.
And like I said, I felt intruded upon. I felt disrespected. And, you know, I pay the fucking bill on that place. So that gives me some say. Granted, she's on the note too. So, you know, Linda came in and burrowed in like a tick and just pretty much made it obvious that she wasn't going anywhere. And she knew very well that I was not happy about it, because when I talked to Tanya probably Wednesday, and I left the front door open. Her mother was in the kitchen right there, and I left the front door open so she could hear every goddamn word.
Okay. Did they ever approach you about that?
No.
Okay. So earlier you...
And Tanya just basically told me, you know, basically she was just going to do what she wanted to do, and, you know, the way I felt just didn't matter.
So kind of disregarded your feelings.
Exactly.
We're going to stay here anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you mentioned earlier that it sounded like that Linda and Ron came here from an RV out of state.
Yeah, I think their home state, I believe, is Louisiana, but they travel around in their RV.
Is that like a retirement thing, or are they homeless? Or
no, retirement. And as far as I know, it's parked up there in Stratford at the RV place. So you're probably going to have to let somebody know that ain't nobody coming to get that today.
Sure. So their RV is at the RV park in Stratford.
As far as I know.
So how did they get to the house there, or your house?
They were driving my wife's car, and then they had a little tow behind that was sitting there in the driveway.
Okay. And what, just so we're on the same page, what your address, I believe, is on 249. What's the
4486?
Right. And they were driving Tanya's car. What kind of car did Tanya drive?
It's a RAV4, and they were also driving their car.
And what was their car?
It's a little Ford Festiva.
And the Ford is what you were calling their tow behind.
Yes, they were towing it around with their RV and using that to drive around in,
Okay.
park the RV.
And then do you drive a truck? Or
Yes.
What kind of truck do you have?
F-150.
F-150. Okay. And I apologize for not asking, but Jesse, what do you do for work?
Well, I was a construction worker, and then my hip and my knees and my low back went out, and I haven't been working.
Okay, so are you on disability, I guess?
No, I'm not on disability.
Okay.
The doctors I went to go see, I had carpenter's insurance. The doctors that I had to go see through that insurance really didn't do nothing to help me.
So, Jesse, it sounds like a lot of kind of stressful stuff's been happening because obviously you had your own medical issues, and then your wife had that, which is a pretty invasive surgery about a week ago.
Yeah.
So that's kind of putting her out. Then you have your in-laws come in. And I know that can be stressful for anybody.
I said, I kept it pretty calm and cool for several days there.
Yeah. So throughout the week,
and as I'm watching my wife improve, I know at this point, well, Linda was no help to her from day one.
Uh-huh.
Linda couldn't help her get up out of her chair or set her down or swing her legs into bed or nothing. She's basically just there for moral support. Okay?
Sure.
Give me a Diet Coke. Make me a chicken sandwich type of thing.
Yeah.
And like I said, I let it go for several days knowing that my wife is hurt and,
So tonight, when this incident happened, specifically, what led up to this?
Jesse's frustration centered on one idea. He believed Linda did not need to be there. He said she was only offering moral support while he could handle Tanya's care himself. So when Tanya kept defending her parents, Jesse saw it as more than disagreement. To him, it felt like everyone in the house had heard his warning and ignored it.
Well, I had gone out and visited some friends and went and had lunch and stuff.
Okay.
And when I come home, they were all gone. And I looked around the house, and it kind of looked to me like Linda may have picked up her stuff, like maybe she got the hint and left.
Right. Okay.
And I was actually upstairs talking to my dad about the whole situation.
In your best guess, about what time did you get home from having lunch?
Oh, it was probably 4:35.
About
Something
4:30 or 5. Okay. And you said you went out with some friends?
I just went out and visited a friend of mine.
I got you. Okay. All right.
And like I said, come home, and it kind of appeared, looking around the house, that maybe she had picked up her stuff.
So something I heard about the house, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like there's 2 levels to the house.
2 levels to the house.
But you cannot access the top floor and basement. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
You gotta walk around.
Okay, so did you and Tanya live upstairs or downstairs?
No, we lived downstairs. My dad lived in the modular upstairs.
Okay, so your dad upstairs did.
My dad's 86, got Alzheimer's and dementia going on.
So did you guys kind of help take care of him too?
Yes.
Okay, so he lives upstairs by himself then?
Yes.
And then did anybody else live there other than you and Tanya?
No.
Okay, any other RVs or trailers on the property that people lived in?
No.
Just the 3 of you?
Yes.
Okay, so so you said that you got home from lunch, looked around, and it appeared that they were gone. And then you went upstairs.
The cars were gone. I looked around. I didn't see Linda's stuff in the bathroom, toothbrush and whatnot. I thought, well, good.
Yeah.
Maybe she's finally got the hint, and they're going to go on about their way.
Okay.
And I was upstairs talking to Dad about the whole situation.
And what's your dad's name?
Harold Henry.
Okay. And so you were talking to your father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, Dad has known what's been going on all week because I go up and I spend time with him, talk with him, and I generally cook his dinner for him and stuff like that.
Sure.
Check on him several times a day.
Sure.
But there was one detail Jesse could not talk his way around. He was angry that Tanya's parents had come to stay for a few days while she recovered from surgery. But his own father was living upstairs in that same house permanently, and that made his complaint sound less like a problem with family being in the home and more like a problem with whose family was allowed to be there.
We got walkie-talkies to stay in contact, type of deal. And anyway, while I was up there, I see them roll in, and you know, I went down there and I walked in, and they're all sitting there in the kitchen.
And this is downstairs. Right?
Downstairs. I walked in and I said, Ron and Linda, you need to leave. And my wife said, they're not going anywhere. I'm half owner of this place. They stay here as long as they want to.
Mm-hmm.
So I went outside, I got my gun, I walked back in, I shot them all in the head. Then I shot them all in the head again to make sure they were down.
Okay. Where'd you get the gun from?
I had it in my truck.
Okay. Do you usually keep a gun in your truck?
Yes, I do.
What kind of gun was that?
9mm.
Do you remember the brand, make, model, any of that?
It's Jimenez.
Jimenez. And you said that's a Jimenez 9mm?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a black or chrome?
Silver.
Or about silver in color? Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I might have heard that prior to law enforcement arriving, you unloaded it and put it on the tailgate of a truck?
I did.
Okay, so it sounds like you confronted Linda and Todd and told them to leave.
From the time that I lost it, it was under a minute. Everything was over.
Okay. So where was Ron at when you shot him?
Sitting in my chair at the table.
Sitting in your chair at the table.
And when I told them they needed to leave, they didn't make a move to get up. They looked at her and decided they were staying.
They just ignored you.
And that's when I decided, all right then, because I warned her earlier in the week, and I told her I was very unhappy about this, and I said, if you're going to make me go off, and if you do, this is on you.
Yeah.
And this is what she got for it. She made me go off, and now there's 3 fucking dead people. It was over and under a minute. I didn't start off with a handgun. That's where it ended up.
Yeah. How long was it till you called 911? In between the time that you shot them and called 911, what was the time frame there?
Couldn't have been more than a few minutes.
Just a few minutes.
I come outside, and I seen my dad coming down there, and I told him, do not go down there, get your ass back up in the house.
Did you tell him what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So what was it that you told him?
I told him I just shot him.
How did he react to that?
He was heartbroken, of course.
Yeah. Who was the first one of the 3 that you shot?
Ron.
You shot Ron. He was in your chair. Did he see you coming, or?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He started to try. First, he looked at her, and he started to turn his head to me, and by then, I got him. And Linda was all fucking surprised that I just shot Ron, and I shot her in the fucking head.
Did either one?
And then I turned and I shot her in the head.
Yeah.
I warned them. I fucking told them. I guess she decided to call my bluff. So here we are.
Did any of them get anything out verbally?
No, nothing more than a little bit of a squeal. Like I said, it was all over real quick.
So they didn't have time to even say anything?
I shot them all 3 in the head, and then I shot him in the head again because I thought I seen him twitch, and I heard her gurgle. I heard Linda gurgle a little bit, so I went and put another one into her, and then I come back around to where Tanya was sitting, and I shot her again in the head to make sure she was done.
How long had you and Tanya been married?
I don't know, 5-6 years.
5-6 years. I got to ask Jesse, how are you feeling right now?
I'm upset,
Sure.
Like I said, I didn't start off wanting to do this. I never wanted to do this. I feel like they pushed me to the point that I had to do it. So
you've given me a very understandable story about what's going on the last week, but specifically, can you kind of tell me what has really specifically been happening between you and Linda and Ron for it to lead up to this? What kind of exchanges have there been between them?
I haven't had no exchanges with them. That's the point. I don't like them. I don't want to be in their life. I don't want them in my life. That's what the whole fucking problem was.
Okay.
They pushed themselves into my life.
Had there been any threats back and forth on their side? Nothing? No threats or anything like
but
that?
I did tell Tanya earlier in the week that I was really unhappy with the way this was going, and I wasn't going to put up with it. And if she persisted that, it was going to be on her, the consequences would be on her. And I guess she decided to call my bluff today.
Okay. And so when you told Tanya that the consequences would be on her, did you, elaborate and tell her what those consequences would be?
I didn't.
Did she ask or anything like that?
No.
So it was kind of open-ended?
Yep.
Did you know what you were meaning at the time?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew it wasn't going to be fucking good. Mm-hmm. And here's the deal. I'm a veteran. And generally speaking, most people that know me know when I say that I will do something, I will absolutely do it. Don't try me out, because I'll do it every damn time. Take me serious when I tell you something, and they did not take me serious. So this is the consequence of that. Now I've killed them and ruined the lives of, their family, and I've ruined my life. I don't need a lawyer. I know what I did, and I know what I did was wrong, but the truth of the matter is I couldn't stop myself from doing it. It happened so fucking fast, I couldn't stop myself from doing it.
Mm-hmm. Have you had episodes or any sort of...
Yeah, I've been PTSD ever since I come out of the war. I've been dangerous for a long time, and I've been able to maintain and not get into trouble.
Sure.
I mean, you check my record. I ain't got nothing on me. I haven't done shit.
Sure.
But there's been 100 times over the years that I've gotten really close to being in serious trouble and was able to resist the temptation of letting go. Mm-hmm. This afternoon, I was pushed to the point I could not resist letting go.
Sure. So again, not to drag you through it a bunch, but just it's very important to me that I have everything crystal clear exactly like how it happened. So I just want to make sure that I'm getting your story exactly how you're telling it to me. When you walked back in the house, Ron was in your chair. He was the first person you shot.
Mm-hmm.
So that day, Jesse came home, and then he told Ronald and Linda to leave. But Tanya shut it down. She said they were not going anywhere. So Jesse walked outside, got the gun from his truck, came back in, and opened fire. According to him, from the moment he lost control to the moment it was over, less than a minute had passed.
First person you shot, who was the second person?
Linda.
And where was Linda at when you shot her?
Well, when I come in through the door, Linda stood up.
Okay.
Was
Linda at the table as well?
She was at the table as well. They were all three at the table.
All three were at the table?
Yes.
Okay. So you shot Ron, then Linda stood up.
Linda stood up and squealed, and I shot her.
Okay.
And by that time, Tanya had stood up and squealed, and I shot her. And then I went back through and I shot them all again to make sure they were done.
Okay. And how much longer did you stay in the house after you used the gun versus when you walked outside?
I didn't. I walked out.
You just walked straight out?
Yeah.
And then you said that Harold, or your dad, came outside and you told him...
He was starting to walk down there, and I turned him around and said, "Don't go down there.
Yeah.
Go back up to the house."
Yeah. Yeah. And it sounds like you told him, again, that you had killed the three people.
I did.
And did you have to keep convincing him to go upstairs, or did he listen to you and just...
He pretty much listened.
Okay. All right. And then I'm assuming at some point deputies came and put handcuffs on you.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, your guy Beatles, y'all better watch that one. He's got a mean streak to him.
Okay.
Just to let you know that.
Okay.
I mean, I realize I just killed 3 people, but I also fucking called you guys and turned myself in without fighting.
Okay.
So there was no need for that shit that he pulled.
Okay, we'll look into that. And then I'll tell you, Jesse, it's to me personally, it's my intent to treat you fairly. And if at any point you feel like I haven't, stop me and we'll address it.
Right. Well, I'm telling you that he didn't treat me fairly, but I understand that's the way he is. Okay. That's why I'm telling y'all, you better watch that guy.
Okay.
You're going to have problems with him.
Okay. Well, is there anything else that you think is important for me to know about this situation or this incident, or any backstory? Anything else that you would like to tell me?
Really, that's all that you need to know about the whole thing. I mean, you know what? This has been brewing for a week here, And, you know, like I said, she moved in on me Saturday last week, and I have really bit my tongue, and I've tried to stay away from them. But every time Ron would show up and just walk through my door, that, you know, like I said, I'm the one that pays the mortgage on the place. I really felt pretty disrespected. I wouldn't just assume that I could go to anybody else's house and just walk through the damn door.
Sure.
You don't do that.
Mm-hmm. How long did you and Tanya live there at that house in Stratford?
Oh, we've been out there for, I don't know, a couple of years or better.
A couple of years, okay. And has Linda and Ron stayed with you guys in the past for an extended period?
Like I said, when we were first together, Linda showed up, and they kind of just showed up and, you know, bam, here we are, and
sure.
We'll leave when we want to leave type of shit.
Sure. Okay.
You know, the point is I knew that if this is the way it's going to be, that these folks think that they can show up and walk in my door anytime they want to and have no regard about how I feel about them being there. You know, I knew I wasn't going to put up with that.
I can understand.
Not when I'm the guy that's paying the bills on the place. You know, and like I said, it started out, I was trying to take it easy on Tanya because I knew she was in the process of healing and all that stuff. I didn't want to make it rough on her.
Sure.
But as the week progressed, it became apparent to me that Linda had no intention of leaving.
Sure.
And, you know, Tanya had no intention of asking them to leave.
So, yeah, the situation you described to me, it does sound incredibly disrespectful, them coming in the house like that. But I got to ask, I mean, did you feel like you were in any type of danger physically from this?
No.
No. Okay. All right, and I do appreciate you being candid with me and honest. Jesse, I'm going to step out of the room just for a moment. I'm going to go talk to one of my supervisors, and then I'll come back in and we'll finish up here and we'll walk through, you know, what's going to happen here, okay? Do you have any questions for me right now?
I don't.
Okay. I think I got some granola bars on my desk. You sure you're good?
I'm good, thank you.
Yep.
And later, Jesse said something that made the whole thing even disturbing. He warned the detective not to put him in a cell with anybody else, because according to him, he is a dangerous man and doesn't tolerate any form of disrespect. But before that, Detective Danny asked him how many times Ronald and Linda had visited before now.
So, a couple other things I would like to go over with you and again, this is just so I have the most crystal clear picture of what happened, because I want to make sure everything that I report is accurate and, you know, come from you, and I don't want to get down the road and then you read a report and you're like, well, that's not what I told them. I just want to make sure that we're same page here. You know, and when we talked about them showing up and inviting themselves into your home, in disregard to how you felt, you know, that's something that I think is important here. And, you know, something
doesn't justify what I did, all right? I know that.
Sure.
I can't help it.
Sure.
I didn't want to murder 3 people today, okay? I lost it, okay? I didn't have control over that. I know what I did was wrong.
Sure, Jesse, this is the first time
I had no control over it.
Yeah.
I mean, when I snapped, okay? Like I said, I know it wasn't right, okay? And I'm not trying to say that them forcing their way into my home and doing that justifies what I did, because it didn't.
Sure, and Jesse, clearly, by what you just said, a mistake has been made, but I'm not going to sit in here and berate you for it. I'm just trying to get the whole story.
Yep.
So I'm not going to sit in here and judge you and talk down to you. That's definitely not what I'm trying to do. So just some other questions I did have about kind of the facts here is, you know, how in the past, when they have come, about how many times do you think, if you had to put a number on it, your best guess that they've shown up and have entered your house and things like that, beyond this week?
Show up and stay one time earlier on.
And about when would that have been? This year, last year?
No, like 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Okay. And then you said that their RV, which, do you know what kind of RV it is by chance? Okay, their RV is at a park in Stratford.
As far as I know, it is. I don't know.
So this week, when they would go to bed, do they stay at your place?
No, her mom stayed at my home, and Ron would go to their RV because they have dogs.
I got you. So they likely have
And then Ron would, like, say, sometime during the day, he would just show up and let him in, walk through the door and go sit in my chair at the table. And, if I needed to walk through there, he wouldn't get out of the way kind of shit.
Yeah. Sure.
I just had enough, okay? Mm-hmm. I had enough of it.
Sure.
It wouldn't be a good idea for you guys to put me with anybody, because now that I've murdered 3 people, I ain't got nothing holding me back. Don't put me with someone. It's probably not going to be a good idea if you do that.
Well, I can certainly...
I'm telling you I'm dangerous, and it would be a bad idea for you to do that.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure that message gets passed along, because I don't want to see anybody else get hurt. Like
I say, I just killed 3 people, so another one ain't going to fucking make a difference to me now.
Okay. But I can tell, though, that, again, we know a mistake's been made, but I know that if you could take this back, you would, right?
I would like to. I wish I could take it back, but on the other hand, I really wish I hadn't been put in that position.
Sure.
I've been waiting a fucking week. I've got a personal code. If someone disrespects me 3 times, then I'm gonna fix that problem.
Then he admitted the part that destroyed any excuse. He was not in danger and nobody attacked him. So this wasn't the case of self-defense. And when the detective gave him a chance to show remorse, Jesse still twisted it. He basically said, "I wish I could take it back, but I wish they had not put me there," and that he might do it again if he felt disrespected.
I'm gonna fix that problem.
Sure.
And I've went way over the 3 times this week in an effort to try to make this work.
Mm-hmm.
And this afternoon when I walked in, I wasn't loud screaming at him, wasn't trying to fight with him. I was very calm. I just said, "Ron, Linda, you guys need to go."
Mm-hmm. And then when you said that, it sounds like Tanya then said, "This is out of my house, and
they're not going anywhere."
Now, when she said that, did Ron and Linda jump in at all and say anything? Or
they just looked at her to take their cue from her.
Okay.
And I looked at them, and they made no attempt, no movement to get up and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost it.
Sure.
And I walked outside, and I walked back in with a 9mm, and I put them all on the fucking ground.
Okay. So it sounded like you told me that you guys had been there in Stratford for give or take 2 or 3 years. And you guys have been married for, you said, 5 or 6 years. Had you been married before?
We married in 15. I've been married 3 other times.
3 other times, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have any kids?
Yes, I do.
How many kids do you have?
I got 2 kids.
2 kids. Are they are they here in Missouri or somewhere else?
One of them is, and one of them's out east.
Okay. Would you like us to get in contact with them? Or?
No.
Okay. All right. What about your ex-wives? Are they local or somewhere else?
One of them's local.
Yeah. What's her name?
Kathleen.
Kathleen.
I think she's got her maiden name now. Candelora.
Do you know if she lives in Springfield or?
She lives out by Boat Ark.
Boat Ark. Okay. And when were you married to her?
Before Tanya.
Right before Tanya?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was married to her for 14, 15 years.
Okay. Something that I can, appreciate, and again, I'm not trying to sound like a smart ass at all, but you said you were in the military, so I would like to say thank you for your service, because that does mean a lot to me and everybody else, and something I want to address with that. You said you do have some PTSD, or you have some issues.
I've had them since I got out of the desert.
What branch were you in?
Army.
And when did you get into the service?
Went in 88.
88.
Yep, I went through Desert Storm.
Yeah.
Served with the 2nd Armored Cavalry.
Yeah.
Out of Germany. And Yeah, ain't been right since got back. I've been treating it by smoking marijuana and drinking.
Sure.
Trying to calm me down. And up to today, it's been working.
Yeah. Have you ever been in contact with anybody from the VA, like counselors, therapists, anything like that? Is that something you've ever considered or thought about?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Every experience I've had with Army doctors has been bad, so they ain't never done anything good for me.
Yeah, I've unfortunately heard a lot of other people in your situation.
And that's why I wouldn't go to
same
them.
Thing. Yeah. I have family members myself that had a lot of issues with the VA. But, you talked about some other issues you've had. What kind of other medical issues do you have other than, have you been diagnosed with PTSD? No. Okay.
Jesse had served in the military back in the late 80s and early 90s, and when the detective brought that up, Jesse started talking about Desert Storm, PTSD, and how he claimed he had not been the same since he came back. It did not erase what he had done, but it showed the detective was trying to see whether Jesse's reaction came from something deeper or whether this was simply anger that he had chosen to act on.
You said I apologize if I'm misremembering, but I think you said you had a bad hip.
Got a bad hip, got a bad knee.
Hip and knee.
My low back is tore up. Got arthritis in my low back.
Okay. Do you have any other heart conditions, diabetes?
Diabetes, yeah.
Okay. What kind of diabetic are you?
Take metformin. Well, I used to take metformin.
Metformin, yeah.
I haven't had insurance for a while. My carpenter's insurance dried up. Tanya didn't want to put me on her insurance. She worked at Cox, and she didn't want to put me on her insurance. And I was really not wanting to go to the VA because, like I said, every experience I've had with Army doctors has been bad.
Yeah.
And so I ran out of medicine, and I haven't taken anything for a while.
Sure. So, granted, I know that she was recovering from a back surgery, but before that surgery, was Tanya still working?
Yep.
Okay. And you said she worked at Cox?
Yes.
What did she do for Cox?
She's a nurse. Cox North at the mental floor, adult psych.
Sure. Okay. And pending everything, I guess, healed up or everything went good with the surgery, was she planning on going back to work?
Yes.
Okay. Because of your things that you got going on, you're not able to work. What did you do for work before you had to stop because of your injuries?
I was a union carpenter.
Union carpenter. Mm-hmm. How long did you do that for?
6 years.
Yeah. Did you work like local or would you travel for that kind of stuff?
I did end up traveling.
Yeah.
For them.
Mm-hmm.
Before I went in the union, I owned my own business doing doors and hardware, and before that, I worked for non-union shops all over town.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then Detective Danny moved into the search. He told Jesse investigators were already working through the house, and he needed to know if there was anything inside that could hurt deputies or become a problem. Jesse did not point to anything that sounded like a hidden surprise. He said there was probably some weed, some moonshine, knives, and guns. Then he added the part that mattered most. If officers found a gun standing in that house, they should treat it as loaded.
Okay. Jesse, I think that that gives me a pretty good picture of what happened. I can tell you that, be honest with you about this, we have another detective right now writing a search warrant to go into your house because anytime, as you can imagine, we have a scene like this, it's standard that we go in and we do the best investigation that we can. Is there anything in your home, upstairs or downstairs, that you think that would be harmful to deputies? Any weapons or narcotics or anything that...
there's probably some weed around. There's probably some moonshine around.
Yeah, other than weed and moonshine.
There's knives.
Okay.
I have a knife collection.
Yeah.
There are guns.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And if you see a gun standing in my house, it's loaded.
Sure.
So
we treat all guns like they are loaded anyway. So. Okay. Do you keep any other guns in your truck, or just that one?
Nope, that was the only one.
Okay. So I think you said you shot them each twice, so you would have fired six rounds.
I'm pretty sure I shot 6 times.
Okay. Do you know how many rounds that gun holds? probably a little single stack magazine.
I think it'll hold probably 12 or 13 or something like that.
And he fired 6 to the best of your memory. Okay. Well, Jesse, I think that's probably going to be all I can think of right now. You know, in a case like this, as you can imagine, there might be tomorrow, later tonight, whenever, there might be some other things I'd like to talk to you about. Would you be receptive in the future to come back over here and have a conversation with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate that as well. I'm going to step out one more time. Again, anything else you can think that you'd like to tell me or any questions you might have? Okay. All right. Well, hang tight. I'll be right back.
Then the concern shifted to Jesse's father. With Jesse in custody and the house becoming a crime scene, his father could not stay there alone. So Detective Danny asked who could take care of him. Jesse said his sister Beth could help, and it was not just his father. There was also a dog upstairs, so police had to make sure both Jesse's father and the pet had somewhere safe to go while investigators worked through the house.
So with that being in mind, I'm wondering if you can think of somewhere, you know, because I want to make sure that he's in a comfortable environment, not just standing on the street this whole time, because our search warrants.
Well, last I saw, the sheriffs had my dad. I don't know what you guys have done with him.
He is here at the sheriff's office.
Okay, well.
Speaking with a detective, so.
My sister Beth would be able to look after him. He's got Alzheimer's dementia.
Right. And I remember you telling me that, so that's why it was very important to us that when we release him or get him where he needs to be, that he's going to be in a safe place with somebody who can take care of him like how you do.
Now, I got a dog up there in his house, a 1-year-old Great Dane puppy.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if where we should, or who we can call to get the dog as well? Is there
my sister,
Beth?
Yeah,
okay.
Beth.
And, you know...
Summers is her last name. I don't know her number by heart.
Is that
S-U-M-M-E-R-S?
Whereabouts does Beth live?
In Springfield.
Okay, do you know her street or address by chance?
I don't know.
Okay. And is, you call her Beth, is her name Bethany, though?
Beth.
Beth, okay. Do you know her date of birth by chance? If that might help me find her. Okay. Who does she live with?
Her husband.
What's his name?
William. They had actually showed up out there. My dad had called her.
Oh, okay.
And she had showed up out there, and then, as far as I know, the sheriffs sent them away.
Okay. So if that's the case, we should have their information. So what I can do is, if it's okay, I can reach out to Beth.
Yes.
And let her know. I'm not going to, because one thing I do when I have people come in here and talk to me, I don't go running around telling other people your business.
None of that. I just want her to take care of my dad.
Yeah, we want to make sure the same thing happens. So we will get a hold of Beth, and do you think your dad's going to be receptive of going with her for a little bit?
Yes.
Just at least for the night. Okay, very good. So we will make that arrangement happen. That will work. Because I do remember hearing that 2 people arrived on scene, so that's probably going to be them. But
that's them. I saw them from the back of the car there.
That'll work. And then, so, you know, with you being in the military, I can imagine what the answer is, but you know, something I would just like to ask. Before tonight, have you ever killed anyone before?
No.
Tonight's the very first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
After the interrogation, the case moved into the court system, and the charges were as serious as the facts investigators had already heard from Jesse himself. Jesse Huy was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of armed criminal action. He was held without bond.
We have an update to a story we brought you last night out of Greene County. The Greene County prosecutor has charged 50-year-old Jesse Huy of Strafford, Missouri, with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of armed criminal action with no bond. Now, last night, just after 6:30, officials say Huy called 911, saying he had just killed 3 of his family members at his home at 4486 North Farm Road 249 in Strafford. Authorities charge Huy with murdering his spouse, Tanya Huy, and her parents, Ronald and Linda Kohler, both from Baton Rouge.
A pretrial conference was scheduled in October 2021, and by October 2022, Jesse was expected to face trial. But then, just before opening arguments were set to begin, he changed the direction of the case. He pleaded guilty, and with that, There would be no long trial where witnesses had to walk the jury through every part of what happened inside the home. There would be no extended courtroom fight over whether Jesse had been the person who killed Tanya, Ronald, and Linda. His own confession had already carried the weight of that story. By January 2023, Jesse stood before the court for sentencing. A judge sentenced him to 3 consecutive life sentences without parole, 1 for Tanya, 1 for Ronald, and 1 for Linda.
A man from Stratford convicted for the murders of his wife and her parents will be spending the rest of his life behind bars. Jesse Huey told police he killed all 3 because he was tired of them. Fox 49's Parker Padgett live for us tonight at the Greene County Courthouse. And Parker, some emotional words in the courthouse earlier today.
Yeah, Mike, we got to hear from people related to the victims asking the judge to keep Huey behind bars for the rest of his life.
This was a barbaric, heinous, unspeakable crime. The defendant went in and shot 3 unarmed people.
Jesse Huey, after pleading guilty to the murders of Tanya Huey and Ron and Linda Kohler, is now sentenced to life in prison.
I have to tell you, sir, that really I've never handled a case quite of this nature. The word senseless doesn't seem to really capture what happened here.
Huey told law enforcement he wanted his in-laws to leave, but his wife refused to tell them to go. He says he then went to his truck, got a gun, and killed them all in under a minute.
He shot them in cold blood. And then, as the evidence suggests from these photographs, went up to each of them in turn and fired at least a second. In Tanya's case, a third, shot into the...
At sentencing, Teresa Williamson, a family member and the Kohlers' niece, gave an impact statement. She remembered Linda and Ron as people who were always there for family.
Family of the victims gave statements, asking the judge to impose the harshest punishment possible.
I will miss Linda and Ron's willingness to always be there for all of us. That's what they were doing with Tanya when this arrogant monster made the selfish decision to take their lives.
I have never been through this type of tragedy before and did not know where to begin. I just did not understand how a person could cause this much devastation to one family and not even have any remorse.
Judge Mountjoy addressed Huey before sentencing and spoke about the manner the 3 were gunned down.
To make sure she saw what you were doing to her parents and then shoot her in the eyes, that's full of all kinds of psychology that is way over my training, but it's horrific. All of this is horrific.
And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Tried to break my arm when I was trying to get back inside. She's currently got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And then when I tried to
What was that?
You just shot me!
Shooting with somebody. She's driving. She just shot him. I just heard 4 shots. Sir, are you there?
September 8th, 2021, Gulf Breeze, Florida. Just after 6:20 in the evening, a man named Colin Turner picked up his phone and called 911 for the 3rd time that day. By then, deputies already knew the address. They had been to the house twice in the last few hours because of arguments between Colin and his wife, Bree Kristen Kuhn. Each time, officers left without making an arrest. There were no visible injuries, no clear evidence of violence, and no legal reason to take either of them into custody. But this 3rd call felt different almost immediately. He said she had already tried to hurt his arm while he was trying to get back inside, and now he was stuck in the garage with no way out while their children were still inside the home. As he continued explaining what was happening, the dispatcher suddenly heard a loud sound interrupt the call. Then Colin said something that changed the entire case. "She just shot me." A few seconds later, more shots rang out through the phone line. Then everything went quiet. The dispatcher kept calling out to him, but there was no response anymore. Officers were rushed to the house immediately, and while they were driving there, the reality of what they had just heard started setting in. This was no longer another domestic disturbance call. They may have just listened to a man die in real time. When deputies reached the house 4 minutes later, Colin Turner was dead in the garage. His wife, Navy Chief Bree Kristen Cohn, was waiting outside. But by then, the fight inside that house had already crossed too many lines. And by the time detectives took her into the interrogation room, the story she gave them would be very different from what the 911 call had already recorded. The dispatcher answered the call the same way she had answered thousands of others before it, but within seconds, it became clear this one was different. On the other end of the line was 34-year-old Colin Turner, and he sounded tired more than anything else, like someone who had spent the entire day arguing, explaining himself, and calling for help without anything actually changing. He told dispatchers that deputies had already been to the house twice that day because of problems between him and his wife, Bree Kristen Cohn. Earlier, officers had managed to calm things down enough for him to get back into the house, but according to Colin, the situation immediately escalated again. He said Bree locked him inside the garage and would not let him back into the house, and while he was trying to get back through the door, she had tried to hurt his arm. As he spoke, the dispatcher tried to piece together exactly what was happening inside the home on Jenks Drive. Then, in the middle of Colin's sentence, everything changed. A loud sound suddenly interrupted the call. For a split second, neither the dispatcher nor Colin reacted clearly, almost like both of them were trying to process what had just happened. Then Colin said the words that would later become the center of the entire case. "She just shot me." Then more shots rang out through the phone, one, then another, and then another. The dispatcher immediately started calling out to him again, asking if he could still hear her, asking if he was still there, but there was no response anymore. Whatever had just happened inside that garage had happened fast, and the operator knew it.
Emergency. Hi, you guys have been out to my house twice today, and then most recently the deputy talked my wife into letting me in the house, and then she locked me in the garage and tried to break my arm when I was trying to get back inside. She's currently got me locked in the garage because earlier she broke both of the big doors, and then when I came out here to fix it after getting in the house earlier, she locked the door behind me. And then when I tried to
What was that?
You just shot me!
I got the shooting with somebody Jenks Drive and she just shot him. I just heard 4 shots. Sir, are you there? Sir, are you there? He's not.
Officers were dispatched immediately, and the situation was upgraded within seconds because everyone listening to that call understood the same thing at the same time. A man who had called 911 for help may have just been killed while still on the line. Deputies raced toward the house in Gulf Breeze while dispatch relayed updates over the radio. When deputies arrived roughly 4 minutes later, they moved quickly through the property trying to figure out where the shots had come from. The garage door was closed, and officers had difficulty getting inside, so they ended up forcing their way into the garage area to reach Colin.
Open the door. I'll get the wrong dollars.
Right in the garage door. Anybody else in there? Can we open this?
Inside, they found him on the floor. He had been hit multiple times, and there was nothing deputies could do for him anymore.
Covered in blood. I don't know who he is, but he's in the garage. 3 in the chest, or looks like 3 in the chest. Might be 2. They said they heard 4 guns.
While officers secured the garage and began treating the home like a homicide scene, another deputy searched the kitchen area and located a firearm near a toaster.
It looks like it's in the holster.
Yeah.
But it's stuck behind the toaster.
Stuck behind a toaster.
Investigators would later believe this was the weapon used during the shooting. At the same time, deputies started trying to locate the children who had been inside the home during the argument. They found them across the street at a neighbor's house.
I have tried to kill myself a couple months ago that, Judge of the world would give me a
custody of the children. He threw me on the ground and said nobody would believe me because I was a crazy bitch.
But the police knew all this already. What they wanted to know was what had happened next.
So what happened after the law enforcement left the second time?
I don't remember. He was in the garage again, and I locked him out.
The two younger children did not appear to fully understand what had happened yet, but the oldest child was visibly upset and crying. And while all of this was happening, Bree Kuhn was outside. The officers who encountered her later described her as being in shock. Her emotions seemed to shift from one moment to the next. At times, she sounded confused, then emotional, then almost detached from what had just happened. She asked deputies if Colin was alive, and when officers tried to calm her down, she started speaking in fragments, almost like she was trying to process the reality of what she had done while standing there in real time.
Hold on. This is Deputy Oahu. Come here, sweetheart. It's okay. Well, do me a favor. Can you, if they're working on it right now. Okay. I need you to go with this deputy, have her see her car. She's going to hang out with you.
Take her. I'll get EMS to come check her out. She's the shooter. Where's your kids at?
Right, that's my oldest right there.
Okay.
She's 12. Her dad's name is Runner. He's in the DEA.
Okay. All right, have a seat. Have a seat. I don't know yet, man. I just got here.
At one point she said, "I'm a murderer." Then moments later she told deputies, "You should arrest me."
No, I'm fine. That's my kids. My husband.
Are kids in the house?
No, they're with the neighbor. He's dead. I saw him and I tried to help. He was dead. So, well, let's not talk about that right now, okay? My kids don't have a dad or a mom now. And it's my fault. Right? Alright. So right now, we're just gonna do this for right now, okay?
For your safety for ours, okay?
I'm a murderer.
Listen to me. You're not under arrest right now. You're being investigated.
No, you should arrest me. I killed my husband.
But almost immediately after that, she seemed to swing back into disbelief.
Got him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead. How come they're not going to get him? The ambulance.
So, deputies detained her near the house while investigators started locking down the scene, separating witnesses, and trying to reconstruct the final minutes before the shooting. Because by that point, they already knew one thing for certain. The last moments of Colin Turner's life had been captured on a recorded 911 call. And for deputies standing there that evening, one question immediately took over the entire investigation. What happened inside that house before the shooting started? To neighbors and people outside the home, Bree Kristen Kuhn and Colin James Turner looked like the kind of couple that had already built a stable life together. They lived in Gulf Breeze, Florida, in a quiet suburban neighborhood near Pensacola, and from the outside, there was nothing about the family that suggested police would eventually be standing in their garage investigating a killing. Bree had built a serious military career for herself. She was born in May of 1987, graduated from East Mississippi Community College in 2012, and then joined the United States Navy. Over the years, she worked her way into a respected leadership position at Naval Air Station Pensacola, eventually serving as a chief petty officer. By 2021, she was the primary income earner inside the home, and according to people who knew the family, much of the financial stability of the household rested on her military career. Colin Turner had also spent most of his adult life in the military. He was originally from Georgia and served in the United States Marine Corps for around 14 years, eventually reaching the rank of gunnery sergeant. But unlike Bree, his military career did not continue upward. According to reports and testimony later presented in court, Colin suffered a traumatic brain injury that eventually led to a medical discharge from the Marines. After leaving the military, their roles inside the marriage slowly changed. Bree remained active duty and continued advancing in the Navy, while Colin became more focused on the home and the children. He took on the role of stay-at-home father, and while caring for the kids, he also tried building a second future for himself through education. He studied electrical engineering online and had even been accepted into a master's program at Johns Hopkins University that was supposed to begin in January of 2022, but that future never came. Together, Bree and Colin built a blended family. They shared 2 young children together, and Bree also had an older daughter from a previous relationship. But by the time police showed up at the house on September 8th, the marriage had already been collapsing for a while, and some of the signs had been sitting in plain sight. Friends, family members, investigators, and later jurors would all start looking backward through the couple's final months together, trying to understand how the relationship had deteriorated so badly. What they found was not one sudden explosion, but a growing pattern of resentment, emotional distance, custody fears, and constant conflict that seemed to revolve around the children. At some point, divorce stopped being a possibility and started becoming inevitable. Bree had reportedly started searching online for divorce attorneys, and one post connected to her described the split as likely becoming an ugly contested one involving both children and property. That line would later stand out to investigators because it showed how serious and hostile the separation discussions had already become before the shooting ever happened. Colin, meanwhile, seemed to be dealing with the tension in a completely different way. In one social media post, he tagged Bree in a meme, joking that archaeologists were mostly women because of their natural ability to dig up the past. On its own, the joke sounded harmless. But after everything that happened, people started viewing small moments like that differently, almost like tiny glimpses into the kind of arguments that had become normal inside the house. And the biggest source of tension appeared to be the children. According to statements later gathered by investigators, Colin wanted to leave Florida temporarily and take the younger children to his parents' home in Georgia. He reportedly described it as needing space and wanting everyone to calm down. But Bree did not see it that way. From her perspective, he was trying to take the children away from her during the middle of a collapsing marriage, and that fear started becoming central to almost every argument they had. At the same time, the relationship itself seemed to be growing colder and more hostile. There were accusations involving emotional control over finances, damaged property, and manipulation involving the children. Both of them believed the other person was becoming dangerous in different ways, and by September of 2021, even ordinary disagreements inside the home no longer stayed ordinary for very long. And by lunchtime on September 8th, the arguments inside the Turner home had escalated to the point where somebody finally called 911. The first call came in at 12:53 that afternoon, and this time it was Bree Kristen Kuhn on the line.
Sheriff's office, emergency. Hi, can I have a police officer come to my address? 61884.
Okay, what's going on?
My husband pushed me up against the wall and threw me on the floor.
Okay. Does anyone have any weapons?
Yeah, there's guns in the house.
And what's your first and last name?
Bree Kuhn. I don't want him to take my daughter.
Okay, give me one moment so I can have my deputies on.
She told them her husband had pushed her against a wall and thrown her onto the floor during an argument. Deputies were sent to the house on Jenks Drive, and when they arrived, the scene did not look like what most people would expect after a violent domestic assault call. Before officers even reached the front door, Colin Turner was already outside waiting for them.
We talked to you guys separate. His daughter, if I go inside, when we go inside and talk to you.
She's got a shotgun and her pistol in the bedroom with her.
Okay.
And my pistol is on the dashboard of my truck. I'll put it there all pretty for you.
Okay, you stay out here, man.
I'm still honey.
Her name's Bree?
Her name's Bree. She's got both the kids in there with her.
Alright. Do me a favor and lift your shirt up a little bit.
Yeah.
So why don't you give me a rundown on what happened during your argument?
Alright, so she called you right now because she figured out that I want to take my kids to my parents' house in Georgia. More for me, I guess, me to have a break from her. A little bit of backstory. In March, she tried to after she was inpatient, and then she was outpatient group for a while. She got kicked out of that group. So she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder in March or April. Got kicked out of her first therapy group, got kicked out of her second therapy group, and she skipped her last 2 individual therapies.
Okay. Well, so what happened today causing her?
And it was at this point that he told the officers his plan to travel down to Georgia because of her mental health, fearing for the kids' safety.
Pick the phone up and call. I guess she called 911. I didn't look.
She found out I was I was packing my car.
That's what the upset was.
Yes.
That you're going to Georgia to see their grandparents.
Yep.
And then is she was she allowed to go? Like, did you plan on her coming?
No, I didn't plan on her coming.
Okay, you're just gonna do it, take a break?
Yeah.
And they're your kids, right?
They're my kids.
Okay, y'all married, had kids?
Married.
They're your blood?
They're both of our kids, and then I have a stepdaughter who's probably gonna be here about 45 minutes from school.
Okay.
And my stepdaughter is fully hers legally, and she told me before, if Kylie's my 12-year-old, she said, if you take, I can't stop you from taking the little kids, because they're yours, but if you take my 12-year-old, I will press charges.
But that wasn't all. She had destroyed her gadgets and took away the credit cards she gave him.
My laptop was missing. Been all around the house for it. Finally, wait a minute, the dishwasher was running all night. With my fucking MacBook in the dishwasher. It's a $2,500 computer. So it was the start, I guess, culmination of a long bad path. And cut me off from all the credit cards she has control over. She's the primary breadwinner in the family.
Then Colin told officers he had not attacked Bree and insisted the real problem was that he was trying to create distance between them before the situation got worse.
It's not healthy for the kids to be around it. She's made repeated comments to the kids, both the 3- and 4-year-old, since, today. When police are coming to save us because Daddy hurt Mommy. First of all, I didn't. Second of all, you don't tell a child that.
Sure. Was at any point in time, did it get physical?
I told you I tried to grab my daughter last night, and she got physical and stopped me. So I backed the fuck off at that point. That kind of allegation is the last thing I need.
The deputies listened carefully, but they had a problem. There were no visible injuries or marks on Bree, and there were no witnesses who had actually seen physical violence happen. And because of that, officers found themselves trapped in the same legal gray area that police encounter in so many domestic calls. They believed the couple was in serious conflict, but belief was not enough to make an arrest.
It's going to be the first who crosses the line,
It sucks, man.
Yeah. Well, we can't be getting too far into people's lives. I mean, if a crime occurred, yeah, good to go. But
if what? A crime
occurred. So if she slapped across the face and you got claw marks and a red handprint on your cheek, that's different. You say, yeah, she slapped me. I believe you. I see the handprint. I almost wish.
One deputy even gave an example, explaining that if someone had visible claw marks or a red handprint across their face, police could immediately act on it. And after hearing that, Colin made a comment that barely registered at the time. I almost wish, at that moment it sounded like the exhausted reaction of someone caught in a collapsing marriage who felt nobody could help him until things became even worse. Hours later, that sentence would feel horrifyingly prophetic. A little after 5 o'clock that evening, the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office received another 911 call from the same house. But this time, the caller was not Bree. It was Colin Turner.
My wife has locked all the doors and said I'm not allowed to come in. So I'm outside with my daughter screaming that she wants to go inside and I can't.
Okay, what's your...
Yeah, y'all have already been out here once today.
Yeah, and you said that now your wife is not allowing you to come outside?
Come inside, yeah.
Come inside the home?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't there like another child home as well?
Yeah,
right?
my 4-year-old's inside. She said he's napping, and my 12-year-old stepdaughter is inside.
Only a few hours earlier, Bree had been the one asking deputies for help and accusing her husband of becoming physical with her. Now the situation had flipped completely, and Colin sounded increasingly frustrated as he explained that he had been locked out of the house for hours while his children remained inside. So, deputies returned to the house again. Colin met officers outside and immediately started explaining how the situation had escalated after deputies left earlier that afternoon.
Hello. Yes, sir, indeed. What can I do for you? I'm Deputy Lynn with Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
My wife won't let me in my house.
Okay, is this wife?
Yep.
Okay, can I talk to you over here? Ma'am? Hey, can I just have you wait right there for just one moment, okay? So what's going on today, sir?
She's got mental health stuff going on. I was trying to leave for Georgia get a break from her for me and the kids earlier today. And she called you guys. Took my photo ID, all my access to money and everything.
Okay.
And then took the kids inside and locked me out. So I've been locked outside in my driveway.
Okay.
For the last couple hours.
You live here?
Yeah, we're co-owners. We both.
Okay.
So I've been on the phone with family advocacy through the Navy and all that most of the day. So I haven't cared that I'm outside.
Okay.
Until she came outside with my daughter on the porch.
Okay.
Screaming. So I came over and she gave my daughter to me, and that's kind of like the last straw.
You guys,
So
are you guys still married?
I mean, for now, yeah.
It's still legal and it's common property.
Yep. Yeah. So she's not allowed to stop me from entering my house.
If it's your house and you still live here, by all means, you got to enter your home. However, you got to enter your home.
Yeah. So she's allowed to change the locks, and I'm allowed to break a window. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not telling you to break a window. If you want to tear, I mean, it's your property. However, you got to get into your house. You got to get into your house. If it's your home and you live here and you've got your items in there, if you got to get in, however you got to get in.
You can't like escort me in, and let me in.
Well, I'm going to talk to her in just a second. But we'll figure out what's going on. But at any point with this argument, was it physical? Was it anybody hit, scratch, kick, bite, push, anything like that? Poke, anything even?
Then deputies walked over to speak with Bree again. And once again, her version of events sounded completely different.
And so he's wanting to take him to Georgia?
Yeah, I was talking to him about wanting a divorce, but he said that he's going to take the kids to Georgia. And he can because we're still married.
Okay.
We got into an argument about it. He pushed me up against the wall. He threw me onto the floor in the bathroom. And that's when I called the police earlier today.
Okay.
Then I locked him out.
Okay.
Well, he had been in contact with my command.
Okay.
So he said that there's allegations of emotional.
Okay.
So obviously I don't want him in there.
Okay.
Him and I arguing in front of the kids. So I locked him out. My daughter, she wakes up sometimes, like in Oval from naps or whatever.
Sure.
And it's usually like him and I will pass her back and forth. It's kind of, she's fickle. She wants better. So she woke up from the nap. And
when you say your daughter, you mean that one?
Yeah. Yeah, when she woke up like that, I brought her out here because she's used to him and I, so I brought her out here.
Okay.
So he can help calm her down. He snatched her from me and then started trying to use her to, I don't know.
Okay.
He said, she doesn't want to come in the house. I'm like, Daddy's there.
Okay.
Being manipulative.
Okay.
It's not a good environment.
It's his house too, right? He lives here too? So we can't lock each other out of the house. I mean, if we do, he's got every right to enter the house however he's got to enter the house.
Yeah,
okay. And same thing, if we change the locks, he's got every right to get into the house however he's got to get in the house, okay? If he lives here, he's got property here. For the betterment of your daughter, whatever you guys got going on, you got to put aside for the kids. You see what I'm saying?
I agree, but he told me not to talk to him. So I'm not going to let him in the house, but he's going to come in and start arguing.
But at the same time, that's leaving the child. I mean, that's kind of leaving the child out here fend for herself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. So I don't want him to do that.
Okay. But, I mean, I can't stop him from going inside the house.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted him to use me so that she's not out here.
Okay.
They said earlier that since I didn't have any bruises, and there was nobody to witness him getting physical with me.
Bree told officers she wanted a divorce and claimed the relationship had become emotionally. She said Colin had physically hurt her earlier in the day and insisted she did not want him inside the house because every interaction between them turned into another argument in front of the children. And while deputies listened to both sides yet again, the same problem from earlier in the day remained. One deputy warned them directly that if the situation turned physical and officers found evidence of violence, somebody would be going to jail. Deputies left the house for the second time that day, believing the situation had finally calmed down. But later deputies drove away from the house for the second time that day. The situation inside the Turner home did not calm down the way officers had hoped it would. Investigators later learned that Colin had already started reaching out to people outside the home because he believed the situation with Bree was out of control. One of the people he contacted that afternoon was Hardy Joyner, Bree's former partner and the father of her oldest daughter. Those text messages would later become some of the most important evidence in the entire case because they captured Colin's thoughts in real time only hours before he died. Around the time of the first police response, Colin messaged Hardy and wrote, "Bree is losing it."
Hey man, Bree's losing it. She ran my laptop through the dishwasher last night because I turned the Wi-Fi off. I'm planning on getting out of here with the little kids, but she's already told me she'll press charges if I take Kylie with me. I don't know what you can do legally, but I wanted to give you a heads up.
The messages painted a picture of a man trying to leave a collapsing situation while also realizing how complicated the custody issues had become. Hardy responded sympathetically, and the conversation between the two men continued throughout the afternoon while police kept returning to the house. Then another message came through.
It'll be worse before it gets better too. She's always told her stories about you, and I thought you sucked, but now that I think about it, she's crazy as hell and probably did the same stuff to you.
Then, sometime after 6:20 p.m., Colin found himself locked inside the garage again. Only this time, instead of trying to argue anymore, he picked up his phone, and at 6:22 p.m., Colin Turner called 911 for the third time that day. Eventually, investigators transported her to the sheriff's office for a formal interview.
I talked to a lot of people tonight, okay? But I feel like your voice is the most important. I want to give you the opportunity to kind of explain.
He pushed me up against the doorway. He threw me on the ground and said nobody would believe me because I was a crazy bitch. I told him that I wanted a divorce. And so he was just trying to take the kids. He was in the garage again, and I locked him out. He tried coming in, so I blocked the door, and he kicked my foot and was trying to push to go to the door. And I was trying to keep him out. I shot him. He was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door.
The physical shooting itself was not in dispute anymore. The question was whether Bree believed she was protecting herself or whether she made a conscious decision to kill her husband. At first, Bree returned to the same allegations she had made throughout the day. She claimed Colin had attacked her.
Shoot him, Bree.
I didn't mean to shoot him. He said something, and just the look on his face.
What was the look on his face?
He was gonna kill me.
Where did you get the gun? And you said you came to the door. Did you already have the gun in your hands? Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door?
I just wanted them to go. Why didn't they arrest him when I called the police? Why didn't they arrest him? I didn't want him dead.
I wasn't out there.
The detective explained something else very carefully. At no point on the call did investigators hear Colin threatening her. At no point did they hear sounds suggesting a fight inside the garage before the shots. And at no point did the evidence suggest Colin was armed with anything other than his phone. For the first time during the interview, Bree seemed to realize just how much evidence investigators already had. Then finally, she shut the interview down completely. "I don't want to talk anymore."
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I have to talk to my dad.
We'll get you a phone book. It's real important for us to understand your perception of what was going on with your husband.
I don't want to answer any more questions. I have to talk to my dad.
Before we let you call her dad, can we give you just a little bit of information so you understand how important it is that we get your statement? Bree, he was on the phone with 911 when this happened. Okay, so we have an audio recording of when this happened and what was going on. Okay.
The only thing that we have on that recording is your husband talking to our dispatch saying that you locked him in the garage. Your husband is calm. Okay. And then the second later, the door opens, one shot goes off. He tells our dispatch, "She just shot me." About 5 more seconds go by and 3 more shots go off. Okay, that is very important information, but we can only see so much of it.
It was me.
What was you?
I shot him. I told you.
What was he doing? You said he made you do
Coming
this.
towards me. No. I didn't say that, and I don't want to answer any more questions. I want to talk to my dad. But I need a lawyer.
Detectives stopped questioning her after that, but before the interview officially ended, they allowed her to make a phone call to her father. And that conversation became one of the most emotionally revealing moments in the entire investigation.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey. Where are you?
I'm in an office. Daddy.
You're at the police?
Yeah.
You're at the police station?
Yeah. I killed Colin.
I know you did something. I know you did. I'm just trying to figure out why. Threatening you or...
Even to her. And for the first time, Bree did not confidently repeat the self-defense narrative she had been trying to explain to investigators.
I killed my best friend.
You did.
My husband, father of my kids. I just fucked up everybody. I killed him and fucked up everybody else's life.
And from that moment forward, the case stopped being about who fired the gun. It became about why. Then, on October 5th, 2021, a Santa Rosa County grand jury officially indicted her for premeditated first-degree murder. For years, the case slowly moved through the court system while Bree remained in custody awaiting trial. By the time the trial finally began in September of 2024, more than 3 years had passed since the shooting inside the garage on Jenks Drive. And by then, both sides had developed very different versions of what happened during Colin Turner's final moments. The prosecution's position was straightforward. They argued that Bree trapped Colin inside the garage, approached him while he was still on the phone with 911, and then fired multiple shots into his back during an argument centered around divorce and custody fears. But the defense tried presenting a very different picture. Bree's attorneys prepared to argue that she had been emotionally and physically inside the marriage and feared for her safety during the final confrontation. At one point, the defense formally filed notice that they intended to rely on battered spouse syndrome as part of their strategy. And there were also plans to introduce testimony involving PTSD and Bree's mental health history. But once testimony started, the prosecution began attacking those claims piece by piece. One of the most important witnesses during the trial was the medical examiner, Dr. Deanna Oleske. Her testimony focused heavily on the physical evidence from Colin's autopsy, particularly the location of the wounds. She explained to jurors that Colin suffered 4 gunshot wounds, and according to her findings, all 4 entered through his back before exiting through the front of his body. That directly challenged the image of an immediate face-to-face attack requiring self-defense. Prosecutors argued the physical evidence did not support the idea that Bree fired while being cornered by an advancing attacker. Then prosecutors brought in Hardy Joyner. According to his testimony, Bree told him directly, "I just shot Colin."
Do I need to come get my daughter? And she said, "I just shot Colin." And I responded, I said, "Why?" And she said, I don't know.
Then the defense called Bree's brother, Eric.
What exactly did you hear in terms of a physical altercation? Can you describe it?
I heard things banging. I heard my nieces and nephews crying and yelling. I heard my sister saying she was being hit. I heard Colin yelling, and I heard, I wouldn't know how to describe it, things hitting the ground or things being hit, like bumped or something, like slams.
Okay. So things are being hit. And she's telling you Colin is hitting her, is that correct? You don't know what's going on. Obviously, you can't see what's going on, can you? Did Bree ever mention a gun to you?
I believe right at the end she said she was getting a gun to protect the kids, and I said, just leave. And I said he wouldn't hurt them. She said he would kill them, and that is when the call ended, when she shot him.
But prosecutors quickly focused on a major problem with Eric's testimony.
Testimony in the eyes of the jury, and Bree's fate was sealed. After 4 hours of deliberation, Bree Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree murder. They found that it had been a conscious decision to kill her husband, not self-defense. She'd shot him in the back because he was threatening to take her kids away. This was murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole, the legal mandatory minimum for this charge. Her daughter now lives with Bree's ex, the daughter's father, and Colin and Bree's kids can...
During earlier interviews with investigators, Eric had never mentioned Bree talking about getting a gun. That inconsistency immediately weakened the reliability of his account, and prosecutors pushed hard on the fact that critical details seemed to appear later, after the defense strategy became focused on self-defense and battered spouse syndrome. Then came one of the biggest turning points in the entire trial. For a while, it appeared Bree herself was going to testify. The defense even prepared for it publicly in court, and because their psychological expert testimony depended heavily on Bree personally explaining her experiences and state of mind, her testimony became extremely important to the defense strategy. But after lengthy discussions with her attorneys during trial, Bree suddenly changed her mind. She decided not to testify. That decision changed the direction of the case almost immediately. Without Bree taking the stand, the defense could no longer fully present parts of the battered spouse syndrome strategy the way they originally intended.
We have victim impact statements that are taking place right now. They've gone right into sentencing. Let's get you in there.
Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record?
Teray Turner.
And how are you related to Colin?
He's my son.
And you had prepared a statement that you wish to read to the judge, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Your Honor, this is a letter I never imagined having to write. When I think of the impact the loss of Colin has made on my life, it is difficult to put into words. The grief can wash over at any time. Of course, there are the expected times of grief, such as Mother's Day, his birthday, or the anniversary of his death. There are also unexpected times, like a mother-son dance at a wedding, or when asked how many children I have. There is still a sense of unreality. I can't believe this has happened. I've watched my husband suffer as he misses his son. He is so proud to tell people that Colin was in his last semester of school for his degree in electrical engineering, following in Don's footsteps, and had been accepted into Johns Hopkins for his master's. Colin earned this degree online while being a stay-at-home dad following his retirement from the Marines. Our daughters have had the shock of unexpectedly losing their brother, and as a mother, their pain is my pain. But the greatest impact has been watching how this loss has impacted Colin's younger children, John, JP, and Lainey. We have custody of them and expect to raise them for the rest of our lives. It's been 3 years, and they're still fearful that we will die and leave them once again without parents. They worry that if we bicker, one of us may kill the other. They still ask if we have guns in the house, though they know the answer is no. No matter how many times we remind them that killing a loved one is very rare, their reality tells them differently. We talk about their dad often, but they'll never really know him as they were so young when he was killed, only 3 and 4 years old. And now, not only has Bree Kuhn killed our son, brother, father, but she's done her best to destroy his reputation. I know Colin was not a perfect man. There is no such thing. But he was not the evil man she described. He was a man who loved his wife and tried his hardest to make things work. He loved his children, retiring from the Marines early so he wouldn't miss any part of their young lives. And now he's not there for them at all, due to Bree's actions. We believe Bree would do anything to get her way. She killed our son because he wanted custody of the children, and I believe she would kill again. Our hope is that Bree will receive a life sentence without parole. We plan to adopt JP and Lainey and give them the security to know they don't need to worry about changing families again. Our faith has carried us along this journey, and we know the Lord will continue to carry us. He is willing that all should repent and be saved from their sins, including Bree.
Then the case went to the jury. It took them only a little more than 4 hours to reach a verdict. On September 27th, 2024, Bree Kristen Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder.
My understanding is you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Okay, if you'll hand the verdict form to court security. Madam Clerk, if you will publish the verdict.
State of Florida v. Bree Kristen Kuhn, case number 21CF1301. Verdict. We, the jury, finds as follows as to the offense charged in the indictment. guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged. So say we all, this 27th day of September 2024. Juror number 109, AD, foreperson.
Do any of the attorneys wish the jurors to be polled?
No from the state, Judge.
Immediately afterward, the court moved into sentencing, and she received a mandatory sentence of life in prison. Later, Bree appealed the conviction, but in April of 2026, Florida's First District Court of Appeal affirmed the verdict, leaving the conviction and life sentence in place. And by then, the future both Bree and Colin once planned together had completely disappeared. Colin Turner never made it to Johns Hopkins University. Bree Kuhn lost her Navy career, her freedom, and the life she had spent years building. And the three children at the center of the arguments that day were left growing up without either parent beside them. By the end of September 8th, 2021, one parent was dead, the other was heading toward prison for life, and three children were left to grow up with the sound of that final 911 call hanging over everything that came after. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Shooting, and I ran. I think he shot everybody. I'm so scared. I got green by a bullet. She said she got green by a bullet. He started firing and she ran to the neighbors. But he pulled range shot my friend that was right in front of me. I mean, I'm scared to death. So I so he shot me, and he shot Wendy Dobbins, our other friend that was there with us. I'm hiding in a closet at the neighbor's house. I'm scared to death.
Rachel Hendricks was on the phone with 911 as she tried to explain what had just happened inside the house, saying she thought everyone had been hit and that she was hiding, still afraid that he was somewhere nearby and might come back at any moment. Only minutes earlier, that same house had been full, with 4 people moving from room to room, talking, trying to calm Amanda down after what she had found that morning. Then everything changed without warning. The glass at the back of the house broke apart, and before anyone could process it, a voice followed from outside, loud and demanding, asking one question over and over: where is he? But Lamar didn't wait to think. He ran. Amanda moved away from him. Rachel and Lindy ran upstairs, looking for somewhere to hide, somewhere that might give them a few seconds, but 2 of them would not make it out. Amanda was hit 9 times, and Lindy Dobbins, her close friend who had only come over to support her, was also killed. And what made it harder to understand was what had happened just before. Less than 2 hours earlier, the same man had been standing in a courtroom, calm and composed, answering questions clearly, listening to instructions, and walking out like everything was under control. Then he got into his car, drove back to South Bellagio Drive in St. Augustine, Florida, and carried out a crime that still haunts the community and seasoned detectives till today. Before we get into it, if you end up finding this video engaging, feel free to leave a like and share your thoughts on the case in the comments. It really helps the channel grow. And if you haven't already, consider subscribing for more content like this. Thank you. This video is intended strictly for educational and documentary purposes. It does not support, promote, or justify any of the actions or individuals involved. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, to understand how it got to that moment, you had to go back to where it all started, and that was the house on South Bellagio Drive in Murabella, a quiet part of St. Augustine where nothing like this was supposed to happen. Amanda Cloninger Colley lived there with her children, Trey and Avery, and for years, that house had been the center of their family life. She had been married to James Terry Colley Jr. for 8 years, and from the outside, everything looked steady. But by mid-2015, the marriage had reached a point where they were no longer living together. And on the surface, It looked like a clean separation. Amanda stayed in the house on South Bellagio Drive with the children, trying to keep their routine steady, while James moved out and went to live with his sister a few miles away. That distance should have created space, but it didn't settle anything, and it didn't reduce the tension that had already been building for months. Because even after moving out, James didn't step back. He kept calling, and he kept showing up, and he kept asking questions. However, Amanda was trying to move forward with her life. She had met Lamar Duberly through work earlier that year, and what started as a professional connection gradually became something more personal. They spent time together, they got closer, and eventually they began seeing each other. From Amanda's perspective, this happened after the separation, and it was part of her trying to rebuild a sense of normal life.
The relationship I was starting professionally progressed into a personal relationship. And then we began seeing each other.
But from James's perspective, it became something he couldn't accept. And that contradiction sat at the center of everything. He had already started moving on himself, and there were indications he was seeing someone else, a new girlfriend named Amy. But that didn't change how he reacted to Amanda's life. But the warning signs were already there. Amanda had gone to court and filed for a domestic injunction, and that decision didn't come out of nowhere. It came after a series of incidents. There had been threats, and there had been messages, and there had been moments where his behavior crossed from persistent into something more serious. At one point, he had taken Amanda's clothes and burned them outside, and that wasn't just an argument or a reaction. It was a deliberate act that showed anger and control at the same time. On another occasion, he entered the home looking for her, going through the space as if he still had a right to be there, even after the separation had already been made clear. The messages, too, they weren't just attempts to talk anymore. They carried pressure, and sometimes they carried warning. Call me or I'm going to come find you. And it didn't stop at one message. He kept calling, and he kept texting, and he kept pushing for a response, and the pattern became clear.
Do nothing to me, I won't do nothing to you. I won't bring you something towards about what you really are. And we both know what you really are. You're lucky I don't tell our children about this, Amanda. You're disgusting. That's what you are. Please talk to me. Please talk to me. Please, this is the last time I'm telling her today. Please.
So by the time August 27th, there were already clear signs that things were escalating rather than resolving. And then something happened that made everything even worse. A neighbor noticed a man outside Amanda's house mowing the lawn, shirtless, in the middle of the day, and it stood out just enough for someone to take a picture. That man was Lamar Duberly. But the photo didn't stay there. It got shared, then passed along, and eventually it reached James. And when it did, it wasn't just a picture anymore. It became something else in his mind. It became confirmation of what he had already been asking about, what he had already been trying to figure out, and what he hadn't been able to let go of. So he started paying closer attention, and he became more aware of who was coming and going, and what had once been uncertainty turned into something more fixed in his mind. Around 4 a.m. on August 27th, while the neighborhood was still quiet and most people were asleep, James drove to Amanda's house, and when he got there, she wasn't home. But that didn't stop him from going inside. He moved through the house, and he didn't stay in one place for long, because he was looking for something specific. So he went from room to room, opening closets, pulling open drawers, checking anything that might give him an answer. And then he found it. Not just one thing, but enough to confirm what he had already been thinking about for weeks. There were men's clothes, and there were personal items that didn't belong to him, and in that moment, whatever doubt had been there before was melted. And instead of leaving, instead of stepping back, he started tearing the place apart. He knocked things over, damaged what was around him, and left the house in a state that didn't look like a search anymore. It looked like anger. Televisions were damaged, furniture was moved, and trash was scattered across the floor. But nothing was taken, nothing was removed, because that wasn't the point. It wasn't about stealing, It was about reacting to what he had just seen. Then, after all of that, he left the house, and for a moment, it could have ended there. But it didn't, because even after walking away, he didn't calm down, and whatever he had seen inside that house stayed with him, and it continued to build as the morning went on. Around 9 a.m., Amanda pulled into the driveway and walked back into the house, and the change was immediate because nothing looked the way she had left it. Things were out of place, rooms felt disturbed, and it was clear that someone had been inside, not just briefly, but long enough to move through the space and leave it unsettled. So she reached for her phone and called Lamar, and she showed him what she was seeing, trying to explain it as she walked through the house, and he didn't hesitate. He came over. Then Amanda called her friends, Lindy Dobbins and Rachel Hendricks, and they came to the house to be with her, because at that point, it wasn't something she wanted to deal with alone. When they arrived, they talked through it, compared what they were seeing, and tried to make sense of it in real time, and for a moment, having others there made it feel more manageable, like it could be handled step by step. She wasn't alone anymore, but it didn't change the fact that whoever had done this knew the house, knew her routine, had already crossed a line, and he could do even worse. At almost the same time Amanda was walking through the damage in her home, James was somewhere else entirely, standing inside a courtroom for a violation of the injunction that had been put in place to keep him away from her earlier. He stood in front of the judge, and there was nothing chaotic about his behavior, nothing rushed or out of control, because he answered the questions clearly, listened to what was being said, and followed the process step by step. When he was asked about his condition, he denied being under the influence of anything, and his responses stayed consistent. Then he accepted the outcome of the hearing, and that outcome did not involve jail time, which meant he was free to leave once it was over. So he walked out of that courtroom like any other person who had just completed a hearing, and nothing in that moment pointed toward what would come next. There was no indication that anything had escalated beyond what had already been addressed in that room, but the decisions he made immediately after leaving told a very different story, and the gap between those two moments became one of the most important parts of understanding how everything unfolded. And from there, he went to his sister's house, the same place he had been staying since the separation, and at some point during that stop, he had access to weapons, 2 handguns that would later become central to what happened next. Then he got back into the car and pulled out again, and this time the direction was clear because he was heading back towards South Bellagio Drive, a drive of roughly 15 miles that gave him time, not just to get there, but to think about where he was going and what he was about to do. He could have turned around or slowed down or decided not to continue, but he didn't stop. And during that drive, he spoke to his father, and the tone of that conversation was different because his father was pleading, trying to reach him before he got any further. He told him to come back, told him that people understood what he was going through, trying to give him a reason to turn around before anything else happened. And a dog walker witnessed this and would eventually be vital on court.
I was just hearing him say, please son, come back and get your truck. Don't do this. Everybody knows what you.
But his response made it clear where his mind was at that point. He said, I just can't take this anymore. And then the call ended, and with it, whatever chance there was for him to change direction.
The person on the other end was doing most of the talking, but it was yelling, so I couldn't hear everything the person said. The only thing I heard clearly is he said, I can't effing take this anymore.
Back at the house on South Bellagio Drive, the atmosphere had settled slightly, at least on the surface, because Amanda was no longer alone, and she had Lamar with her, along with Rachel Hendricks and Lindy Dobbins, and together they were moving through the rooms, talking through what had happened earlier that morning. Then suddenly, the glass at the back of the house broke, and the sound cut through the conversation before anyone had time to react. And almost immediately after that, Rachel saw him, standing outside, focused, already firing into the house. And then his voice followed, loud and direct, asking the same question again and again, where is he? Lamar understood what that meant without needing anything else explained, so he moved immediately, turning and running through the house toward the garage, because staying in place wasn't an option.
Standing approximately here, pop. It did not sound like a gunshot to me initially. I picked up the first bullet hole. The second bullet hole appeared closer to where I was standing.
He got through the garage and out, leaving the house behind. And once he was outside, he didn't come back.
I thought that I was the targeted individual, and so I wasn't armed.
Shots were fired from the outside into the house. And
Do you know who it was?
yeah, I got a great idea who it was.
Okay, are they still there?
I don't know. I left. I had to run.
And so
He was
there's
shooting
a
after
scene
me.
where the gunshots didn't hit anybody, correct?
No, they hit the back and glass shattered everywhere. They hit the sliding glass window. I think the shots were aimed at me.
Inside, Amanda moved in a different direction, heading toward the bathroom, trying to get out of sight, while Rachel and Lindy went upstairs, looking for somewhere they could close off and hold. They ended up in the closet, and Rachel pushed against the door, trying to keep it shut, while Lindy stayed behind her, both of them holding on to the idea that if they could just keep that door closed, they might have a chance.
Amanda was, very upset, crying, saying that he's not in here. I don't know. He's not in here. At one point, I believe Mr. Colley came over and tried to get into the closet door, and Amanda said, he's not in there. That's Rachel and Lindy. And at that time, I heard a shot, and that was all I heard of Amanda.
Rachel kept holding the door, pushing back with everything she had, but then a shot came through, and it struck her arm, forcing her to lose her grip. In that moment, the barrier between them was gone, and he forced his way in.
Mr. Colley was trying to get into the bathroom door, saying, open the door, I'm going to shoot. So he shot through the door, and the bullet grazed my arm.
When he entered the closet, his focus shifted past Rachel and toward Lindy, and Lindy spoke, trying to identify herself, saying, "It's me, it's Lindy," as if recognition might change something. But it didn't. And that was the moment Rachel moved. She stepped away, left the closet, and ran out of the house, not stopping, not looking back, and she kept going until she reached a neighbor's home. She got on the phone, trying to explain what had happened, still asking for help, her voice carrying everything that had just unfolded inside those walls.
You need some information so they know what's going on. Just left her house. Just left her house because her husband ran out the house last night. She just came over and did a report with her. He was in the house shooting, and I just ran. I think he shot everybody. I'm so scared. I know. I got screamed by a bullet. She said she got raised by a bullet. He started firing, and she ran to the neighbors. But he point blank shot my friend that was right in front of me. I'm scared to death. So I so Amanda shot Amanda, he shot Wendy Dobbins, our other friend that was there with us. I'm hiding in a closet at the neighbor's house. I'm scared to death.
But inside the house, Amanda was still there, and the situation had not ended. When deputies arrived on South Bellagio Drive, the house was already quiet again, and the person they were looking for was no longer there because he had left before anyone could reach the scene. They moved through the rooms quickly, checking each space, calling out, trying to understand what had happened in the short time between the first emergency call and their arrival. But the situation inside the house made it clear almost immediately that this was no longer about preventing anything. It was about responding to what had already taken place. Amanda did not survive, suffering 9 gunshots. And Lindy Dobbins, who had come over that morning to support her friend, also did not survive. And the weight of that reality settled in as the scene was secured. Rachel Hendricks had made it out, but she was injured, and her call to 911 had already set the response in motion, while Lamar Dauberly had escaped earlier, getting out through the garage and away from the house before things reached that point. So, in a matter of minutes, everything had shifted from a situation that seemed contained to something that had affected multiple lives in a way that could not be reversed. The focus for law enforcement moved quickly because the person responsible had already left, and that meant the scene on South Bellagio Drive was only one part of the situation. So, the focus became where he had gone next, how far he had gotten, and how quickly they could find him before the situation moved beyond that neighborhood. But the search didn't stay local for long. It expanded beyond St. Augustine, because there was a clear possibility that he had already left the area, and that changed how the response was handled, with alerts going out and agencies coordinating across state lines. And while that search was still developing, another call came in, this time from much farther away. A driver in Virginia reported that someone had been driving aggressively to the point where it nearly forced her off the road. And that kind of report might not usually connect to something like this, but the timing and the description raised enough concern for officers to follow up. So police located the vehicle and initiated a stop. And when they approached, it became clear very quickly that this wasn't a routine traffic situation. The person inside the car was James Colley, and with that, the search that had started hours earlier came to a stop. Inside the vehicle, officers found weapons, and those details connected back to what had happened in Florida, closing the distance between the scene on South Bellagio Drive and the person responsible. He was taken into custody at that point, and with that arrest, the immediate question of where he had gone was answered, but it didn't close the case. The case moved to trial in July 2018 inside the St. Johns County courtroom in St. Augustine, the same place where everything had started. And from the beginning, the defense did not spend time arguing about who had carried out the acts because that part was already clear.
Don't have any question who did that. The question is, why did it happen? How could this happen? How could a person that loved his family more than anything in his life do that? How could a person who loves his kids more than anything in his life, coaches football, coaches baseball, takes them to Disney, goes on trips, make them orphans? How could that happen? He has to ask the same question a number of times. As he's looking at him, he realizes, yeah, he seems a little nervous, but there seems to be a little more. He's sweating profusely. He's jittery. Just something didn't seem right. And how that can cause memory loss, how it can cause sleepwalking, how it can cause acts that people have no recollection of. In other words, at the time of these events, they're going to tell you that it's very possible that JR didn't know what he was doing or didn't know what he was intending to do.
Instead, they shifted the focus to something else, and that was why it had happened, and whether it could be explained by what they described as an emotional breakdown, combined with medication, alcohol, and the possibility of a sleep-related state that affected his awareness. So their argument wasn't about denial, it was about interpretation, about trying to show that what happened that morning did not meet the standard of premeditation, and that his state of mind was compromised in a way that changed how his actions should be understood. They brought in expert testimony to support that position, and they pointed to the pressure, the emotional buildup, and the events leading up to that day as part of a larger picture they wanted the jury to consider. But the state approached the case differently, and instead of focusing on explanations, they focused on actions, because they laid out everything step by step, starting with the early morning entry into the house, then moving through the courtroom appearance, the phone calls, the drive, and finally the return to South Bellagio Drive.
There was a loud shatter of glass shattering, and a small explosion, like a bang, coming from the outside in. So I looked out back from, obviously the glass was shattered and falling on the floor. So I looked out back and I saw Mr. Colley standing in the backyard with a handgun shooting into the living room.
Then another person who spoke in court was James Colley's friend, Mike.
He just wanted me to come outside and look in the front seat of his truck. Right. Did he tell you why he wanted you to look in the front seat of his truck? Not at the beginning. He just kept telling me to get out there and look what I did or look what I found. Okay. And he was upset about discovering these items. Is that correct? It was, yes, sir. Did he tell you where he found these toys? He did. Where did he tell you he found them? He told me he had ransacked the house and he found this inside the house. How did you respond to that? basically that, well, there's a proof, you know, that she's cheating and we're, big deal. Who cares? Go home. He was agitated. He was upset. And he was, or antsy, but he was upset. He was crying, from what I recall.
They showed how each part connected to the next, and how each decision created a path that led directly to what happened inside the house. They pointed to the court hearing that morning, where he appeared calm and aware, and they connected that to what came after, arguing that nothing about his behavior suggested confusion or impairment. Then, they moved to the drive, the distance, the time, and the opportunity to stop, and they emphasized that those opportunities were there at multiple points, but were not taken.
I don't want you to forget about all the choices he made on August 27th, all the time he had to reflect. Don't forget that he could have left court and gone to work. Don't forget he could have let his issues with Amanda go. You heard he had a new girlfriend as well. They had plans to go away. Could have let it go, but he couldn't. Don't forget that he returned to that house on Garrison and obtained those firearms. That he drove 15 miles. It's a long time to think about what you're about to do. Don't forget that when he didn't find Lamar inside the home, that didn't stop him. He could have left, he could have run out the front door looking for him. But it didn't stop him. When he couldn't find Lamar, he continued to hunt and hunt for him. Decisions. His dad begged him not to do it. People are telling him to stop, but he's not listening.
So while the defense asked the jury to consider why, the state asked them to look at how, and to follow each step from the beginning of that morning to the end. The jury listened to both sides, to the witnesses, to the experts, and to the sequence that had been presented, and when it came time to deliberate, they did not take long. They returned with a verdict finding James Terry Colley Jr. guilty on all counts, including the first-degree murders of Amanda Cloninger Colley and Lindy Dobbins. And with that decision, the case moved into the next phase, where the outcome would go beyond guilt and into what punishment would follow.
James Terry Colley Jr. as follows as to count 1 of the indictment. Guilty as charged of both first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder contrary to Florida statutes.
The same jury returned for the penalty phase in late July 2018, back in the St. Johns County courtroom in St. Augustine. The state laid out the aggravating factors step by step, pointing to the way the crimes were carried out, the number of people affected, the setting inside the home, and the fact that a court order had already been in place. And they argued that those elements showed a level of planning and intent that carried significant weight. But the defense asked the jury to look at the other side of the balance, and they presented testimony about his background, his family role, and the argument that his mental state had been affected by medication, alcohol, and pressure leading up to that day. And they framed those points as reasons to consider a sentence other than death.
Remember a time when your mom acted violently towards your dad in the presence of jail?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was a time my father had been having a marital affair. My mother was called and informed. I saw her sitting on the stairs with a baseball bat. My mom began hitting my father with a baseball bat. And my mom came to the house to see us for Thanksgiving, and her and my father got into another confrontation. My dad wasn't going to let her come into the home. And my mother grabbed a knife.
So the jury had both sets of information in front of them, and they had to decide how much each side mattered and how those factors should be weighed against each other. When they reached their decision, it was clear and unanimous because they recommended death sentences for both the murder of Amanda Cloninger Colley and the murder of Lindy Dobbins, and the court later imposed those sentences, formalizing what the jury had decided. After that, the case moved into the appeal process, perhaps, whether anything in the trial had been handled incorrectly or whether the outcome should be reconsidered. The higher court reviewed the record, looked at the arguments raised by the defense, and examined the way the case had been presented. But after going through each point, they upheld the convictions and the sentences, confirming that the decisions made in that St. Johns County courtroom would stand. As of now, James Terry Colley Jr. is on death row in Florida. He is being held at Union Correctional Institution, which is the state's primary facility for male death row inmates. And when you look at what was left behind, the impact didn't stop at the house on South Bellagio Drive, because 5 children lost their mothers that day, and that reality extends far beyond the timeline of events that led up to it. Everything that happened that morning had been building over time, through actions, through decisions, and through warning signs that were already there before the first call to 911 was ever made. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
No, this is because it empties out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Oh, you did.
No, I didn't.
You did. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you can hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of something?
On the morning of August 7th, 2023, Yoko Willett woke inside her home in Henderson, Nevada, and noticed that her son's truck was still parked outside. But as the morning passed, Yoko began to feel that something was wrong. She called out to her son, but he did not answer. When she looked inside his room, she could make out the shape of someone lying beneath a blanket. But when she returned and looked more closely, she realized that this was not an ordinary morning. Police were called at around 8:40 a.m., and when officers entered the room, they found Jonathan dead. His head had been removed and missing, and no weapon had been left behind, but the unusual condition of the scene gave investigators no simple explanation for what had happened during the night. Yet the discovery inside that bedroom was only the beginning. As detectives retraced Jonathan's final hours, they focused on a woman named Devin Michaels. She was his former partner, the mother of his 2 young daughters, and one of the last people known to have been with him. But there was another connection that made the case even harder to understand. At the time Jonathan died, Devin was married to his adult son. So, what began as a homicide investigation would soon expose a family divided by custody disputes, a hidden relationship, conflicting stories, and a plan for Jonathan to move into the very home where his son and former partner were living as husband and wife.
7-year-old Devin Michaels sits and listens as prosecutors tell her jury why she allegedly killed the father of her children in August 2023. Michaels, a former adult film performer whose names include Nikki Fairchild and Tracy Tavares, is accused of hitting 46-year-old Jonathan Willett with a stick and then decapitating him inside his Henderson home. Crime scene photos the 8 News investigators obtained after her arrest showing bottles of chemicals police suspect Michaels used to then burn him.
All I can say is buckle up because you're in for a wild ride.
But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Jonathan's story had begun thousands of miles away from Nevada. He was born on November 7th, 1976, at Yokota Air Base Hospital in Tokyo, Japan, to James J.C. Willett and Yoko Willett. His father served in the United States Air Force, so Jonathan's childhood was shaped by military life and the constant movement that came with it. The family first lived at Yokota Air Base, but when Jonathan was still young, they moved to Malmstrom Air Force Base in Great Falls, Montana. Then they returned to Japan, and several years later they moved again, this time to Travis Air Force Base in California. Jonathan was the older of 2 brothers, and his younger brother Kenneth grew up following the same changing map of military bases and new homes. Because the family moved so often, Jonathan learned early how to adjust to unfamiliar places. But baseball gave him something steady. While living in Japan, he played Little League on what his family described as the only American team in the area. Then, after moving to the United States, he continued playing and joined a traveling team that competed up and down the West Coast. In March 1995, James retired from the Air Force, and the family eventually settled in Henderson, Nevada. By then, Jonathan was entering adulthood, and Las Vegas offered him the kind of fast-moving environment that matched his personality. He found work in sales and marketing, and for more than 20 years, he worked for different companies on the Las Vegas Strip selling timeshares.
I was told you're not allowed to touch nothing. It's the husband. Look, man, we at Jamie Foxx's house.
Yeah, man.
I gotta send a shout out to DJ. Moving in his new house, congratulations, and then picking the...
It was a job that depended on confidence, conversation, and the ability to connect with complete strangers, and those qualities came naturally to him.
Been on this project for like 11, 12 days, man, but we flipped this house, our new...
Jonathan could begin talking to someone he had just met and make the conversation feel familiar within minutes. Over the years, he built a reputation not only as a salesman, but as someone who was memorable, energetic, and difficult to ignore. Eventually, Jonathan decided to build something of his own, so he started a company called JW Marketing. Then, before the pandemic, he shifted his attention toward another business that became even more closely connected to his public identity. He called it the Vegas Moving Guy.
Moving guy. Fucking 6 a.m. The pod motherfuckers coming at 9. Bam. Can't work miracles by...
Jonathan and his crew transported belongings, hauled unwanted items, cleared yards, helped with repairs, handled small installations, and took on jobs other people needed to complete quickly. His truck and trailer, which were known around the Las Vegas Valley, reportedly displayed 2 American flags, and they became a familiar sight at homes and businesses.
Motherfucker asked me yesterday, how do I have so much drive or energy? So I told him, man, the key is happiness, and you gotta do something that you like to do, and it ain't like work. It don't matter if you go to Hawaii, Puerto Rico, it don't matter. You're going to have a fucked up time. But if you have happiness, man, if you happy, all that shit don't matter, man. I don't be working. I be helping motherfuckers do.
Jonathan often documented the work, showing the houses his crew had cleared, repaired, or helped transform. He spoke proudly about projects that had taken days to complete, and he seemed most comfortable when he was busy. Jonathan had 3 children from 2 relationships. His eldest son, Devier, had once worked beside him in the Vegas Moving Guy business, while his 2 younger daughters lived under a custody arrangement that had already drawn the family into court. The mother of Jonathan's 2 younger daughters was Devin Jade Michaels, a woman who had been part of his life for years and who remained connected to him long after their romantic relationship ended. She was also known by other names, including Tracy Nicole Tavares and Nikki Fairchild, and Yoko often referred to her simply as Nikki. However, by the time Jonathan's death became the subject of a criminal investigation, the name most closely associated with the case was Devin Michaels. Before meeting Jonathan, Devin had worked in adult entertainment, and after leaving that part of her life, she moved into real estate. She promoted properties, held open houses, and presented herself as someone building a new professional identity in the Las Vegas area. But while her public life had changed, her personal life remained tied to Jonathan through the 2 daughters they shared. Jonathan and Devin had been involved in an on-and-off relationship for several years, beginning around 2012 and ending around 2018. But their separation did not bring a clean break because they still had to raise their daughters, and that meant they continued speaking, meeting, and making decisions about the girls long after the relationship itself had fallen apart. At times, they appeared to cooperate, but at other times, the disagreement between them became serious enough for the family court to intervene. The main issue was custody, and by the period leading up to Jonathan's death, he had physical custody or primary custody of the girls, while Devin's contact with them had become restricted. At one stage, Devin was expected to see the girls only through supervised visits or therapy sessions. However, the family did not always follow those restrictions exactly, and Jonathan and Devin continued to arrange contact outside the strict structure of the court order. For several months, the girls stayed with Jonathan and his mother at the Paladura home. They had bedrooms upstairs, while Jonathan used a room on the ground floor. After separating from Devin, Jonathan had become involved with another woman, and he had reportedly proposed to her. She sometimes helped him with the Vegas moving guy, and the two had publicly presented themselves as a couple. But by the summer of 2023, that relationship appeared to have become unstable or had ended, and Jonathan began discussing a different future. He wanted to move into Devin's home.
He's ready. We actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done. He's 100% done. And he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, but we're not trying back and forth. Yeah. We brought as much as we could.
The idea was that the girls would no longer have to move between households, and both parents could be involved in their daily lives under one roof. So by the beginning of August 2023, Jonathan was no longer just talking about moving. He had started planning and moving things. But the household Jonathan was preparing to join was not waiting for him in the way he may have expected. Someone else was already living there. He was Jonathan's eldest son, Devier Willette. Devier had worked alongside his father in the Vegas moving guy business, helping with the physical jobs, the equipment, and the long days that came with moving other people's belongings across the Las Vegas Valley. For a while, that arrangement gave them something in common, but the work eventually created more tension. Devier later described Jonathan as hard-headed and opinionated, and he said his father did not always filter what he said. Jonathan could be direct, and when he believed he was right, he did not easily back down. Over time, the tension became personal. The two argued about the business, and their relationship became strained enough that Devier stopped working with his father. Then he moved out of the home Jonathan shared with Yoko. Then he moved into Devin's house on Porcupine Rim Street. From the outside, that could have looked like an unusual but practical family arrangement. Devin was the mother of Devier's younger sisters, so someone unfamiliar with the family might have assumed he was helping with the girls or simply staying with people he already knew. But Devier was not living there as a relative or temporary guest. He and Devin were in a relationship. According to Devier's later testimony, the relationship had become sexual when he was 19 years old. Devin had previously been his father's partner, and she was the mother of his two younger sisters. So the relationship crossed boundaries that neither of them seemed eager to explain to the rest of the family. They kept it quiet. Devier later admitted that he never found the courage to tell him directly. Then, in 2021, they got married. But when police first asked Devin and Devier about it, both of them tried to make it sound less personal than it was. They described it as a marriage of convenience. Devin said she had several medical problems and needed help with appointments, medication, hospital visits, and decisions that could be easier for a legal spouse to handle. Devier said the marriage allowed him to help care for Devin and his younger sisters, and they both suggested that the arrangement had more to do with responsibility than romance.
Without Yoko, that's how she knows. She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that we are still there. So what was your reason for getting married to Devier? Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things that someone just has a random. So like you have restrictions. He can do anything as myself. I had to go into hospital and ambulance. He's the one that took care of all of that. Okay. So are you guys like intimate together? Does he too narrow? Sometimes, like I'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he
However, investigators later found that the private reality of the marriage did not match the careful explanation they had given police. Inside the home, there were photographs from a traditional wedding. Devin had worn a white dress and veil, while Devier had worn a suit. They had exchanged rings, posed together, and taken family portraits with the girls. The images did not look like two people completing paperwork for insurance or medical convenience. They looked like a couple celebrating a marriage. Then investigators found the messages. There were affectionate conversations, emotionally intense exchanges, and handwritten notes that showed Devin did not see Devier as merely a caregiver. In one note, she addressed him as her dearest love, and in another, she expressed a level of devotion that directly contradicted the distant version of the marriage she had first described. The relationship was real, but it was not stable. Devin and Deviere argued often, and their conversations moved between affection, anger, accusations, and threats of separation. At times, Devin accused Deviere of lying and cheating, while at other moments she complained about his drinking, spending, or behavior inside the home. Deviere also tried to leave. At one stage, he went to California, which appeared to leave Devin both angry and afraid that the relationship was ending. She sent emotional messages about everything she believed she had lost for him, and their correspondence showed that his efforts to separate from her did not always last. One account of their communication suggested that Devin told Deviere she was pregnant and warned that if he did not return, she would have the child and reveal who the father was. Deviere eventually returned to Nevada, and the relationship continued, but the same arguments continued. This showed the emotional position Devin was in during the period when Jonathan was preparing to move into the home. She was trying to keep her marriage to Deviere together, but Jonathan was returning to her life in a larger way. And according to one of her own statements, Jonathan had even asked her to marry him.
You guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who are you married to?
I'm married to them, yeah.
The son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So, Deviere, his son, and you are now married. How long have you been married?
Almost 2 years.
When Jonathan eventually learned that Devin and Deviere were married, he did not take the news quietly. He sent Deviere angry messages, demanding an explanation and questioning how his own son could have entered a relationship with the mother of his younger children. After that, communication between father and son almost disappeared. There were no regular calls, birthday messages, and no New Year greetings. And there was no meaningful attempt to repair what had happened. At one point, Jonathan sent Deviere a simple message that said, "Hey," but Deviere did not respond. By Sunday, August 6, 2023, Jonathan's plan to move into Devin's home was no longer just something the family had discussed. He had started packing, his moving trailer was ready, and Yoko could see that her son was preparing to leave the Paladura house where he had been staying with her. For Jonathan, the move appeared to represent a new beginning. He was bringing the girls' belongings into one home, and he was also moving some of his own things, which suggested that he expected to stay rather than simply help the children settle in. Devin would later say she had not fully believed he was serious until she saw the furniture and his personal belongings arriving at her house. He and Devin spent much of that day together. They handled back-to-school shopping for their daughters, transported furniture, and moved between the Paladura home in Henderson and Devin's house on Porcupine Rim Street. Later that evening, they returned to Yoko's home on Paladura Drive. Yoko noted that they had gone out at about 8 o'clock and returned around 10, while security footage would later place their arrival more precisely at about 10:12 p.m. Before returning to the house, they stopped at a gas station. The surveillance footage from that stop would later become one of the final ordinary records of Jonathan's life. He was seen entering and leaving the store with a smile on his face, apparently unaware that anything was wrong. Devin was also captured on camera wearing a white tank top, blue shorts, and black sneakers, and she carried a small black bag that investigators would later connect to items found at her home. Then he and Devin returned to Paladura. From that point forward, investigators would focus on a narrow period of time, beginning when they arrived at approximately 10:12 p.m. and ending when Devin's vehicle left the house at 2:04 a.m. Those 4 hours became the center of the case. The first unexplained event happened around 11 p.m. A motion-activated camera at a nearby property captured a person approaching Devin's Nissan Armada, unlocking it, opening the driver's door, and placing something inside. The footage did not clearly show what the item was, and it did not answer why someone was accessing the vehicle at that hour. Then the Nissan appeared to move. Phone data and the vehicle's lights suggested it was pulled forward and parked directly in front of the Paladura house, close to Jonathan's truck and trailer. In that new position, it was partly outside the camera's view. That movement would later attract attention because Devin's vehicle was the same one that left the house several hours later. Meanwhile, Devier remained at the Porcupine Rim home with the girls. At 10:36 p.m., he sent Devin a message telling her he was going to bed. According to the phone evidence, his device remained at the house, and there was activity on it during the night. Around 2 hours after telling Devin he was going to sleep, he was reportedly looking at photographs of himself and Devin together. The prosecution would later use that phone activity as part of his alibi, while the defense would argue that it revealed how emotionally focused he was on a wife who had not yet returned home. At Paladura, the night continued without Yoko realizing that anything serious had happened. Sometime around 1 o'clock or 1:15 a.m., she woke up and went downstairs to get water. When she entered the kitchen, she found Devin there. The encounter was important because Yoko became the only known witness to see Devin inside the house during the period investigators believed Jonathan died. Yoko later said Devin appeared surprised or startled when she saw her. They remained in the kitchen for several minutes. They washed dishes together while they talked. Yoko did not notice blood on Devin's clothes, and she did not see anything that immediately made her believe Jonathan was in danger. Yoko asked about her son, and Devin told her that Jonathan had been drinking and had gone to bed. But what she said here would later conflict with another version Devin gave investigators. In that account, she said Jonathan had been awake and smoking in the garage when she left the house. Yoko eventually returned upstairs, and Devin remained on the lower level of the house. At the same time, the daughters were waiting for Devin at the Porcupine Rim home. As the night grew later and their mother still had not returned, they began calling her. They tried several times, but the calls went to voicemail. One of the messages was later played in court. The girl asked Devin to call back, and she sounded frightened because she did not know where her mother was. She worried that Devin might have been involved in a car accident or that something else had happened to her. Back at Paladura, Yoko heard a noise. She later described it as a strange bang, followed by the family's dogs barking outside. The dogs' behavior stood out because they did not usually react that way at that hour. However, the exact timing of the noise became one of the disputed parts of the trial. When Yoko testified, she estimated that it happened around 2 a.m. But during cross-examination, the defense pointed to earlier statements in which the time had appeared closer to 3 a.m. So if the noise occurred around 2, Devin could still have been at the house. But if it happened closer to 3, she had already left Paladura and would have been on her way home or at the Porcupine Rim house. The prosecution argued that Yoko's changing recollection was understandable. She had been questioned soon after discovering her son. She had been under extreme emotional stress, and her first police interview had taken place without a Japanese interpreter. The defense, however, argued that the time could not simply be ignored because the state had built its case around Devin, leaving at 2:04 a.m. That departure was captured on surveillance. Shortly after 2 in the morning, Devin's Nissan pulled away from the Paladura house. Phone data showed that Devin's phone moved with the vehicle and that Jonathan's phone traveled with her. That detail would later become crucial. Jonathan's truck remained at Paladura. Jonathan remained inside the house, but his phone left with Devin. At approximately 2:29 a.m., Devin appeared at a CVS drive-thru, where she picked up a prescription for one of the girls. The pharmacy camera recorded her inside the Nissan. She appeared to be wearing the same white tank top she had worn at the gas station earlier in the evening. She calmly collected the medication, took a drink from a water bottle, and then drove away. After collecting the prescription, Devin returned to the Porcupine Rim home. When the sun came up, Jonathan had not left for work, he had not continued moving, and he had not answered anyone. Yoko noticed the dogs had been locked outside. She saw that her son's truck was still there, and she found a desk chair knocked over. Then she called for Jonathan. There was no answer. At first, she looked into his room and saw the shape of his body beneath a blanket. She did not immediately understand what she was seeing, so she stepped away. But Jonathan still did not move, so Yoko returned to the room and pulled back part of the blanket. That was when she saw the blood and realized that her son's head was missing. She immediately rushed upstairs to call 911. By approximately 8:40 a.m., police were being called to the house. And the 4-hour period between Jonathan and Devon's return at 10:12 p.m. and Devon's departure at 2:04 a.m. was about to become the timeline prosecutors and defense attorneys would argue over for years. Police officers and paramedics arrived at the Paladura home shortly before 9 o'clock that morning, and by then, Yoko had already told the dispatcher that her son was not responding and that there was blood inside his room. The first responders entered the lower level of the house and found Jonathan lying face down on the bed beneath the sheets. His head had been removed and was nowhere inside the room, so officers immediately treated the entire property as a homicide scene and began restricting access to the house. However, the missing head was only the first problem they faced. There was no knife, saw, or other obvious weapon beside the bed, and there were no tools left in the room that clearly explained how Jonathan had been killed or what had happened to him afterward. Investigators searched the bedroom, the hallway, the bathroom, and other parts of the home, but they did not find the missing remains or any item they could immediately identify as the murder weapon. The room also looked unusually clean in some areas, especially when officers considered the condition in which Jonathan had been found. There was blood around the bed, but several people who later testified said there appeared to be less of it than they expected. That raised an early question investigators would continue debating through the trial. Had everything happened in that bedroom, or had part of the crime occurred somewhere else? Near the bed, officers found Jonathan's boxer shorts and 2 belts that had been tied together were also lying nearby. Then officers noticed the smell. An empty bottle of ammonia and another bottle of bleach were found near the hallway and bathroom area on the lower floor. The chemical odor had spread through the house, but it was strongest near Jonathan's bedroom, and the longer officers remained inside, the more uncomfortable it became to breathe. Their eyes and throats began to burn, and at one point, an officer noticed what looked like smoke or vapor rising from beneath Jonathan's body. The concern was serious enough that investigators began photographing the room as quickly as possible because they did not know whether the chemicals had created a dangerous reaction or whether the bed might catch fire. No fire started, but the chemical evidence became an important part of the investigation. The medical examination later showed that cleaning substances had been applied to Jonathan's body after he died. Those chemicals had caused injuries, but they had not killed him. The removal of his head had also happened after death, which meant the act was not a fatal injury. Dr. Stephanie Yagi, the medical examiner, later explained that the exact fatal injury could not be identified. Jonathan had clearly died through homicidal violence, but because his head had never been recovered, the examination could not establish precisely what injury ended his life. Forensic examination also suggested that more than one type of tool had been used after Jonathan's death. One appeared to have been a manual implement, while another was believed to have been a mechanically powered tool. However, neither tool was recovered, so investigators had no blade, saw, or other instrument they could test for fingerprints, DNA, or blood. The missing weapon became even more important the following day, when Yoko realized that a large knife or meat cleaver was no longer in its usual place in the kitchen. Her partner, Yosha, later testified that he had used a butcher knife on the afternoon of August 6th to prepare food for the dogs. By the next day, the knife was missing, and despite searches connected to the case, it was never found. Investigators could not prove that the missing kitchen knife was the murder weapon, so they had to treat it as a potentially important missing item rather than a confirmed answer. The crime scene analyst would later say she did not see clear evidence that Jonathan's body had been moved from another location. In her assessment, the bed appeared to be where at least the post-mortem act had taken place. The defense, however, questioned that conclusion. They pointed to the amount of blood in the room, the absence of obvious marks on the walls, and the fact that investigators had not used luminol to search for blood that might have been cleaned away. They argued that the scene did not contain the level of physical evidence they expected from the acts described by prosecutors. But the prosecution maintained that the chemicals, the condition of the bedroom, and the missing evidence showed that someone had spent time altering the scene before leaving. Then, attention shifted away from Paladura and toward the home on Porcupine Rim Street, because while investigators had not found Jonathan's phone, wallet, keys, or identification beside his body, several of those belongings were about to turn up nearly 25 miles away. They were found at Devin Michaels' house. So, as investigators continued processing the Paladura house, another group of officers went to Devin Michaels' home on Porcupine Rim Street. Devin spoke with officers at her home and initially presented herself as someone who had no idea that Jonathan was dead. She said she had left Paladura during the night, and she claimed the last time she saw Jonathan, he was still alive and smoking a cigarette in the garage. She also told investigators that she did not know anyone who would want to harm him, although she mentioned that a stranger had supposedly threatened him during a recent shopping trip. That story gave detectives another direction to check, so they reviewed surveillance connected to the store. However, the footage did not support Devin's account. Investigators did not find the threatening encounter she had described, which meant one of the first possible explanations she offered could not be confirmed. Then something happened outside Devin's home that immediately shifted the investigation. Jonathan and Devin's daughters approached officers with a damaged cell phone they had found near the driveway close to Devin's Nissan. The screen was cracked and there appeared to be blood on it. Investigators identified the phone as Jonathan's. Later testing confirmed that the blood on the device belonged to him. That discovery created a direct problem with Devin's version of the night. She had said Jonathan was alive when she left Paladura, and she had placed him in the garage smoking. But Jonathan had remained inside his mother's home, while his phone had traveled nearly 25 miles away and ended up beside Devin's driveway with his blood on it. If Jonathan had remained alive at Paladura, then how had his phone left with Devin? And if Devin had not known anything had happened to him, why had one of his most important belongings arrived at her home before police did? Detectives now had enough reason to search the Porcupine Rim property more closely, and once they went inside, the questions multiplied. Jonathan's belongings were already present because he had been moving items into the house, so investigators had to separate ordinary moving property from items that should have remained with him. Furniture, boxes, and household belongings were not automatically suspicious because Jonathan had openly planned to bring them over. However, several personal items were found in places that did not look like part of an ordinary move. Inside Devin's bedroom, officers found Jonathan's driver's license and the keys to his truck. The truck itself was still parked at Paladura beside the house where his body had been discovered, but the keys had somehow made their way back to Porcupine Rim. The way they were stored also drew attention. The license and keys had been wrapped inside several plastic bags and placed toward the back of a dresser drawer containing Devin's underwear. They had not been left with moving boxes, placed on a table, or stored with other documents. They had been concealed inside a private drawer. Elsewhere in the bedroom, officers found Jonathan's social security card inside a small backpack-style purse. His wallet was also recovered from Devin's room. Devin explained that Jonathan had asked her to hold some of his personal belongings while he was moving, and in isolation, that explanation might have sounded possible. People sometimes gave someone else their keys, documents, or wallet while carrying furniture and handling heavy equipment, but investigators were not looking at one item in isolation. Jonathan's truck keys were hidden inside layers of plastic. His identification was in Devin's bedroom. His social security card was inside a purse, and his blood-marked phone had been found near her vehicle. Taken together, the items suggested that more than ordinary moving arrangements had happened during the night. Then Devin also tried to explain the blood on the phone. She said Jonathan had injured his hand while moving furniture earlier that day, so it would not have been unusual for a small amount of his blood to transfer onto the device. The explanation gave detectives something specific they could check against the medical examination. However, the medical examiner did not find a bleeding injury on Jonathan's hand. In fact, the forensic findings did not support the kind of minor moving accident Devin had described. That made the blood on the phone far more important because it appeared less likely to have come from an innocent injury earlier in the day. Investigators also looked through the house for anything that could explain the missing weapon or the missing tools. They photographed several katana-style swords that Devin owned, although police later described them as prop weapons and did not take them into evidence. The defense would eventually criticize that decision, asking why officers investigating a case involving a removed head had not tested every possible bladed item inside Devon's home. Detective Dennis Ozawa later explained that officers did not believe the props were connected to the crime, but the decision became one of several investigative choices the defense used to argue that police had focused on Devon too quickly. The search also exposed smaller inconsistencies in what Devon had told investigators. She had said that Jonathan owned registered firearms and that some of them had been moved to Porcupine Rim, but she claimed there was no ammunition because she did not have a gun safe. Officers later found a gun safe beneath a bathroom counter. She had also told police that Jonathan had thrown an engagement ring into the trash the day before he died. Investigators searched the trash at Paladura, but they did not find the ring. She had become the central focus of the investigation. But there was still one major problem. Devon continued to insist that Jonathan had been alive when she left him. So investigators brought her back in, placed the evidence in front of her, and gave her another chance to explain the final hours of August 6th. This time, her story changed. So when Devon sat down with investigators again on August 15th, they were no longer asking only for a general account of the night. When she was asked whether she had participated in any way in Jonathan's death, the examiner noted a significant reaction. After that, the conversation changed. Devon began adding details she had not included when officers first questioned her. She said that after she and Jonathan returned to the Paladura house, he had gone into the room he used downstairs. At some point, according to her, Jonathan lay face down while she massaged his back. She described pressing down on his back in an effort to make it pop, and she explained that she had been standing rather than sitting on him. Jonathan then got up, went outside to smoke, and later returned. However, Devon said the mood changed after he came back. She claimed Jonathan wanted an intimate encounter and that she refused. She alleged that he became aggressive, and she connected that moment to a larger history of behavior she described as abusive toward her and members of the family. Devon said she walked across the room and picked up an object from a shelf. She could not clearly identify it, but she described it as a wooden stick or something similar to a candlestick. Then she admitted that she struck Jonathan in the head.
I hit him. He was breathing. I did.
I didn't know he was breathing.
You could tell when a person was breathing.
Okay.
Just goes up and down.
Okay, you said it was dark.
You could still notice he was breathing.
In the dark?
It's not pitch dark, but yeah, it's not.
So you can't see an area on his head because it's so dark, but you can see his chest moving? You can't see what you grab off the shelf because it's so dark, and you walk over, and then you can see him breathing?
Yeah, you could see some person breathing.
That admission placed her with him at the moment he was physically attacked, but Devon insisted the blow had not killed him. She said Jonathan was still breathing, and she claimed she knew this because she could see his chest moving. At first, Devon connected the blow to the unwanted advance she said Jonathan had made. However, as the interview continued, she offered another explanation, and that one became especially important to investigators. She said she wanted Jonathan to go to the hospital. She did not describe the blow as a purely instinctive reaction. Instead, she said she wanted to hurt him enough to remove him from the situation temporarily so she could decide what to do about the children. That answer gave detectives a possible motive. Jonathan had physical custody of the girls.
Like it's not real. No, everything, like, all of this feels like a nightmare. Like, I remember being with him and him, us talking and everything like that, but the actual, it does not feel real. I don't feel I was there that long. I remember being there, yoga, pharmacy, home. I thought I was home at like 2 something. You guys are saying it was
2:42.
Yeah, I promise you.
Okay, so after you get home.
I got home, I got a shower, and went to bed. I don't remember, and in my recollection, it was not like that. I remember talking to Yoko, giving her the keys, picking up my stuff, and walking out the door. I do not remember any of this. They told me, they asked me, where's his head? And until then, I didn't know anything about that. They're like, well, didn't Debbie ever tell you? No, Debbie didn't tell me anything about that. Well, did he leave that night? No, I don't remember Debbie leaving, but I don't remember anything. I just remember going home and everything. I don't remember.
Okay.
The driving to the town pharmacy. I just remember being.
But no matter what the detective said, she wasn't bulging.
Next day.
No, this is because it empties out after you cut his head off.
I didn't cut his head off.
Oh, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Explain how this happened.
I don't know. I can't cut a person's head off.
But you could hit him with a stick. Is there a chance that that could have been a knife of some sort? Why? How do you know it was dark? Doesn't make sense, does it?
They asked why Jonathan's phone had traveled with her to Porcupine Rim if he had remained alive at Paladura.
You think that you're smarter than me?
No, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. But I didn't do this. And you're telling me because I had the same cleaning.
No.
The cell phone that you take, you have to take. You have to take the cell phone from his house back to your house after he's dead. Because there's blood on it. His wallet, his keys, things that you're not supposed to have wrapped up in a bag 8 times shoved in your underwear drawer. Number one, you're the last person to see him. You're the last person to physically assault him. Hit him in the head. He's in the exact same spot. I think we're done.
Absolutely. And your girls are definitely there resent you because you can't even have the audacity to give them closure. Shame on you. That's terrible.
Get out of here, accuse me of this!
Oh, so there's some...
I didn't do it!
There's some anger now, huh?
I told you from the beginning I didn't do it!
Is that how you feel against him?
No! That is not how I feel against him!
I think you're just upset.
Devin Jade Michaels was arrested on August 15, 2023. She was booked on a charge of open murder, which meant prosecutors had not yet limited the case to one specific degree of homicide and could continue building the evidence before deciding exactly what charge they believed they could prove. For the next several weeks, investigators organized the phone records, surveillance footage, physical evidence, witness statements, and Devin's changing accounts of the night. Then, on September 21st, 2023, a Clark County grand jury indicted her, formally moving the case toward prosecution. However, the murder case was not the only legal matter involving Devin during that period. Nearly a year earlier, in October 2022, she had been charged in a separate child abuse or neglect case after a child care worker noticed a bruise on one of her daughters and reported it to police. That charge had already added pressure to the custody dispute between Devin and Jonathan because the girls' care, living arrangements, and contact with their mother were already being examined through the family court system. Then, on August 9th, 2023, just 2 days after Jonathan was found dead and 6 days before Devin's arrest for murder, she appeared in court for sentencing in that separate case.
In classes, therapy, drug tests, psych evaluations, I've done everything. And everyone I've spoken to say I'm not an abusive person and they don't feel there's any risk for me to her or whatever.
Her public defender also described her as having a low chance of reoffending, and the judge sentenced her to 1 year of probation. Once the murder case moved forward, the legal process became slow. Devin remained in custody while attorneys reviewed the evidence, challenged parts of the investigation, and prepared for the possibility of trial. For prosecutors, a guilty plea would guarantee a murder conviction without requiring Jonathan's mother, son, daughters, and other witnesses to endure a full trial. For Devin, a plea could limit the punishment she faced and remove the possibility of a first-degree murder conviction carrying a harsher minimum sentence. Then, on September 17, 2024, more than a year after her arrest, Devin pleaded guilty to murder with the use of a deadly weapon. Under the agreement, she faced a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 15 years, although the judge would still have the final authority over the sentence. By entering the plea, Devin accepted legal responsibility and gave up the right to make the state prove the case before a jury. For Jonathan's family, that moment may have looked like the beginning of the end. However, the months passed without the expected conclusion, and when Devin finally appeared for sentencing in July 2025, the hearing did not unfold the way anyone expected. Devin was now standing before the judge saying she was innocent and accusing the state of altering evidence, so the prosecutor told the court that he was no longer comfortable moving forward with the plea.
The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it, and they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty. Miss Michael, you are not to address the state. You are to address me. You are. You're addressing Mr. Giordano. You are going to address me. What do you want to say to me?
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let it out of the plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to face this.
All right. It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
All right. Ms. Michael, Judge Mr. Giordano says that he's willing to let you out of your plea and he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open murder. So a jury can convict you of first-degree murder. You understand that? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it?
I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I said.
Miss Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right. This plea is going to be withdrawn. Mr. Patrick, I need you to...
With that, the guilty plea was withdrawn, but the hearing was still not over. Devin's attorney then asked to withdraw from the case, explaining that he was not in a position to continue representing her through trial. The judge agreed that new counsel would have to be appointed, but she also made it clear that the case had already been delayed for too long and would not be allowed to remain inactive. Jonathan had died in August 2023. Devin had been in custody for nearly 2 years. His family had prepared themselves for sentencing, and now the case was returning to the beginning of the trial process. Devin Michaels' trial began in November 2025 at the Regional Justice Center in Las Vegas, more than 2 years after Jonathan Willett was found dead inside his mother's home. Now, instead of receiving the negotiated sentence she had once accepted, she sat before a jury that could convict her of first-degree murder. From the opening statements, it became clear that the trial would not focus only on whether Devin had attacked Jonathan. She had already admitted that part during her interrogation. The real battle was over what happened after she struck him, whether she had caused his death, and whether someone else could have entered the house and committed the acts she claimed not to remember. However, Devin's defense attorney, Robert Draskovich, told the jury that the state had built its case around one person too quickly and had failed to investigate the man with the strongest emotional motive. That man, he argued, was Devier Willett. Draskovich asked the jury to look at what Jonathan's move meant from Devier's position. Devier had married Devin, lived with her, and helped care for his younger sisters. He had already stepped into the family role his father once occupied. Then, Jonathan began moving into the house. If Jonathan and Devin were reconciling, Devier could lose his wife. If Jonathan intended to take over the household again, Devier could lose his home. And if Jonathan had never accepted the marriage, then father and son were approaching a confrontation neither of them had resolved.
Home. Again, he's ruled out and basically not on the radar because he didn't have the phone on him. And his dad was killed. He killed his father. He just left his phone at home when he did.
Draskovich also emphasized Devier's profession. He worked as a home security and entertainment system technician. He installed cameras, understood how motion detection worked, and knew where security devices were usually placed. The defense suggested that if anyone could find a way to leave home without appearing on camera, it would be someone who worked with those systems every day. Devier also used tools professionally, which allowed Draskovich to suggest that he may have had access to equipment similar to what forensic experts believed had been used after Jonathan's death. However, the defense did not have physical evidence placing Devier at Paladura, so Draskovich attacked the investigation itself. He reminded jurors that police never recovered the murder weapon. They never found the tools used after Jonathan died, and they never recovered his missing head. The defense also questioned why investigators had not used luminol throughout the bedroom to search for blood that may have been cleaned away. Several witnesses said there appeared to be less blood than expected, and the defense argued that the absence of staining on the walls raised the possibility that part of the crime occurred somewhere else. A footprint had also been found in the backyard, but it was not fully compared against every possible suspect. According to Draskovich, that was another missed opportunity to determine whether someone approached the house from an area not covered by the street cameras.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you got to go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked there.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night that my father was married,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Then there were the katana-style swords inside Devin's home. The prosecution answered that the absence of DNA in one location did not erase the evidence found elsewhere. Jonathan's blood was on the phone outside Devin's house, and his personal belongings were inside her bedroom. Then the jury heard from Yoko Willett. Yoko testified through a Japanese interpreter, and she took the jury through the last evening she saw her son alive. At trial, she estimated that the noise occurred around 2 o'clock, but the defense confronted her with earlier statements that appeared to place it closer to 3. That difference mattered because Devin had already left the house by 2:04 a.m. Draskovich asked why Yoko's timing had changed, and he also questioned why she had not clearly said in her first police interview that Devin appeared startled in the kitchen. Yoko repeatedly explained that she could not remember every detail. She had been overwhelmed, she had just discovered her son, and the events had not remained clear in her mind. The prosecution argued that her memory differences were understandable because officers questioned her almost immediately after the discovery while she was in shock and without a Japanese interpreter. They asked the jury to focus on what had remained consistent. Devin was inside the house. She told Yoko that Jonathan was asleep, and Jonathan was found dead in that same room hours later.
Reasonable to assume. Common sense would dictate that the person that killed him decapitated him. And through the course of this evidence, they have not shown a scintilla of evidence that she was involved with the decapitation. She didn't do it. Try and paint her as this devious, manipulative, conniving temptress. But think about that. The flip side, a 19-year-old. You know, when we talk about motive, what drives a person to murder, is it not passion of a young man? His first love? His first love that's coming to an end when dad's coming in and moving him, the dad that he said was never there.
And Giordani stood to give the prosecution's closing argument, and he asked the jury to move away from speculation and return to the evidence. He acknowledged that the defense had raised questions and had done its job by challenging the investigation. But he argued that asking questions was not the same as producing evidence.
Let's talk about reality. I want to commend my colleagues over here who represented Ms. Michaels first, because they've done an exceptional job. And Ms. Michaels is entitled to a fair trial like we talked about in jury selection. They've done a good job of coming through and poking as many holes as they can in the evidence, and I commend them on that. But make absolutely no mistake, that woman is guilty as sin. That family deserves justice. Those girls deserve justice. Do not take this lightly just because a real polished defense attorney gets up here and spins a yarn for you. Do not take this lightly. Those people deserve justice. What single piece of evidence suggests Devier did this? Not one. Not a one. And when you start accusing an innocent guy of murder, Devier, you got to think about this for a second. That young man was taken advantage of. She is an experienced woman, much older than Devier. He's a young knucklehead, and I would submit to you that when you heard from him, no disrespect, but that guy's not a criminal mastermind. He's not somebody who snuck out the back of the house, evaded all cameras, he had left his phone behind because he was thinking ahead to what he was going to do, somehow made it all the way across town, even though he didn't have his phone to contact anyone. There's no Uber notifications or pickups or anything suggested. There's no calls, no text, nothing after 11 o'clock. So who did he contact and when?
The state admitted that major pieces of evidence were missing. Jonathan's head had never been recovered, the murder weapon was gone, and the tools were gone. However, prosecutors argued that Devin should not receive the benefit of evidence they believed she had removed from the scene.
There were clearly going to be unanswered questions in this case, right? There's a missing head, there's a missing murder weapon, there's missing implements, no doubt. But think big picture, forest from the trees. Think about reality, right? Just because she ditched the head and therefore the doctors can't confidently say what injury did it, does that mean she gets a reward? Like, does she get to benefit from the actions she took to cover up? Of course not. Does that mean we can't convict her of murder? Of course not. There are no bleeding injuries on his body, except for up here. The phone left at 2:04 with a droplet of blood on it. That means the murder happened before 2:04. It had to. Nothing.
After nearly 2 weeks of testimony, the jury received the case and began deciding which version of the night was supported by the evidence.
To then burn him.
All I can say is buckle up because you're in for a wild ride.
That wild ride, according to prosecutors, included Michael's relationship with Jonathan Ouellette's son, Devier Ouellette, whom Michaels would marry in 2021. Michaels had recently lost custody of her 2 children, but Jonathan Ouellette, the father of those children, was in the process of moving into her house for stability. Prosecutors alleging that's not what she really wanted.
This is the future that she saw, that she wanted, and the only way to have that future was with John out of the picture.
Look at the motivations and find her not guilty.
During opening statements Wednesday, Michael's attorney, Robert Draskevich, told a different story, one where he alleges Henderson police missed other potential suspects, instead focusing all their attention on Michaels. Draskevich telling the jury that in the days before the murder, Michaels sent Devier Ouellette a message, calling him a liar and a cheater in saying she wanted a divorce.
What happened on August 7th of 2023 is Devier was getting kicked out. He was no longer going to be a part of this relationship because the dad he hated, was coming in and not only taking his home, but taking his wife.
Now, we want to be very clear here. Devier Ouellette does not face any charges. He, of course, is not on trial. And prosecutors said today there was no cell phone or video surveillance connecting him to this case. He is on the witness list, so we do expect to hear from him under oath in the coming days. Meantime, police never found the murder weapon or the victim's head.
In the end, the jury did not need days to reach a decision. They deliberated for just under 2 hours. Then, on November 14th, 2025, everyone returned to the courtroom at the Regional Justice Center in Las Vegas as the verdict was prepared for reading. Devin Jade Michaels was found guilty of first-degree murder with the use of a deadly weapon.
State of Nevada plaintiff versus Devin Jade Michaels, a.k.a. Devin Ouellette, a.k.a. Nikki Fairchild, a.k.a. Tracy Baker, a.k.a. Tracy Nicole Tavares, defendant. Case number C-23-377239-1, Department 10. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Devin Jade Michaels, as follows. Count 1, murder with use of a deadly weapon. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Dated this 14th day of November, 2025.
The verdict ended the question of guilt, but it did not immediately determine how long Devin would remain in prison. That decision came almost 2 months later. On January 8, 2026, Devin returned to court for sentencing before Judge Tiara Jones. The sentence she faced was now more severe than the agreement she had previously accepted. Under the withdrawn plea deal, Devin could have become eligible for parole after serving 15 years. But that agreement no longer existed. For the first-degree murder conviction, Judge Jones sentenced Devin to a term of 20 years to life in prison. Then the court imposed an additional sentence for the use of a deadly weapon. That enhancement carried another term of 8 to 20 years. The judge ordered the two sentences to run consecutively, meaning Devin had to complete the minimum portion of the first sentence and then begin serving the minimum portion of the second. The terms would not run at the same time. As a result, Devin would have to serve at least 28 years before she could become eligible for parole. The legal case had reached its conclusion, but the family's search for complete answers had not. His funeral service was held privately, away from the courtroom, the cameras, and the years of arguments that followed his death. The people who gathered to remember him were not thinking only about the final hours at Paladura or the evidence later presented to a jury. They remembered the man they had known before his name appeared in a murder case. Jonathan's obituary described someone who loved conversation, especially while he worked. He could arrive at a job to move furniture or clear a property, and before leaving, he would often know something about the lives of the people who had hired him. He was remembered as hardworking, intelligent, generous, and willing to help people who needed employment or support. To customers across Las Vegas, he had been the Vegas moving guy, the man with the truck and trailer who believed he could handle almost any job placed before him. But to the people closest to him, he had been much more than a business name. He had been Yoko's son, Kenneth's older brother, and a father whose children depended on him.
Motherfucker asked me yesterday, how do I have so much drive or energy? So I told him, man, the key is happiness. You got to do something that you like to do, and it ain't like work. It don't matter if you go to Hawaii, Puerto Rico, it don't matter. You're going to have a fucked up time. But if you have happiness, man, if you're happy.
And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Her mother giving us new heartbreaking details.
Her nose was broken. Both of her collarbones were broken. Her ribs were broken, and her hip was broken in 3 places. She managed to crawl down the hill across Paragon Mills to a house and knocked on the door before she laid down and ultimately died from her injuries.
Aaliyah Ingram had been left near a creek in the cold. She was only 13 years old, and she was badly hurt, confused, and alone. But somehow, she still found the strength to move. She made her way out of that area and tried to reach the closest house she could find because even after everything that had happened that night, Aaliyah was still trying to save herself. Then she knocked on the first house she saw. But by the time Aaliyah was found at that residence on Paragon Mills Road and taken to Vanderbilt Medical Center, too much time had passed. She did not survive. And while all of this was unfolding, her mother, Natalie Chastain, was at home living every parent's worst fear. She had woken up and realized her daughter was gone. Aaliyah was supposed to be in her room, but the bed was empty, and Natalie immediately knew something was wrong. So she started calling everyone she could. Then she cried out on Facebook, begging people to help her find her child, because at that moment, Natalie was still hoping Aaliyah could be found alive. But when the news finally came, it was not the answer she had been praying for. Her daughter was gone. For months, Natalie searched for the people responsible and waited for the truth to come out. Then, eventually, 2 teenage boys would be arrested in connection with Aaliyah's death. But there's more uncovering and layers to the story. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. Aaliyah Genai Ingram was a 13-year-old girl with a full life inside one small body. She was born on December 30th, 2008, to Natalie Chastain and Wilbert Ingram Jr. And from the beginning, she became the kind of child people remembered not because she tried to stand out, but because something about her naturally stayed with them. Her family called her Lele. They called her Leah. And to Natalie, she was more than a daughter. She was her best friend, and the person who had grown up beside her in a way only a mother could fully understand.
If pretty was a person, if pretty was a person.
Aaliyah was in 8th grade at Antioch Middle School, and by November 2022, she was only weeks away from turning 14. She was still young enough to get excited about small things, but she was also beginning to talk like someone who could already see pieces of her future forming in front of her. She talked about high school, she talked about college, she talked about learning to drive, and she had already started thinking about working so she could save money for a car. At school, Aaliyah loved science. It was her favorite subject, and it fit the kind of girl she was. She was curious. But Aaliyah was not only a schoolgirl with big dreams, she was also playful, creative, and full of personality. She loved music, and most of the time, she had her AirPods in, listening to whatever made her feel calm or happy in that moment. Music was one of the ways she relaxed. It was part of her rhythm. She loved writing too, and songs came easily to her. She also loved animals and the outdoors, and she had the kind of softness that made her want to help people, whether the problem was big or small. If someone needed something, Aaliyah wanted to help. If her family was around, she wanted to be near them. And if there was food to make, Aaliyah wanted to cook. Cooking became one of the ways she showed love. She could make different meals, but tacos were the thing everyone remembered. She loved making them for her family, and even when she was using them as practice, nobody complained because there was something special about being fed by someone who enjoyed doing it. Aaliyah also loved sports. She enjoyed basketball and soccer, and like many girls her age, she loved TikTok and the small fun of making videos, laughing with friends, trying things, and being part of the world other teenagers understood so well. But even with all of that, the detail her family seemed to return to most was her smile. They said Aaliyah's smile lit up a room. But one decision pulled Aaliyah out of the safety of her home and into a night that would leave her family searching for answers long after the headlines moved on. On November 21st, 2022, Aaliyah Ingram was home. It was only a few days before Thanksgiving, and nothing about that night was supposed to become the beginning of a story her family would spend months trying to understand. Natalie Chastain eventually went to bed believing her daughter was safe. But sometime after Natalie went to sleep, Aaliyah left the house. She did not wake her mother before she stepped out. She did not tell Natalie where she was going. She was not supposed to leave, and according to Natalie, that was what made the whole thing feel so strange from the beginning. This was not normal for her daughter. Aaliyah was close to her mother. She was not known for disappearing from home. She was not the child who usually slipped out and left everyone wondering where she had gone, but she was still 13. And sometimes at 13, one message, one invitation, or one person saying, "Come outside," can feel bigger than every warning a parent has ever given. So she stepped outside. Then she got into a Chrysler 300. Here is the tighter version with only the needed additions worked into your context. The next morning, Natalie Chastain woke up and went to check on her daughter. When she walked into Aaliyah's room, she immediately realized something was wrong. Aaliyah was gone. The bed was empty, and it appeared she had not slept there that night. This was unusual because Aaliyah was not known for sneaking out, so Natalie had no clear reason to believe her daughter had simply gone somewhere on her own. Natalie began calling people right away. She contacted Aaliyah's friends, checked with family members, and reached out to anyone who might know where her daughter had gone. But nobody had any answers. She quickly contacted authorities because she knew the first hours in a missing child case were critical, and she did not want to waste time hoping Aaliyah would simply walk back through the door. After the report was made, authorities began trying to track Aaliyah's phone. Before long, her phone was traced to the Paragon Mills area, where it had last pinged. As she searched for clues, Natalie went through Aaliyah's phone and social media accounts. There, she found messages that helped explain what had happened. Aaliyah had been communicating with people before she left the house. At first, Natalie focused on a boy Aaliyah had met through social media. But as she continued looking through messages, she found another conversation with a girl. According to the messages, the girl had asked Aaliyah to come outside. Natalie also found information suggesting that the girl was coming to pick her up. That discovery changed the situation completely. Aaliyah had not simply left home on her own. She had arranged to meet someone, and someone had come for her during the night. Natalie then began posting online, asking for help finding her daughter. In a Facebook post, she said Aaliyah had last been seen wearing sweatpants, a hoodie, and pink Crocs. She also said Aaliyah had reportedly been seen getting into a Chrysler 300 with a spare tire mounted on the back, with 2 Hispanic males. Natalie urged anyone with information to contact her or call 911. As the hours passed, she continued searching, making calls, and following every lead she could find. Her daughter was missing, and she was determined to find her. But while Natalie was desperately looking for answers, events had already unfolded elsewhere. By late November 2022, once the news of Aaliyah's disappearance began spreading through the Antioch community, people started asking questions. The biggest question was the one many people could not get past. What was a 13-year-old girl doing outside that late at night? But the truth was, no one would ever fully know what was going through Aaliyah's mind that night. Most people make mistakes again and again, and they still get the chance to learn from them. Aaliyah never got that chance. She left home to meet people she thought were her friends, and after that, she vanished. 3 days passed, and Aaliyah still had not been found. There was also very little information about where she was or what had happened to her. For Natalie, that silence created 2 feelings at once. She was hopeful because she wanted to believe her daughter was still somewhere out there, alive. But she was terrified because she understood what it could mean for that much time to pass with no sign of Aaliyah. Then, days after Aaliyah disappeared, Natalie received a call from authorities. But it was not the call she had been waiting for. They were not calling to tell her they had found her daughter safe. They were calling because they had found Aaliyah, and by then, it was already too late. Natalie rushed there, still holding on to a small hope that they had made a mistake. She wanted to believe the person they had found was not her daughter. She wanted the whole thing to be wrong. But when she got there and saw the body, that hope disappeared. It was Aaliyah Ingram. And by then, it appeared Aaliyah had been gone for the same length of time her family had been searching for her. Aaliyah's parents had not been notified immediately when she was first found because she was only 13 years old and did not have any form of state identification on her. And because she had no juvenile record, there was no quick fingerprint match that could immediately identify her. So at first, she was entered into the system as a Jane Doe. After Natalie reported Aaliyah missing, investigators continued working, but at first, there were no clear leads. Eventually, they began checking unidentified and unclaimed cases against Aaliyah's missing person details. They used her age, height, build, hair color, eye color, and the clothing she had last been seen wearing. That was how they were able to connect the unidentified girl back to Aaliyah. But even though Aaliyah had been found, the case was still full of unanswered questions. Her family wanted to know what happened after she got into that car. They wanted to know who the boys were. They wanted to know how a night that began with Aaliyah leaving home ended with her gone. Investigators still did not have the full timeline, but they did know some things. They knew Aaliyah had gotten into a Chrysler 300 with 2 Hispanic males. They knew Aaliyah had been struck by a vehicle, but unlike many hit-and-run cases, Aaliyah had not simply been hit and left where it happened. She had been moved away from that area and left near a creek. What investigators were still trying to determine was how exactly she ended up there. They did not know whether she had been dragged there by the car or whether someone had moved her there after she was struck. According to Natalie, Aaliyah had been run over, taken down the street, and left near the side of the road by a creek. But Aaliyah was a fighter. Natalie later described her daughter's injuries as severe.
She's turning a new page, but with it, she relives the same old pain.
To say the least, it's been the worst time of my life. She died 3 days before Thanksgiving.
Just 13 years old.
It's just hard.
Aaliyah Ingram left her mother's home late one night. By morning, she never returned, and her mother knew something was wrong.
I don't know how to explain that, but I just knew she wasn't here.
According to police, Aaliyah died that morning, her mother giving us new heartbreaking details.
Her nose was broken. Both of her collarbones were broken. Her ribs were broken, and her hip was broken in 3 places.
Even after everything she had gone through, Aaliyah still managed to gather enough strength to try to get help. She made her way out of that creek area and crawled toward the nearest house. She got down the hill, crossed toward Paragon Mills, reached a home, and knocked on the door. After that, she lay down. She had used what strength she had left to reach someone. Thankfully, people were home. When they answered the door, they found Aaliyah outside and immediately called 911. Emergency responders arrived, and according to Natalie, Aaliyah was still breathing when they got to her. They were able to stabilize her enough to transport her to the hospital, but they also noticed that her body temperature was dangerously low. The weather that night had been extremely cold, and Aaliyah had been left near the creek before making her way toward help without proper protection from the cold. By the time emergency responders reached the hospital, Aaliyah was no longer breathing. She was pronounced dead.
Managed to crawl down the hill across Paragon Mills to a house and knocked on the door before she laid down and ultimately died from her injuries.
As the investigation continued, detectives were not getting the answers they needed. With little to work with, investigators turned their attention to the car Aaliyah had gotten into that night. At that point, investigators still did not have much to go on. They knew Aaliyah had gotten into a Chrysler 300 that night, and they knew that same car had been reported stolen, so the next step was clear. They had to find the car, and thankfully they did. Once investigators located the Chrysler, they began testing it. They searched the inside, checked for evidence, and looked for anything that could prove who had been in the car and what the car had been used for that night. The tests gave them their first important answer. They found traces of Aaliyah's DNA inside the vehicle. That confirmed that Aaliyah had been in the Chrysler. But the car gave them more than that. Further testing showed that the Chrysler was also the vehicle connected to what happened to Aaliyah. It was no longer just the car she had been seen getting into. It had become a key part of the case. And once investigators had that, the 2 boys who had been with Aaliyah in the car were no longer just people who might know something. They became suspects. Then they dusted the car for fingerprints and found some prints inside. But there was another problem. Those prints did not match anyone already in the system. That meant investigators had evidence, but they still did not have names. So the case slowed down again. Days passed, then weeks passed, then months passed. And while investigators tried to find the people connected to the Chrysler, Natalie and her family were left waiting for answers. Aaliyah was killed just a few days before Thanksgiving.
She was ran over with the car, and she was drug or taken down the street and left on the side of a road in a creek. In my heart, I know that she could have survived what happened to her. She just needed somebody to get her help.
Her little girl remembered for being a butterfly, strong, determined, and ready to spread her wings. It's no wonder they were her favorite animal.
She was always just a joy to be around. One of the sweetest, well-mannered people you could meet. And I miss her so much.
So while other families were getting ready for the holiday, Natalie Chastain and her family were trying to understand how they were supposed to sit at a table where Aaliyah should have been. Thanksgiving was meant to be a day for family, food, and gratitude. But for them, it became the start of a holiday season they had to survive without her. And it did not stop with Thanksgiving. Christmas was coming too, and Aaliyah loved the holidays. Those were the days when a house was supposed to feel full, when families were supposed to laugh, cook, talk, and make plans for the next year. But that year, every date on the calendar only reminded Natalie of what had been taken from her.
Here on Paragon Mills and Astor Drive, you'll find the constant sound of cars. But for Natalie Chaston, it's a constant reminder of what happened here almost 1 year ago.
I'm trying to make something positive out of it because I honestly feel like I'm being choked every time I come past this area.
Overlooking the exact area where her daughter, 13-year-old Aaliyah Ingram, was found dead. Those who knew her will easily tell you the grief.
It's been hard. We still think about her all the time. I'm sorry. My daughter still thinks about her.
Aaliyah left her mother's home late one night. By morning, she never returned, and they knew something was wrong.
Then we get the next phone call 2 days later, having to ID her body. It was the worst thing ever.
A few days before Christmas, Natalie wrote on Facebook, Aaliyah was killed 3 days before Thanksgiving, 13 days before my birthday, 34 days before Christmas, 39 days before her 14th birthday, and 41 days before New Year's. I just want her back. I don't care about any holidays now. I don't know what to do without her. Then, 5 days after Christmas, came the day Aaliyah should have turned 14. December 30th should have been her birthday, but instead, Natalie had to mark the day without her daughter. And on that day, she wrote another message for Aaliyah. All your favorite holidays have passed, and now today is your 14th birthday. I'm so thankful I was blessed with you. You changed me for the better. My only baby was taken from me before she truly got to live her life. She would have made a great contribution to our world with her kind heart. She already was my world. I hope you're dancing in the skies, baby. I know you see me cry every day for you as I will till the day I die. I used to be scared to die, but I will forever be ready knowing I'll get to see you again. My forever baby, I love you so much, Aaliyah. Happy heavenly birthday. This beautiful pic of the sky on your birthday this morning, I know it's you. I'll try and be okay for you. Natalie kept posting because silence was impossible. Her Facebook page slowly became a place where she could keep Aaliyah's name alive, share memories, speak through the grief, and remind people that her daughter's case still had no real answers. And as the weeks became months, grief turned into something else too. It became a push for answers. Natalie started speaking publicly because she wanted Aaliyah's story to reach people who might know something. She wanted the people connected to that night to be found. She wanted the truth to come out. When she spoke about living without Aaliyah, she did not try to make it sound easier than it was. That was what made the loss feel even harder. Natalie had gone from having Aaliyah constantly around her to not having her at all. But Natalie still wanted someone held accountable because to her, accountability was the only way to show that Aaliyah's life mattered. But by February 2023, no one had been arrested and Natalie had buried her daughter.
Police believe a 13-year-old girl was hit and killed by a car, but there are questions about the circumstances.
They want to find a young man for questioning.
After Natalie began speaking publicly, the case finally seemed to move in a new direction. Then investigators got a lead. The Metro Police released a photo of one of the boys Aaliyah had reportedly been last seen with.
This week, Metro Police releasing this photo in hopes of identifying the man wanted for questioning in this case.
Me just living here trying to figure it out, it's not okay.
At that point, they did not release a name, and it was not clear to the public exactly who he was. But they had a clear image of him, and they believed he had information about what happened. So they asked for help. Police said they needed the public's assistance identifying a young man wanted for questioning in connection with the case.
Metro Police need help identifying a young man they say has information in a deadly crash from last November. The crash happened on Astor in South Nashville. It's not far from Harding Place. 13-year-old Aaliyah Ingram was injured and later died from her injuries. The circumstances surrounding her death are still under investigation, but if you recognize this person, call Crime Stoppers 615-74-CRIME.
For Natalie, that photo was the first real sign that the case might be moving forward. But time passed. No one came forward with the information investigators needed. The photo was out there, the case was public, and Aaliyah's family was still waiting. Then, in May 2023, almost 6 months after Aaliyah died, investigators finally got the break they had been waiting for. The young man in the photo turned himself in. His name was Cesar Martinez. He was 15 years old. Now police had one of the boys connected to the case in custody, but even that did not mean the investigation was over. Aaliyah had reportedly been seen getting into the Chrysler with 2 boys, so investigators still had questions about the other person, who else was involved, and what each person knew about what happened that night. Cesar's surrender gave the case its first public name, but it did not give the family the full story. While investigators continued working on leads connected to the second boy, Cesar was charged. Police said the 15-year-old was charged with vehicular homicide following the deadly incident from the previous November.
Just 3 months after Metro Police released information about Aaliyah's death, 15-year-old Cesar Martinez turned himself in on an arrest order charging him with vehicular homicide.
Thankful he did.
But still, her mother wouldn't call this justice.
That's all I can say. I mean, I'm thankful he did. It's not going to change the fact that she's still not here. And everybody involved still have a life.
Aaliyah had been in a stolen Chrysler 300 with Cesar when the car crashed into a house. But even then, the case still had uncertainty around it. There were still questions about who had been driving and what exactly happened before Aaliyah was left without help. Cesar had turned himself in, but one arrest did not explain the entire night. So Natalie kept asking people to come forward. She kept posting about Aaliyah. She kept urging anyone who knew anything to speak, because even with Cesar in custody, she still did not have the full truth about what happened to her daughter. Even after Cesar Martinez turned himself in, Natalie still did not feel like the case was complete. Cesar's name gave investigators a direction, but it did not answer every question. Aaliyah had not been alone in that car. There were still questions about who else was there, who knew what happened, who left the scene, and why nobody got Aaliyah help before it was too late. For Natalie, that was the part that would not let go. She did not just want a name, she wanted the truth. And as the case continued, another teenager became central to Aaliyah's death. His name was Eduardo Melendez Pineda. Eduardo was later connected to the same night, and when his part of the case reached court, Natalie expected accountability.
If I don't have...
Natalie Chastain thinks about her daughter every day. Aaliyah Ingram loved to cook. She loved her friends, her family, and animals.
She would give you the clothes off her back if you needed them. That's just the type of person she was.
The 13-year-old's life ended before it even could begin. Metro Police say back in November of 2022, 15-year-old Cesar Martinez was driving a stolen car. He picked up Aaliyah and later picked up a then 16-year-old Eduardo Melendez Pineda and 2 other passengers. Police say the stolen car crashed near Paragon Mills on Astor Drive and rolled backwards into a neighboring yard. Aaliyah was caught under it and severely injured. Her body found on the porch of a home. Chastain says they left her daughter to die in a ditch and never called for help.
And I just wish that someone else didn't have to be affected by Eduardo.
Then Eduardo was brought into court to be charged as an adult. According to Natalie, he told the district attorney that he wanted to apologize to her family. For a moment, that may have sounded like he was about to take responsibility, but then Natalie heard the words she never forgot. "I'm sorry, but it ain't my fault." To Natalie, that did not feel like an apology. It felt like another refusal to fully own what happened that night. It felt like another reason she still did not have the truth. Natalie later said that Cesar and Eduardo blamed each other over who was driving. So even as the legal process moved forward, one of the biggest questions in the case still felt unsettled to her. Police had publicly identified Cesar as the driver of the stolen Chrysler, but Natalie said the people involved blamed each other, and that left her feeling like nobody had given her the full story. Eventually, Eduardo received 3 years of probation for criminally negligent homicide. Natalie said the first offer had been 2 years. She said the family had to push for 3, but even 3 years of probation did not feel like justice to her, so Natalie said it plainly. Probation should have never been in the cards for this.
She's struggling to understand what happens now. 3 months after Aaliyah's body was found in a ditch, 15-year-old Cesar Martinez turned himself in on an arrest order, charging him with vehicular homicide. Later, Aaliyah's mother telling News 2 another teen was in the car at the time of her death. Paperwork would show the second teen was charged with criminal homicide. And today, that second teenager appearing before the juvenile court, pleading guilty as an adult. However, Natalie says after giving a victim impact statement, sitting and waiting, she was shocked to hear the teen was sentenced to probation.
Just sitting there knowing that he will get to leave after we get out of here, that's a problem.
She describes that moment in court, even listening to the teen apologize, only to leave her with more questions than answers.
He tried to apologize today, and his apology was, "I'm sorry, but it wasn't my fault." Well, whose fault was it?
And tonight, we are still awaiting the official court document detailing the next steps in the legal process for that teen charged in Aaliyah's death. But her mother says moving forward, she encourages parents to talk to your kids and urge them to be on alert for dangerous situations.
Then, about 2 months later, Eduardo's name appeared again. This time, it was not connected to Aaliyah's court proceedings. It was connected to a new arrest. In October 2024, Eduardo was 18 years old and on probation when police said he was involved in a separate carjacking case. He and a 15-year-old were accused of taking an SUV outside a victim's home, and during that incident, shots were reportedly fired. The next day, officers spotted the stolen SUV. Then the situation turned into a chase across 2 counties before Eduardo and the 15-year-old were taken into custody. Eduardo refused to be interviewed, and he remained jailed on an $82,500 bond. For Natalie, this was not just another criminal case. It brought everything back. It brought back the night Aaliyah left home. It brought back the court dates. It brought back the probation sentence. It brought back the warning Natalie said she had already raised. Because to her, Aaliyah's death should have been the moment the system acted strongly enough to prevent another victim. A major Nashville news outlet later reported that both Cesar Martinez and Eduardo Melendez-Pineda were charged with criminally negligent homicide and received probation. Eduardo had pleaded guilty on August 22, 2024, and received 3 years of probation.
Tonight, a teen accepts a plea deal in adult court after a girl's shocking death 2 years ago.
Her mother calls it the worst time of her life. Aaliyah Ingram was found dead after a single-car accident, but police would later reveal 2 teenagers were connected to her death. One of those teens went before a judge today.
But Aaliyah's mother told News 2's Mai Owen she's still left with more questions than answers.
But less than 2 months after that, he was back in custody. And public Davidson County court records later showed Eduardo with an open criminal court case connected to carjacking and contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Martinez and Melendez-Pineda were both charged with criminal negligent homicide. Chastain says they both got probation. Melendez-Pineda pled guilty on August 22, 2024, and got 3 years on probation. And it took him 60 days to end up back in police custody.
We need to see what we can do to make sure he's not back out here.
Melendez-Pineda and a 15-year-old are accused of carjacking an SUV outside a victim's home last week. Metro Police say during the robbery, Melendez-Pineda allegedly approached the driver's side and fired 1 shot into the SUV and 1 shot in the air. By Friday night, they led police on a chase in 2 counties before they were arrested.
Cesar's later court details were harder to confirm publicly, likely because he was handled as a juvenile. But for Natalie, the legal technicalities did not change the heart of the case.
There shouldn't be another victim. My daughter should have been it with that. That should have been what took him off the streets.
Chastain knew her daughter's case was a tough one for prosecution, but she believes there needs to be changes in laws to require stronger sentences for violent crimes, even for teenage offenders.
We've got to do something because if not, there's going to be another victim.
Her daughter's case might be closed, but she says the fight for justice for victims is not over.
Because it's going to sit with me for the rest of my life. So if I can If I need to relive it to help other people, I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna continue the fight.
Even while the investigation continued, Natalie kept Aaliyah's memory alive in every way she could.
But now this area where Aaliyah died will live on in her memory.
I've got butterflies with her name, with her dates on it, and I also got solar butterflies that will light up at nighttime.
For weeks, she's been creating this cross for this specific reason. Working with the city, a new dedication sign will sit here so others will remember.
Yeah, that's my girl.
And reflect.
It could have been yours. It could have been your child, and it just so happened to be mine.
The new dedicated sign is set to be put up within the next 10 days. Until then, Aaliyah's mother is hopeful witnesses from that night will come forward to give more clarity on what happened the night she died.
She kept posting about her, and one of those moments came on the day Aaliyah was supposed to graduate from 8th grade. Aaliyah should have been there with her classmates. She should have been walking with them, smiling with them, and getting ready for the next stage of school. But instead, her classmates had to honor her without her. Natalie later shared what they did. Aaliyah's 8th grade graduation. They all wore purple hearts for my baby and had a little slideshow. I got to see some of her friends, and I was very thankful for all the support our family was shown. I'm forever grateful. Aaliyah, you did it, baby. I'm so proud. But even while Natalie tried to survive her grief, she still had to deal with people's opinions.
We would like to present Aaliyah's mother with her promotion certificate.
I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. I was about to get emotional. I'm getting emotional here.
Kristen, will you step forward to present flowers, please? Thank you.
As Aaliyah's case spread online, some people began blaming Natalie. Some said she should be held responsible because Aaliyah had left home late at night. And that kind of judgment cut deep because Natalie was already living with the worst loss of her life. So she wrote about it. I'm about to have to get off here. My baby only made one mistake in her whole life and it killed her, which was getting in the car with friends. She didn't get the opportunity to learn from her mistake. I hate this world. Then she opened up about how hard it was to keep going. I am struggling. I might look like I'm holding it together, but really I'm just trying to make it through each day one by one. I try and wait until I'm by myself to cry, because I know it makes people uncomfortable. My whole life has become uncomfortable. I literally can cry all day and I hate it. I just want to hug my baby and let her know how proud she made me. Then she returned to the ordinary memories, the ones that made the loss even harder. Aaliyah used to joke that she would never move out, and Natalie was okay with that. They loved each other deeply. Aaliyah would randomly yell through the house, "I love you, Mom," and Natalie would answer, "I love you, Leah." Aaliyah was always ready to go anywhere with her. She had been stuck to Natalie's hip since the day Natalie had her, and now Natalie was left trying to figure out how to live without her daughter physically beside her.
Traveling through Nashville, between the names, cars, and traffic. But this specific street is named after a specific girl, recognized by a sign that sits just feet away from where Aaliyah Ingram's body was found.
We should not be here right now.
It's a reminder of how a 13-year-old girl's memory can last far beyond her time on Earth.
Since her last really awake moments were over here, I just didn't want her to go forgotten.
Tonight, her mother says it's a full circle moment after Aaliyah was found dead. Her mother going into detail of how Aaliyah left her home late one night. By morning, when she never returned, Natalie knew something was wrong. Metro Police later releasing information surrounding her death, linking it to a car crash.
I could sit here and say, she will never get to stand underneath that tree. It hurts because there's no new memories.
Our deepest condolences go to Natalie Chastain, Aaliyah's family, her friends, and everyone who loved her. May Aaliyah Ingram rest in peace.
Shocking new details about why a woman may have allegedly killed her partner and baby. According to a new report from the LA Times, Danielle Johnson was an influencer with 100,000 followers on X, formerly Twitter, who mostly talked about astrology online. The report goes on to say she made posts saying she was worried about the eclipse and called it, quote, the epitome of spiritual warfare. In the hours before the eclipse, police say she stabbed her partner to death in their Woodland Hills apartment, then pushed her two daughters out of her car.
At 4:30 on the morning of April 8, 2024, drivers on Interstate 405 slowed for something no one expected to see. Two children were in the roadway, one 9 years old and the other a baby. The older girl had been injured, but she reached the shoulder while her infant sister remained exposed to traffic. Motorists called 911, but the baby did not survive. 30 minutes later, a Porsche Cayenne traveling at more than 100 miles per hour struck a curb near Pacific Coast Highway, and Vincent Street became airborne and crashed into a tree. The 34-year-old driver died at the scene, and police did not yet know she was connected to the children. More than 2 hours later, residents at a Woodland Hills apartment complex noticed that a neighbor's door was wide open. Blood marked the entrance and continued toward the elevator. Inside, they found 29-year-old Jalen Allen Cheney face down and unresponsive. By the end of that morning, detectives realized all three scenes belonged to the same family. The woman in the Porsche was Danielle Cherokee Johnson, an online astrologer known to more than 100,000 followers as Danielle Ayoka. 3 days earlier, she had posted, wake up, the apocalypse is here." But this story had not started with the eclipse. It had been building for years. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you.
29-year-old Jalen Allen Cheney in their shared Woodland Hills apartment when a heated argument turned violent early Monday morning. She then took off down the 405 with her two kids, pushing her 9-year-old daughter and infant from the moving car. The baby was killed and the little girl injured but survived. Johnson continued driving, her car going over 100 miles per hour before she crashed into a tree on PCH in Redondo Beach.
I looked at my phone and I saw that there was two kids found on the side of the 405 freeway and their ages, and I screamed. And I called my husband and my daughter up and I read them the article, and we all knew at that point it was our neighbors.
Before more than 100,000 people knew her as Danielle Ayoka, the woman behind Mystic's Lipstick had been Danielle Cherokee Johnson, born on September 25, 1989 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her mother, Sharonda Cole, was only 16 when she became pregnant and 17 when Danielle was born, so from the beginning, their lives developed inside a family that was already under pressure. Danielle's biological father was largely absent, and Sharonda raised her with the help of her own relatives. For part of Danielle's early childhood, mother and daughter lived with Sharonda's aunt and uncle in Maryland, where Sharonda was also still being guided and supported by the older adults around her. However, the relationship between mother and daughter became more complicated as Danielle grew older. When Danielle was around 13, Sharonda was struggling with drug addiction, and Danielle was sent to live with Sharonda's brother and sister-in-law in Virginia. The home was described as more stable, but while the move may have given Danielle a safer routine, Sharonda believed it also deepened her daughter's sense of rejection. Danielle felt that her mother had chosen drugs instead of choosing her, and that belief stayed between them long after Sharonda began trying to rebuild her life. Danielle was also described as a child who was often frightened about her health. A simple headache could make her fear that she was experiencing a brain aneurysm, and ordinary physical symptoms sometimes caused her to panic. Danielle graduated from high school in 2007 and then enrolled at Norfolk State University in Virginia, where she studied psychology. She also sang in the choir and learned to play piano, but she did not complete her degree, leaving during her junior year. A college roommate named Maya later described Danielle as someone who constantly talked about her dreams, what they meant, and whether they revealed events that had not yet happened. Maya said Danielle sometimes spoke about visions of the future, but at the time, both women were practicing Christians, so Maya initially understood those conversations as part of Danielle's religious interest, rather than something alarming. Danielle later said that she had once been deeply religious, but around the age of 20, her attention began moving toward energy work, Reiki, astrology, and alternative forms of spirituality. She was not simply looking for another set of beliefs. She appeared to be searching for a way to understand intuition, emotional pain, and healing through a system she could practice for herself and eventually offer to other people. As that identity developed, Danielle also began telling a much older story about herself. She claimed that she had experienced a near-death event when she was 3 years old and said it had become her rite of passage into shamanism. Her website later stated that she descended from indigenous shamans and medicine women, although those claims were never independently confirmed. There was also an unresolved contradiction in the story. Danielle told the Fader that her father had informed her about Native American spiritual ancestry on his side of the family, but Sharonda described him as largely absent and said Danielle had little or no meaningful relationship with him. By then, however, Danielle had already gathered the pieces of the identity she would soon present to the world: psychology, dreams, intuition, energy, and healing. Then she found a platform where those interests could become more than private beliefs. They could become a business. In December 2010, Danielle created the Twitter account that would eventually separate her public identity from the life she had lived before. She used the handle at Mystic's Lipstick, and although the page began as an outlet for her interests, it gradually became the foundation of a career that would reach more than 100,000 people. She also began using the professional name Danielle Ayoka. Ayoka is a Yoruba name commonly associated with joy, and it gave her growing brand a distinctive identity that followers could easily remember. At first, Danielle's posts focused heavily on Reiki, energy healing, emotional awareness, and spiritual work that she said could be performed from a distance. She described herself as a Reiki master, and later as a Reiki master teacher, while her website claimed she had trained in more than 10 alternative healing methods. Those titles helped establish her authority online, but no publicly identified licensing body, school, or credentialing organization confirmed the extent of that training. Astrology became part of Danielle's life early. She later said she began studying it at around 18, before Mystic's Lipstick had become a recognized name. A friend named Steph helped answer some of her first questions, and Danielle bought books that connected astrology with psychology, personality, and social behavior. She was not only interested in birth dates and zodiac signs, she wanted to understand why people repeated certain patterns and how those patterns shaped their relationships. Then, during one of her birthdays, Danielle met an astrologer who encouraged her to take the subject more seriously. According to Danielle, the woman repeatedly told her that astrology was something she should pursue professionally. Danielle initially resisted, but she continued studying, began reading charts for friends, and eventually started charging people for her time. Her audience grew slowly at first, and then in 2015, Danielle found the format that changed everything. She began posting long threads that became known as Tea Time or Astrology Tea. And instead of offering dry explanations about planets and houses, She spoke directly to each zodiac sign as if she were confronting a friend who needed honest advice. Danielle later recalled that one early thread began with Capricorns and their tendency to fall for people they can't have. From there, the idea expanded, and followers began waiting to see which sign she would discuss next. Sometimes, she allowed them to vote, and then she would go online and begin writing without preparing the thread in advance. Her Libra post opened with the line, "Okay, Libra, let's help you get your S hit together in relationships." And when she turned to Aries, she wrote, "Aries has the sex game on lock hands down." The appeal was not only what Danielle said, but how she said it. Her posts were funny, blunt, sarcastic, and easy to understand, and she did not present herself like a distant expert speaking down to an audience. Instead, she sounded like someone sitting beside her followers, telling them what she believed they needed to hear. Danielle understood that connection, and she once described it simply, "My page is like a party." That atmosphere became part of the brand. Followers reacted in real time, argued about whether her descriptions were accurate, and tagged friends who shared the sign she was discussing. Within roughly 3 years, Danielle had built an audience of more than 50,000 followers. By April 2024, that number had grown to between 104,000 and 105,000, and had become the center of a recognizable online business. As Danielle's online following grew, her personal life was also changing, and one of the first people to know her before the brand became successful was Cecil Rice. The two met on Twitter in 2012 when Cecil came across Danielle's posts and found some of them funny, even though he had little interest in Reiki, astrology, or spiritual healing. They began exchanging messages, and after discovering that they lived near one another, they eventually decided to meet in person. Their relationship became serious, and in 2014, Danielle and Cecil married before moving to Springfield, Ohio. A year later, in 2015, they welcomed a daughter, and that child would eventually become the only person from Danielle's household to survive the events of April 2024. The birth of their daughter came at the same time that Danielle's online work was beginning to expand. Cecil later said social media had entered a period when ordinary users could suddenly turn an audience into income, and both of them were surprised by how strongly people connected with what Danielle was doing. Around that same period, Sharonda Cole returned to Danielle's life after years of distance. She met her granddaughter for the first time, and although mother and daughter still carried unresolved pain from the past, Danielle began using the language of healing to help them reconnect. Sharonda later explained, "She started working with me, trying to help me heal not just the wounds between her and I, but my wounds from my childhood." At the same time, Sharonda said Danielle was dealing with difficulties that her online audience could not see. After the birth of her first daughter, Danielle reportedly struggled with postpartum depression while also facing exhaustion, financial concerns, tension in her marriage, and anger toward both of her parents. But there were no medical records confirming whether a clinician had diagnosed or treated her. However, while Danielle's private life became more strained, her business continued growing, and she expanded from free astrology threads into products that promised direct spiritual benefits. Her services included remote energy cleanses, zodiac-specific cleanses, healing recordings, written guidance, and guided meditation. She also offered a program called Good Vibes, which she said would send positive energy into a customer's home at 7 each morning. Some products cost only a few dollars, while others were part of monthly programs priced at approximately $150. Certain zodiac cleanses reportedly sold for $11.99, and Danielle described some of the services as one-time spiritual treatments that automatically connected to a customer's aura as soon as the purchase was completed. Danielle also developed a brand known as Rich Girl Magic. It was linked to an Etsy store that reportedly recorded more than 800 sales and approximately 100 five-star reviews. The shop offered spiritual cleanses and guided products, and later, Danielle and Sharonda used the same brand while working together on candles. Danielle's website promised that she was changing reality one intention at a time. It also described her work as practical magic, healing with ancient teachings, and breaking cycles by rewriting the future. However, as the business expanded, complaints also began to appear. Some customers said Danielle became difficult to reach after receiving payment, while others felt they had not received the level of guidance they expected. The Los Angeles Times later reviewed messages that supported the existence of some of those complaints, but there was no identified fraud conviction, consumer ruling, or regulatory action against her. Danielle displayed more signs of financial success through expensive clothing, travel, lifestyle branding, and high-end vehicles. Danielle also wrote about what she called toxic nurturing, and in one blog post, she observed, "These children often grow up wanting to give others the love they never had." As Danielle's audience grew, the image she had built online began to develop cracks, and some of the first tensions appeared in the way she spoke about sexuality, identity, and belonging. In one post, she described the experience of bisexual people who felt excluded from both heterosexual and LGBTQ+ spaces, writing, "Imagine not being embraced in the LGBT community or in the straight community." The post drew criticism from some users, but Danielle later explained that she was speaking from personal experience rather than attacking the community. She wrote, "Being bisexual has been something I've been learning to navigate since I was a teen." The explanation did not end every disagreement, but it showed that Danielle was trying to place the post within her own struggle with identity and acceptance, rather than presenting herself as an outside observer. However, a more serious controversy developed in 2018, when Danielle began marketing spiritual healing services to survivors of sexual assault. She said her remote energy work could help people process the emotional pain connected to those experiences, but critics questioned whether she had the training to make such promises. They also challenged the idea of charging vulnerable people for a service that could not be measured in the same way as counseling, medical care, or trauma-informed treatment. Danielle responded by saying that she was also a survivor. She described experiencing prolonged sexual abuse during childhood and reportedly identified several people she said had been involved, including a relative, a teenage girl, and a close friend. Her mother, Sharonda, later said Danielle had never disclosed that history to her, and that absence left Sharonda uncertain about the claim. But Sharonda was not the only person who knew Danielle during those years. Danielle's former roommate, Maya, and her husband, Cecil Rice, both remembered Danielle speaking about childhood abuse before the 2018 controversy. As those questions followed her, former followers began describing another side of Danielle's spiritual work. Some alleged that she used cow tongues, feathers, photographs, and nails in rituals directed at critics or people she believed had crossed her. Others claimed she spoke about curses and communication with demons. Those stories later became part of the darker public narrative surrounding Danielle. At home, Danielle's marriage was also coming to an end. She and Cecil separated in 2018 after approximately 4 years of marriage. Cecil did not describe the separation as the result of one dramatic event, and he later said, "We did great as friends, decent as co-parents." According to him, they had grown apart and wanted different things from life. After the separation, Danielle moved to New York City with their daughter. She was in a stronger financial position than Cecil and had full custody of the child. By 2020, Danielle had entered a new relationship with a novelist and tarot card reader. The two became engaged, and Danielle later relocated to Los Angeles with her daughter and fiancé. However, the relationship eventually ended. During that same period, Danielle attempted to build a second public career through music. Using Ayoka as her stage name, she pursued an alternative R&B sound and reportedly released a project called Venus. She promoted the songs, shared music videos, and tried to introduce her astrology followers to a different version of herself. Danielle appeared to have real confidence in the project, but the audience that responded to her spiritual content did not follow her into music in the numbers she expected. Her YouTube audience was at approximately 150 to 170 subscribers, while her SoundCloud account attracted a little more than 200 followers. The music career never developed into the large platform Danielle appeared to be pursuing. So she gradually returned her attention to astrology, healing, and the audience she already understood. However, the tone of that audience relationship had started to change. Danielle's posts increasingly moved beyond zodiac signs and emotional healing and into COVID-related conspiracies, vaccine claims, political theories, and anti-Semitic material. Some of the ideas contradicted one another, but Danielle continued sharing them, sometimes treating each new theory as urgent or revealing. Followers who had once known her as funny, encouraging, and direct began stepping away. One longtime follower later said Danielle's energy felt darker and that she no longer seemed well.
Now, Johnson was also a recording artist, she said, according to another account that she managed, and she had an Etsy store where, under the handle of Rich Girl Magic, she sold audio recordings of her voice for healing and astrological readings. And inside her apartment, we're told, dozens of tarot card decks, candles, religious figurines, feathers, altars were all...
Then, near the end of 2020, Danielle began speaking regularly with someone new. He was not an online rival or a former customer complaining about a service. He was a customer who believed in her, and before long, Jalen Allen Chaney would begin changing his life to be with her. He was born on May 20th, 1994, grew up in Michigan, and later moved to Florida for high school, where he became part of a Christian youth group and formed friendships that would continue into adulthood. After high school, Jalen joined the United States Air Force, and his military career eventually took him far from the communities where he had grown up. He served as an armament or munitions technician and was connected to the 31st Munitions Squadron, which placed him at Aviano Air Base in northeastern Italy. The work gave him the opportunity to travel, and by the time he met Danielle, he had already built a life that included military discipline, international experience, and a wide range of interests that did not fit neatly into one category. Jalen loved Star Wars, but he was also curious about subjects that Danielle discussed regularly online. His social media interests included horoscopes, tarot, radio communication, extraterrestrial intelligence, spiritual metaphysics, and expanded consciousness. Jalen first encountered Danielle through her website or one of her online stores, and their initial connection appeared to have been commercial rather than romantic. He bought candles, healing products, and other spiritual services, so in the beginning, he was one of the many people who approached Danielle because they believed she might offer guidance or help them understand something in their lives. Then they began talking beyond the purchase. The conversations became longer, and Danielle started sharing more of herself with him. Sharonda later said Jalen would listen to her daughter for hours while he was still stationed in Italy, and she described him as an emotional soldier for her. Their relationship gradually moved from business into friendship, then from friendship into emotional dependence, and eventually a long-distance romance. Then Danielle traveled to Italy to meet him in person, and when Jalen returned to the United States on military leave, she traveled to spend time with him. And as Jalen became more involved with Danielle, he also moved deeper into the spiritual world she had built. He began identifying himself as a Reiki master, and in 2021, he created a business called Saturn's Guidance, LLC. His website offered spiritual baths, energy work, timeline shifts, and services associated with what he described as quantum healing. Then Danielle promoted an online coven during this period. She taught followers how to work with spells, create sigils, and use magical symbols, while Jalen was given the title of High Priest. Sharonda also said Danielle came to believe that she and Jalen were twin flames, a spiritual idea built around two people being deeply connected or mirroring one another. According to Sharonda, Danielle used rituals, tantra, sexual magic, and spell work because she believed those practices could strengthen the relationship and secure the bond between them. However, there was a more sensitive part of Jalen's personal history. Jalen had previously identified as gay and had dated men before becoming involved with Danielle. But Danielle challenged his understanding of his sexuality and told him that childhood trauma had caused him to believe he was gay, while she believed he was supposed to be with her. Sharonda later described the way Danielle allegedly monitored Jalen's behavior, saying, "She was always scanning him, saying, 'Oh, that was gay of you to say. Why did you say that?'" Sharonda then added, "It came down to her needing to snuff out every whiff of his higher self." What was clear was that the relationship became serious enough for Jalen to make a major decision. He chose not to re-enlist in the Air Force, left the life he had built overseas, and moved to Los Angeles during the summer of 2022. He moved into Danielle's home, where Sharonda and Danielle's half-brother were also living at the time. From the outside, the decision could look like the natural next step in a long-distance relationship. Jalen and Danielle had shared interests, had spent months speaking across continents, and had already met in person. He was leaving the military. She had an established business, and both appeared to believe they were building something permanent. That impression was reinforced when Jenna Butler met them in Orlando in 2022. She had lunch with the couple and later said, "I didn't see anything off when I met her. It was just normal couple stuff." There was no obvious warning in that meeting. Danielle appeared pleasant, Jalen appeared committed, and the pair looked like two people discussing a future together. But once Jalen moved into the home, the relationship was becoming harder for Jalen to leave. In May 2022, while Jalen was still deciding what to do after the Air Force, Danielle pressured him to lock his Twitter account. She told him that her enemies were trying to reach him through social media and place a curse on him. However, social media was not the only connection that became a source of conflict. Danielle also accused Jalen's mother of using black magic to interfere with their relationship. According to family accounts, Danielle became angry when Jalen wanted to contact his mother, and she repeatedly questioned her intentions. She made communication difficult by treating Jalen's family as a spiritual threat. So arguments became more frequent, and they did not always end when the shouting stopped. Danielle allegedly threw objects and damaged items around the home, and during one confrontation, she broke a drinking glass while Jalen was considering leaving. According to Sharonda, Danielle then threatened to swallow the broken pieces if he walked away. In November 2022, Jalen sent a message to his brother, Matthew Shirikus. He wrote, "I have been dealing a lot personally with my girlfriend that I don't care to really share right now because it's not appropriate." Then, during a FaceTime call, Jalen asked Sharonda whether he should walk away from her and the entire situation. Sharonda told him, "Trust your intuition." Danielle learned what Sharonda had said, and she responded by forcing her mother and half-brother out of the home. After leaving, Sharonda spent approximately 2 years moving through homeless shelters in Los Angeles, while her contact with Danielle became almost non-existent. On August 31st, 2023, Danielle and Jalen welcomed a daughter named Soli Loon Steele. The couple later moved with Sol and Danielle's older daughter into a high-end fourth-floor apartment in Woodland Hills, where they appeared to be beginning a new phase of family life away from Sharonda and the relatives who had questioned their relationship. By the beginning of 2024, Sharonda no longer knew what was being said or happening inside her daughter's home. However, Danielle was still speaking publicly, and the messages appearing on her social media page were becoming much harder to ignore. By 2024, astrology and encouragement still appeared on the account, but they now sat beside vaccine conspiracies, claims about the origins of COVID-19, anti-Semitic material, QAnon-related ideas, and repeated warnings about spiritual enemies. Some theories appeared to contradict others, and followers who had watched Danielle for years were no longer certain whether she believed every claim, was using dark humor, or was going through a personal crisis. One former follower later said, "It didn't feel right in my spirit. I am a Christian, and I felt her energy was really dark. She was opening up doors that you shouldn't walk through, and she didn't seem very well." Danielle also made posts connecting unrelated public events to spiritual or political forces. She blamed the deaths of penguins in Antarctica and chickens in the United States on people practicing black magic. She also connected an earthquake in New York to white supremacy, and described disagreements within the online spiritual community as part of an energy war, with critics and rival accounts placed on the opposing side.
I would say astrology is basically the interpretation of the energies of the planets at the time that you were born or in like the current moment. So obviously nobody's like, yeah, the literal Pluto is defining this right now. It's the energy that Pluto represents. It's the energy that Pluto like invokes in us. So the easiest way that I like to describe it is that like with the moon, you know, the moon controls the tide. The moon controls people's emotions. Like when there's a full moon, there's higher crime rates, there's more births. Eclipses, there's more births, there's more deaths. So, you know, we are made of like over 70% water. And so with that, like the energies of the planets that they represent pull on our energies to form us a certain way, almost like a cookie cutter shape. And that's how you get your birth chart. And then like that's also how like the collective energy is formed like every day with like the transits. Like so where all the planets are like, you know, the sign and then like, you know, whatever degree they're in, et cetera, et cetera. So it's basically that. I feel like, you know, there is definitely like a physiological effect of the planets, you know, just like we have, you know, benefits from the sun and there's things that happen to us from the sun and from the moon. The other planets play into that as well that are in our orbit.
As the April 8th, 2024 solar eclipse approached, her posts became more urgent. On April 4th, Danielle wrote, "This eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. Get your protection on and your heart in the right place. The world is very obviously changing right now, and if you ever needed to pick a side, the time to do right in your life is now. Stay strong, you got this."
This happening hours before Monday's eclipse.
I mean, she was warning people. She was saying pick a side. The way that she typed about it was in all caps. You know, and you could tell by her actions that it wasn't just a ploy to get attention or, you know, drive up her followers or whatever the streams or whatever she was looking for. It looked like she was very disturbed.
Then, on April 5th, she pinned a much more alarming post to the top of her page. It read, wake up, the apocalypse is here. Everyone who has ears listen. Your time to choose what you believe is now. If you believe a new world is possible for the people, art now. There is power in choice. There is power in choice. Repost to make the choice for the collective.
Her name was Danielle Johnson, but to her over 103,000 followers on social media, the 34-year-old was known as a yoka, a mystic and an astrologer, seen here on the Scotty and Sylvia show. In the week leading up to her death, Johnson had been posting constantly about the upcoming eclipse, warning her followers that they needed to choose a side, talking about the apocalypse and that something big was going to happen. She also shared conspiracy theories and anti-Semitic posts. Investigators analyzing the social media posts.
Shortly after midnight on April 8th, 2024, neighbors at the Woodland Hills apartment complex began hearing Danielle and Jalen arguing inside the fourth-floor home they shared with the children. The couple had been heard disagreeing before, but this time the voices were louder, the disturbance lasted longer, and sometime around 3:40 that morning, one neighbor heard what sounded like a woman and a child screaming. No one outside the apartment knew what had caused the argument, and no call for help came from inside. However, when investigators later entered the home, the condition of the room showed that the confrontation had moved well beyond raised voices. Furniture and other objects had been displaced or broken. Blood patterns were visible inside the apartment, and several parts of Jalen's body showed signs that a struggle had taken place before the final injury. He had abrasions and bruises on his face, back, arms, left hand, and lower lip. At some point, Danielle picked up a kitchen knife and caused a single injury to Jalen's chest. Her 9-year-old daughter was present, and she later told investigators that she saw her mother attack him. The confrontation began in the living room, and Jalen managed to move toward the bedroom before collapsing. Jalen ended up face down on the apartment floor, surrounded by blood. The scene also contained several objects that immediately attracted attention. First responders noticed an item beside Jalen's head that they believed might be connected to a religious practice, and similar objects were placed elsewhere in the apartment. Officers also found candles and unusual cards that did not resemble standard playing cards, although Lieutenant Guy Golan said he could not confirm whether they were tarot cards. Those details quickly led people online to describe the apartment as the scene of a ritual, but investigators never established that Danielle had placed those items around Jalen after the confrontation. After leaving Jalen inside the apartment, Danielle gathered her 9-year-old daughter and 7-month-old Soleil and placed them in her Porsche Cayenne. She then drove out of the complex at speed, breaking through the security gate as she left. The apartment door remained open behind her, and the blood that had moved beyond the doorway would later draw the neighbors' attention. By approximately 4:30 a.m., Danielle had reached the northbound side of Interstate 405 near Westchester and Howard Hughes Parkway. The older child was sitting in the passenger seat while holding Sol on her lap. Danielle then opened the passenger side door and told the 9-year-old to take the baby and get out of the moving vehicle. The child was frightened and refused, but Danielle then forced both girls through the open door while the Porsche was still moving. So the older girl landed in the middle of the roadway while still holding Soleil, and the force of the fall injured her and caused her to lose her grip on the baby. Vehicles were still traveling through the area, so the 9-year-old began moving toward the side of the freeway while trying to avoid the traffic around her. Lieutenant Golan later explained, "In a race to get out of the freeway and not get hit by traffic, the 9-year-old managed to get to the shoulder successfully. Sol remained farther inside the roadway and was struck by a passing vehicle. Motorists stopped when they realized that 2 children were on the freeway, and members of the public tried to help before calling 911. Emergency responders transported the older girl to hospital with injuries and broken bones. Sol was examined at the scene, but her injuries were too severe for her to recover. But Danielle did not return to the children, and she did not stop elsewhere to contact police or ask for help. Instead, she continued south toward Redondo Beach, putting more distance between the Porsche and the freeway while traveling at speeds reported to be above 100 miles per hour. At approximately 5 a.m., she reached the area near Pacific Coast Highway and Vincent Street, close to St. James Catholic Church. The Porsche struck a curb, left the roadway, and became airborne before colliding with a tree. The impact threw Danielle from the vehicle. When emergency crews arrived, they found her outside the damaged Porsche, lying motionless and unresponsive, with injuries to her head that were beyond medical intervention. She could not be revived.
Confirms this was a murder-suicide. Police say after a verbal altercation, a woman stabbed her partner inside this Woodland Hills apartment complex. The victim's family tells us he was an Air Force mechanic and a loving father to their 2 children. Now his homicide is connected to 2 other fatalities, all within the same family. A shocking scenario of twists and turns ultimately ends in tremendous tragedy. LAPD confirms 34-year-old Danielle Johnson stabbed and killed 29-year-old Jalen Allen Cheney in their shared Woodland Hills apartment when a heated argument turned violent early Monday morning. She then took off down the 405 with her 2 kids, pushing her 9-year-old daughter and infant from the moving car. The baby was killed and the little girl injured but survived. Johnson continued driving, her car going over 100 miles per hour before she crashed into a tree on PCH in Redondo Beach.
At that point, the officers in Redondo Beach did not know that Danielle had come from an apartment in Woodland Hills, and the emergency workers on Interstate 405 did not yet know the identity of the woman who had driven away from the children.
New at 10 tonight, we've learned that the suspect in this week's horrific murder-suicide was an online astrology influencer. Here's a look at her, who posted about the solar eclipse being the apocalypse. Fox 11's Gina Silva, she's live with developing new information on this case tonight. Gina?
Marla, this case has been so shocking from beginning to end, and now we're learning about a new disturbing layer to this tragedy.
A lot of our foundations as a society are toxic. They're ungrounded and they're unrealistic.
LAPD confirms Danielle Johnson, a.k.a. Danielle Ayoka, seen here on the Scotty and Sylvia show, was an astrology influencer on social media who was concerned about the eclipse.
Eclipses, there's more births, there's more deaths.
Leading up to the eclipse on Monday, Danielle, who went by the handle Mystic X Lipstick, made several alarming posts like these. Wake up, the apocalypse is here. And the eclipse is the epitome of spiritual warfare. She also reposted alerts that signaled this is the final warning. Something big is coming.
This type of story is probably one of the most tragic and horrifying stories that we'll ever hear about.
Back at the apartment complex, more than 2 hours passed before the final scene was discovered. At approximately 7:35 a.m., neighbors noticed that Danielle and Jalen's door was wide open. Blood was visible near the entrance, along the hallway, and toward the elevator. So Richard Berglund contacted emergency services and was instructed to check whether anyone inside still needed help. Richard entered the apartment carefully, stepping around the blood and displaced furniture until he found Jalen lying face down and completely unresponsive. He wore only socks and underwear, and nothing about his condition suggested that medical assistance could still help him.
I looked at my phone and I saw that there was 2 kids found on the side of the 405 freeway and their ages, and I screamed. And I called my husband and my daughter up, and I read them the article. And we all knew at that point it was our neighbors. It was obvious.
The couple's next-door neighbors woke up to a trail of blood leading from the apartment to the elevator and immediately called for help.
Their front door was wide open. It was like propped open. And I saw pretty much it was in disarray in there. I mean, the knocked over furniture and blood.
I told them it was a 3-story. The bedrooms were downstairs, and stood there as they said, "I see a body down." And they pulled their guns and said, "If anyone's in there, come out with your hands up."
Richard and Jody Berglund didn't know the couple personally. According to family, Jalen was in the Air Force, served 4 years in Italy, where he likely met Danielle. He was an aspiring meteorologist. His brother tells KTLA he didn't know the details of the couple's relationship. As for his daughter, she's being treated for her injuries at UCLA. She's the sole survivor and likely the primary witness to a series of unimaginable events.
Knowing that that poor child saw what she had to see and experienced what she had to experience on the side of the freeway, and, you know, losing her mother the way she's now lost her mother, and probably the last memory she have of her mother is not going to be great. And I just can't. That is going to haunt me forever.
By then, Jalen, Sol, and Danielle were gone, and the only surviving member of the household was the 9-year-old girl receiving treatment at the hospital.
Just hours before the eclipse was to take place over California, Danielle stabbed her boyfriend to death in Woodland Hills, pushed her kids out of a moving car on the 405 freeway in the Westchester area, which resulted in the death of her 8-month-old baby and the injury of her 9-year-old daughter. Then Danielle died after crashing her Porsche into a tree in Redondo Beach.
Perhaps she thought that this eclipse meant that it was the end of the world. The apocalypse was here, especially because of some of the statements that she made.
There were plenty of similar posts and videos on social media predicting all kinds of disasters and the end of the world.
And when you're sitting on TikTok or you're on social media, and clearly she was an influencer, so you know she watched a lot of this stuff, it's very easy to get sucked into the fear that these videos start to create.
Could this have been postpartum depression?
I don't think it would have been totally postpartum depression, because we have a lot of women who deal with postpartum depression and it doesn't result in something like this. But certainly any type of mood disorder makes it much harder to cope with other things as they start to come up.
Looking at this tragedy in hindsight, Dr. Swanson says there were obvious signs. The happy and smiling Danielle had changed and was struggling with something dark.
She was warning people. She was saying, pick a side. The way that she typed about it was in all caps. It looked like she was very disturbed.
Police now had 3 scenes spread across Los Angeles County: a damaged apartment, a Porsche, 2 deceased family members, and 1 child who had survived long enough to explain part of what happened.
Yeah, Colleen, Danielle Johnson had a very large presence on social media. She had over 100,000 followers, and she posted about her fears about the eclipse and the apocalypse. But neighbors here at the Montecito apartments where she lived says here she was very much keeping to herself. She barely said hi to anyone. NBC4's I-Team has confirmed that Danielle Johnson was also known as Danielle Aoka online. Under this alias, Johnson made several disturbing posts. Some were anti-Semitic. Others warned about the solar eclipse, calling it the epitome of spiritual warfare. Hours before the solar eclipse on Monday, police say Johnson went on a rampage, killing her partner and throwing her children into traffic on the 405, and then crashing her car into a tree on PCH.
Horrible. I mean, just the whole thing.
Anita Mezar lived on the same floor as Johnson and her family.
I only saw her one time. I came out of my apartment and she was there with the stroller with the little baby. The baby wasn't even a year old.
That 8-month-old baby was in the arms of Johnson's 9-year-old daughter when police say Johnson pushed them out of her moving car on the 405. The 9-year-old managed to get to the side of the freeway. The baby was hit by a car.
But the person investigators most needed to question would never be able to answer them. Jalen's family was left with the emotional cost of bringing him home.
She's insane. Yeah, that she had mental problems. To do what she did, the way that she did it, yeah, it's just awful.
Anita and other neighbors now poring over Johnson's social media posts.
I don't know if you've gone to her Twitter or X page, but we didn't realize how mentally unstable she was. A lot of anti-Semitic remarks.
Norman and others say Johnson and the family kept to themselves.
She was just very standoffish. When we walk our dog, she just wouldn't say hi.
But never imagined she was capable of what police say she did. So many in the building, Norman says, haunted by what happened on Monday.
Friends of ours heard pleading, blood-curdling screams, pleading for his life.
Online, Johnson described herself as a recording artist and an astrologer and sold healing sessions and products. Johnson was killed when her car crashed into a tree in Redondo Beach. Police say she was going over 100 miles per hour.
If only people in this situation would simply either get help or if they would just not take others out with them.
A fundraiser reportedly sought help with transportation, burial arrangements, memorial expenses, family travel, and other financial needs. Jalen would have turned 30 on May 20th, 2024. He and Soleil were laid to rest at Great Lakes National Cemetery in Michigan on that date. The surviving 9-year-old lost her mother, her infant sister, Jalen, and the home life she had known. And that's where this case comes to a close. What do you think about everything that happened? Share your thoughts in the comments. If this story stayed with you, there are more cases on the channel that explore situations just as disturbing. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video. It helps keep stories like this from fading away. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.